Chapters 1 and 2 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recorded by Celine Major. Foul Play by Charles Reade. Chapter 1. There are places which appear at first sight inaccessible to romance, and such a place was Mr. Wardlaw's dining-room in Russell Square. It was very large, had sickly green walls, picked out with aldermen, full length, heavy maroon curtains, mahogany chairs, a Turkey carpet an inch thick, and was lighted with wax candles only. In the centre, bristling and gleaming with silver and glass, was a round table at which 14 could have dined comfortably, and at opposite sides of this table sat two gentlemen who looked as neat, grave, precise, and unromantic as the place, Merchant Wardlaw and his son. Wardlaw senior was an elderly man, tall, thin, iron-grey, with a round head, a short, thick neck, a good brown eye, a square jowl that betokened resolution, and a complexion so sallow as to be almost cadaverous. Hard as iron, but a certain stiff dignity and respectability sat upon him and became him. Arthur Wardlaw resembled his father in figure, but his mother in face. He had and has hay-coloured hair, a forehead singularly white and delicate, pale blue eyes, largish ears, finely chiselled features, the underlip much shorter than the upper, his chin oval and pretty, but somewhat receding, his complexion beautiful. In short, what 19 people out of 20 would call a handsome young man, and think they had described him. Both the Wardlaws were in full dress according to the invariable custom of the house, and sat in a dead silence that seemed natural to the great sober room. This, however, was not for want of a topic. On the contrary, they had a matter of great importance to discuss, and in fact this was why they dined tete-a-tete. But their tongues were tied for the present. In the first place, there stood in the middle of the table an epergne, the size of a Putney laurel tree. Neither Wardlaw could well see the other without craning out his neck like a rifleman from behind his tree. And then there were 3 live suppressors of confidential intercourse, 2 gorgeous footmen and a sombre, sublime, and in one word episcopal butler. All 3 went about as softly as cats after a robin, and conjured one plate away, and smoothly insinuated another, and seemed models of grave discretion, but were known to be all ears, and bound by a secret oath to carry down each crumb of dialogue to the servants' hall, for curious dissection and boisterous ridicule. At last, however, these 3 smug hypocrites retired, and by good luck transferred their suffocating epergne to the sideboard. So then father and son looked at one another with that conscious air which naturally precedes a topic of interest, and Wardlaw senior invited his son to try a certain decanter of rare old port by way of preliminary. While the young man fills his glass, hurl we in his antecedents. At school till 15, and then clerk in his father's office till 22, and showed an aptitude so remarkable that John Wardlaw, who was getting tired, determined sooner or later to put the reins of government into his hands. But he conceived a desire that the future head of his office should be a university man. So he announced his resolution, and to Oxford went young Wardlaw, though he had not looked at Greek or Latin for 7 years. He was, however, furnished with a private tutor, under whom he recovered lost ground rapidly. The Reverend Robert Penfold was a first-class man, and had the gift of teaching. The house of Wardlaw had peculiar claims on him, for he was the son of old Michael Penfold, Wardlaw's cashier. He learned from young Wardlaw the stake he was playing for, and instead of merely giving him 1 hour's lecture per day, as he did to his other pupils, he used to come to his rooms at all hours, and force him to read by reading with him. He also stood his friend in a serious emergency. Young Wardlaw, you must know, was blessed or cursed with mimicry. His powers in that way really seemed to have no limit, for he could imitate any sound you liked with his voice, and any form with his pen or pencil. Now, we promise you, he was one man under his father's eye, and another down at Oxford. So one night, this gentleman, being warm with wine, opens his window, and seeing a group of undergraduates chattering and smoking in the quadrangle, imitates the peculiar grating tones of Mr. Champion, vice president of the college, and gives them various reasons why they ought to disperse to their rooms and study. "But perhaps," says he in conclusion, "you are too blind drunk to read bosh in crooked letters by candlelight. In that case—" And he then gave them some very naughty advice as how to pass the evening, still in the exact tones of Mr. Champion, who was a very, very strict moralist. And this unexpected sally of wit caused shrieks of laughter, and mightily tickled all the hearers, except Champion ipse, who was listening and disapproving at another window. He complained to the president. Then the ingenious Wardlaw, not having come down to us in a direct line from Bayard, committed a great mistake. He denied it. It was brought home to him, and the president, who had laughed in his sleeve at the practical joke, looked very grave at the falsehood. Rustication was talked of, and even expulsion. Then Wardlaw came sorrowfully to Penfold and said to him, "I must have been awfully cut, for I don't remember all that. I had been whining at Christ Church. I do remember slanging the fellows, but how can I tell what I said? I say, old fellow, it will be a bad job for me if they expel me, or even rusticate me. My father will never forgive me. I shall be his clerk, but never his partner, and then he will find out what a lot I owe down here. I'm done for. I'm done for." Penfold uttered not a word, but grasped his hand, and went off to the president, and said his pupil had whined at Christ Church and could not be expected to remember minutely. Mimicry was, unfortunately, a habit with him. He then pleaded for the milder construction with such zeal and eloquence that the high-minded scholar he was addressing admitted that construction was possible, and therefore must be received. So the affair ended in a written apology to Mr. Champion, which had all the smoothness and neatness of a merchant's letter. Arthur Wardlaw was already a master in that style. 6 months after this, and 1 fortnight before the actual commencement of our tale, Arthur Wardlaw, well crammed by Penfold, went up for his final examination, throbbing with anxiety. He passed, and was so grateful to his tutor that, when the advowson of a small living near Oxford came into the market, he asked Wardlaw senior to lend Robert Penfold a sum of money, much more than was needed. And Wardlaw senior declined without a moment's hesitation. This slight sketch will serve as a key to the dialogue it has postponed, and to subsequent incidents. "Well, Arthur, and so you have really taken your degree?" "No, sir, but I have passed my examination. The degree follows as a matter of course. That is a mere question of fees." "Oh, then, now I have something to say to you. Try 1 more glass of the 47 port. Stop, you'll excuse me. I am a man of business. I don't doubt your word. Heaven forbid. But do you happen to have any document you can produce, in further confirmation of what you state? Namely, that you have passed your final examination at the university?" "Certainly, sir," replied young Wardlaw. "My testamer?" "What is that?" The young gentleman put his hand in his pocket and produced his testamer, or "we bear witness," a short printed document in Latin, which may thus be translated: "We bear witness that Arthur Wardlaw of St. Luke's College has answered our questions in humane letters. George Richardson, Arthur Smythe, Edward Merivale, examiners." Wardlaw senior took it, laid it beside him on the table, inspected it with his double eyeglass, and, not knowing a word of Latin, was mightily impressed, and his respect for his son rose 40 or 45 per cent. "Very well, sir," said he. "Now listen to me. Perhaps it was an old man's fancy, but I have often seen in the world what a stamp these universities put upon a man. To send you back from commerce to Latin and Greek at 22 was trying you rather hard. It was trying you doubly, your obedience and your ability into the bargain. Well, sir, you have stood the trial, and I am proud of you. And so now it is my turn. From this day and from this hour, look on yourself as my partner in the old established house of Wardlaw. My balance sheet shall be prepared immediately, and the partnership deed drawn. You will enter on a flourishing concern, sir, and you will virtually conduct it in written communication with me, for I have had 45 years of it, and then my liver, you know. Watson advises me strongly to leave my desk and try country air, and rest from business and its cares." He paused a moment, and the young man drew a long breath, like one who was in the act of being relieved of some terrible weight. As for the old gentleman, he was not observing his son just then, but thinking of his own career. A certain expression of pain and regret came over his features, but he shook it off with manly dignity. "Come, come," said he, "this is the law of nature, and must be submitted to with good grace. Wardlaw, junior, fill your glass." At the same time he stood up and said stoutly, "The setting sun drinks to the rising sun," but could not maintain that artificial style, and ended with, "God bless you, my boy, and may you stick to business. Avoid speculation as I have done, and so hand the concern down healthy to your son, as my father there," pointing to a picture, "handed it down to me and I to you." His voice wavered slightly in uttering this benediction, but only for a moment. Then he sat quietly down and sipped his wine composedly. Not so the other. His color came and went violently all the time his father was speaking, and when he ceased he sank into his chair with another sigh deeper than the last, and 2 half-hysterical tears came to his pale eyes. But presently, feeling he was expected to say something, he struggled against all this mysterious emotion, and faltered out that he should not fear the responsibility if he might have constant recourse to his father for advice. "Why, of course," was the reply. "My country house is but a mile from the station. You can telegraph for me in any case of importance. When would you wish me to commence my new duties?" "Let me see. It will take 6 weeks to prepare a balance sheet, such as I could be content to submit to an incoming partner. Say 2 months." Young Wardlaw's countenance fell. "Meantime you shall travel on the Continent and enjoy yourself." "Thank you," said young Wardlaw mechanically, and fell into a brown study. The room now returned to what seemed its natural state, and its silence continued until it was broken from without. A sharp knocking was heard at the street door, and resounded across the marble hall. The Wardlaws looked at one another in some little surprise. "I have invited nobody," said the elder. Some time elapsed, and then a footman made his appearance and brought in a card. "Mr. Christopher Adams." Now that Mr. Christopher Adams should call on John Wardlaw in his private room at 9 o'clock in the evening seemed to that merchant irregular, presumptuous, and monstrous. "Tell him he will find me at my place of business tomorrow as usual," said he, knitting his brows. The footman went off with this message, and soon after raised voices were heard in the hall, and the episcopal butler entered the room with an injured countenance. "He says he must see you. He is in great anxiety." "Yes, I am in great anxiety," said a quavering voice at his elbow, and Mr. Adams actually pushed by the butler, and stood hat in hand in those sacred precincts. "Pray excuse me, sir," said he, "but it is very serious. I can't be easy in my mind till I have put you a question." "This is very extraordinary conduct, sir," said Mr. Wardlaw. "Do you think I do business here, and at all hours?" "Oh, no, sir. It is my own business. I am come to ask you a very serious question. I couldn't wait till morning with such a doubt on my mind." "Well, sir, I repeat, this is irregular and extraordinary. But as you are here, pray what is the matter?" He then dismissed the lingering butler with a look. Mr. Adams cast uneasy glances at young Wardlaw. "Oh," said the elder, "you can speak before him. This is my partner. That is to say, he will be as soon as the balance sheet can be prepared and the deed drawn. Wardlaw, junior, This is Mr. Adams, a very respectable bill discounter." The two men bowed to each other, and Arthur Wardlaw sat down motionless. "Sir, did you draw a note of hand to-day?" inquired Adams of the elder merchant. "I dare say I did. Did you discount one signed by me?" "Yes, sir, we did." "Well, sir, you have only to present it at maturity. Wardlaw and Son will provide for it, I dare say." This with the lofty nonchalance of a rich man who had never broken an engagement in his life. "Ah, that I know they will, if it is all right. But suppose it is not?" "What do you mean?" asked Wardlaw with some astonishment. "Oh, nothing, sir. It bears your signature, that is good for 20 times the amount, and it is endorsed by your cashier. Only what makes me a little uneasy, your bills used to be always on your own forms, and so I told my partner. He discounted it. Gentlemen, I wish you would just look at it." "Of course we will look at it. Show it Arthur first. His eyes are younger than mine." Mr. Adams took out a large bill book, extracted the note of hand, and passed it across the table to Wardlaw junior. He took it up with a sort of shiver, and bent his head very low over it, then handed it back in silence. Adams took it to Wardlaw senior and laid it before him by the side of Arthur's Testament. The merchant inspected it with his glasses. "The writing is mine, apparently." "I am very glad of it," said the bill broker eagerly. "Stop a bit," said Mr. Wardlaw. "Why, what is this? For £2,000, and, as you say, not my form. I have signed no note for £2,000 this week. Dated yesterday. You have not cashed it, I hope?" "I am sorry to say my partner has." "Well, sir, not to keep you in suspense, the thing is not worth the stamp it is written on." "Mr. Wardlaw, sir." "Good heavens! Then it is as I feared. It is a forgery. I should be puzzled to find any other name for it. You need not look so pale, Arthur. We can't help some clever scoundrel imitating our hands. And as for you, Adams, you ought to have been more cautious." "But, sir, your cashier's name is Penfold," faltered the holder, clinging to a straw. "May he not have drawn? Is the endorsement forged as well?" Mr. Wardlaw examined the back of the bill and looked puzzled. "No," said he. "My cashier's name is Michael Penfold, but this is endorsed Robert Penfold. Do you hear, Arthur? Why, what is the matter with you? You look like a ghost. I say, there is your tutor's name at the back of this forged note. That is very strange. Just look, and tell me who wrote these 2 words, Robert Penfold." Young Wardlaw took the document and tried to examine it calmly, but it shook visibly in his hand, and a cold moisture gathered on his brow. His pale eyes roved to and fro in a very remarkable way, and he was so long before he said anything that both the other persons present began to eye him with wonder. At last he faltered out, "This Robert Penfold seems to me very like his own handwriting. But then the rest of the writing is equally like yours, sir. I am sure Robert Penfold never did anything wrong. Mr. Adams, please oblige me. Let this go no further till I have seen him and asked him whether he endorsed it." "Now don't you be in a hurry," said the elder Wardlaw. "The first question is, who received the money?" Mr. Adams replied that it was a respectable-looking man, a young clergyman. "Ah," said Wardlaw with a world of meaning. "Father," said young Wardlaw imploringly, "for my sake say no more to-night. Robert Penfold is incapable of a dishonest act." "It becomes your years to think so, young man. But I have lived long enough to see what crimes respectable men are betrayed into in the hour of temptation. And now I think of it, this Robert Penfold is in want of money. Did you not ask me for a loan of £2,000? Was not that the very sum? Can't you answer me? Why, the application came through you." Receiving no reply from his son but a sort of agonized stare, he took out his pencil and wrote down Robert Penfold's address. This he handed the bill-broker, and gave him some advice in a whisper, which Mr. Christopher Adams received with a profusion of thanks, and bustled away, leaving Wardlaw senior excited and indignant, Wardlaw junior ghastly pale and almost stupefied. Scarcely a word was spoken for some minutes, and then the younger man broke out suddenly. "Robert Penfold is the best friend I ever had. I should have been expelled but for him, and I should never have earned that testamer but for him." The old merchant interrupted him. "You exaggerate. But to tell you the truth, I am sorry now I did not lend him the money you asked for. For mark my words, in a moment of temptation that miserable young man has forged my name, and will be convicted of the felony and punished accordingly." "No, no! Oh, God forbid!" shrieked young Wardlaw. "I couldn't bear it. If he did, he must have intended to replace it. I must see him. I will see him directly." He got up all in a hurry, and was going to Penfold to warn him, and get him out of the way till the money should be replaced. But his father started up at the same moment and forbade him, in accents that he had never yet been able to resist. "Sit down, sir, this instant," said the old man with terrible sternness. "Sit down, I say, or you will never be a partner of mine. Justice must take its course. What business and what right have we to protect a felon? I would not take your part if you were one. Indeed, it is too late now, for the detectives will be with him before you could reach him. I gave Adams his address." At this last piece of information Wardlaw junior leaned his head on the table and groaned aloud, and a cold perspiration gathered in beads upon his white forehead. 2. That same evening sat over their tea in Norfolk Street, Strand, another couple, who were also father and son. But in this pair the Wardlaws were reversed. Michael Penfold was a reverend, gentle creature with white hair, blue eyes, and great timidity. Why, if a stranger put to him a question, he used to look all round the room before he ventured to answer. Robert, his son, was a young man with a large brown eye, a mellow voice, square shoulders, and a prompt and vigorous manner. Cricketer, scholar, parson. They were talking hopefully together over a living Robert was going to buy. It was near Oxford, he said, and would not prevent his continuing to take pupils. "But, father," said he, "it will be a place to take my wife to if I ever have one. And meantime I hope you will run down now and then, Saturday to Monday." "That I will, Robert. Ah, how proud she would have been to hear you preach. It was always her dream, poor thing." "Let us think she can hear me," said Robert, "and I have got you still. The proceeds of this living will help me to lodge you more comfortably." "You are very good, Robert. I would rather see you spend it upon yourself. But, dear me, what a manager you must be to dress so beautifully as you do, and send your old father presents as you do, and yet put by £1,400 to buy this living." "You are mistaken, sir. I have only saved 400, the odd 1,000. But that is a secret for the present." "Oh, I am not inquisitive. I never was." Then they chatted about things of no importance whatever, and the old gentleman was just lighting his candle to go to bed when a visitor was ushered into the room. The Penfolds looked a little surprised, but not much. They had no street door all to themselves, no liveried dragons to interpose between them and unseasonable or unwelcome visitors. The man was well dressed, with one exception. He wore a gold chain. He had a hooked nose and a black, piercing eye. He stood at the door and observed every person and thing in the room minutely before he spoke a word. Then he said quietly, "Mr. Michael Penfold, I believe?" "At your service, sir." "And Mr. Robert Penfold?" "I am Robert Penfold. What is your business?" "Pray, is the Robert Penfold at the back of this note you're writing?" "Certainly it is. They would not cash it without that. Oh, you got the money, then? Of course I did. You have not parted with it, have you? No. All the better. He then turned to Michael and looked at him earnestly a moment. The fact is, sir, said he, there is a little irregularity about this bill which must be explained, or your son might be called on to refund the cash. Irregularity about a bill? Cried Michael Penfold in dismay. Who is the drawer? Let me see it. Oh, dear me, something wrong about a bill endorsed by you, Robert. And the old man began to shake piteously. Why, father, said Robert, what are you afraid of? If the bill is irregular, I can but return the money. It is in the house. The best way will be for Mr. Robert Penfold to go at once with me to the bill-broker. He lives but a few doors off. And you, sir, must stay here and be responsible for the funds till we return. Robert Penfold took his hat directly and went off with his mysterious visitor. They had not gone many steps when Robert's companion stopped, and getting in front of him said, We can settle this matter here. At the same time a policeman crossed the way and joined them, and another man who was in fact a policeman in plain clothes emerged from a doorway and stood at Robert Penfold's back. The detective, having thus surrounded him, threw off his disguise. My man, said he, I ought to have done this job in your house, but I looked at the worthy old gentleman and his grey hairs. I thought I'd spare him all I could. I have a warrant to arrest you for forgery. Forgery? Arrest me for forgery, said Robert Penfold with some amazement but little emotion, for he hardly seemed to take it in all its horrible significance. The next moment, however, he turned pale and almost staggered under the blow. We had better go to Mr. Wardlaw, said he. I entreat you to go to him with me. Can't be done, said the detective. Wardlaw has nothing to do with it. The bill is stopped. You are arrested by the gent that cashed it. Here is the warrant. Will you go quietly with us, or must I put the darbies on? Robert was violently agitated. There is no need to arrest me, he cried. I shall not run from my accuser. Hands off, I say. I'm a clergyman of the Church of England, and you shall not lay hands on me. But one of the policemen did lay hands on him. Then the Reverend Robert Penfold shook him furiously off, and, with one active bound, sprang into the middle of the road. The officers went at him incautiously, and the head detective, as he rushed forward, received a heavy blow on the neck and jaw that sounded along the street and sent him rolling in the mud. This was followed by a quick succession of staggering facers administered right and left on the eyes and noses of the subordinates. These, however, though bruised and bleeding, succeeded at last in grappling their man, and all came to the ground together, and there struggled furiously. Every window in the street was open by this time, and at one the white hair and reverend face of Michael Penfold looked out on this desperate and unseemly struggle, with hands that beat the air in helpless agony and inarticulate cries of terror. The detective got up and sat upon Robert Penfold's chest, and at last the three forced the handcuffs upon him and took him in a cab to the station-house. Next day, before the magistrate, Wardlaw Senior proved the note was a forgery, and Mr. Adams' partner swore to the prisoner as the person who had presented and endorsed the note. The officers attended, 2 with black eyes apiece, and 1 with his jaw bound up and 2 sound teeth in his pocket, which had been driven from their sockets by the prisoner in his desperate attempt to escape. Their evidence hurt the prisoner, and the magistrate refused bail. The Reverend Robert Penfold was committed to prison, to be tried at the Central Criminal Court on a charge of felony. Wardlaw Senior returned home, and told Wardlaw Junior, who said not a word. He soon received a letter from Robert Penfold, which agitated him greatly, and he promised to go to the prison and see him. But he never went. He was very miserable, a prey to an inward struggle. He dared not offend his father on the eve of being made partner. Yet his heart bled for Robert Penfold. He did what might perhaps have been expected from that pale eye and receding chin. He temporized. He said to himself, "Before that horrible trial comes on, I shall be the House of Wardlaw, and able to draw a cheque for thousands. I'll buy off Adams at any price and hush up the whole matter." So he hoped and hoped. But the accountant was slow, the public prosecutor unusually quick, and to young Wardlaw's agony, the partnership deed was not ready when an imploring letter was put into his hands, urging him, by all that men hold sacred, to attend at the court as the prisoner's witness. This letter almost drove young Wardlaw mad. He went to Adams and entreated him not to carry the matter into court. But Adams was inexorable. He had got his money, but would be revenged for the fright. Baffled here, young Wardlaw went down to Oxford and shut himself up in his own room, a prey to fear and remorse. He sported his oak and never went out. All his exercise was that of a wild beast in its den, walking restlessly up and down. But all his caution did not prevent the prisoner's solicitor from getting to him. One morning at 7 o'clock, a clerk slipped in at the heels of his scout, and coming to young Wardlaw's bedside, awoke him out of an uneasy slumber by serving him with a subpoena to appear as Robert Penfold's witness. This last stroke finished him. His bodily health gave way under his mental distress. Gastric fever set in, and he was lying tossing and raving in delirium, while Robert Penfold was being tried at the Central Criminal Court. The trial occupied 6 hours, and could easily be made rather interesting. But for various reasons which it would not be good taste to trouble the reader, we decide to skim it. The indictment contained 2 counts. One for forging the note of hand, the other for uttering it knowing it to be forged. On the first count the Crown was weak, and had to encounter the evidence of Undercliff, the distinguished expert, who swore that the hand which wrote Robert Penfold was not, in his opinion, the hand that had written the body of the instrument. He gave many minute reasons in support of this, and nothing of any weight was advanced contra. The judge directed the jury to acquit the prisoner on that count. But on the charge of uttering, the evidence was clear, and on the question of knowledge it was perhaps a disadvantage to the prisoner that he was tried in England, and could not be heard in person, as he could have been in a foreign court. Above all, his resistance to the officers eked out the presumption that he knew the note had been forged by some person or other who was probably his accomplice. The absence of his witness Wardlaw junior was severely commented on by his counsel. Indeed, he appealed to the judge to commit the said Wardlaw for contempt of court. But Wardlaw senior was recalled, and swore that he had left his son in a burning fever, not expected to live, and declared with genuine emotion that nothing but a high sense of public duty had brought him hither from his dying son's bedside. He also told the court that Arthur's inability to clear his friend had really been the first cause of his illness, from which he was not expected to recover. The jury consulted together a long time, and at last brought in a verdict of guilty, but recommended him to mercy on grounds which might fairly have been alleged in favor of his innocence, but, if guilty, rather aggravated his crime. Then an officer of the court inquired, in a sort of chant or recitative, whether the prisoner had anything to say why judgment should not be given in accordance with the verdict. It is easy to divest words of their meaning by false intonation, and prisoners in general receive this bit of sing-song in dead silence. For why? The chant conveys no idea to their ears, and they would as soon think of replying to the notes of a cuckoo. But the Reverend Robert Penfold was in a keen agony that sharpened all his senses. He caught the sense of the words in spite of the speaker, and clung wildly to the straw that monotonous machine held out. "My lord, he cried, "I'll tell you the real reason why young Wardlaw is not here." The judge put up his hand with a gesture that enforced silence. "Prisoner," said he, "I cannot go back to facts. The jury have dealt with them. Judgment can be arrested only on grounds of law. On these you can be heard. But if you have none to offer, you must be silent and submit to your sentence." He then, without a pause, proceeded to point out the heinous character of the offence, but admitted there was one mitigating circumstance, and in conclusion he condemned the culprit to 5 years' penal servitude. At this the poor wretch uttered a cry of anguish that was fearful, and clutched the dock convulsively. Now a prisoner rarely speaks to a judge without revolting him by bad law or bad logic or hot words. But this wild cry was innocent of all these, and went straight from the heart in the dock to the heart on the judgment seat. And so his lordship's voice trembled for a moment, and then became firm again, but solemn and humane. "But," said he, "my experience tells me this is your first crime, and may possibly be your last. I shall therefore use my influence that you may not be associated with more hardened criminals, but may be sent out of this country to another, where you may begin life afresh, and in the course of years efface this dreadful stain. Give me hopes of you. Begin your repentance where now you stand, by blaming yourself, and no other man. No man constrained you to utter a forged note, and to receive the money. It was found in your possession. For such an act there can be no defense in law, morality, or religion." These words overpowered the culprit. He burst out crying with great violence. But it did not last long. He became strangely composed all of a sudden, and said, "God forgive all concerned in this. But one. He then bowed respectfully, and like a gentleman, to the judge and the jury, and walked out of the dock with the air of a man who had parted with emotion, and would march to the gallows now without flinching. The counsel for the Crown required that the forged document should be impounded. "I was about to make the same demand," said the prisoner's counsel. The judge snubbed them both, and said it was a matter of course. Robert Penfold spent a year in separate confinement, and then, to cure him of its salutary effect, if any, was sent on board the hulk Vengeance, and was herded with the greatest miscreants in creation. They did not reduce him to their level, but they injured his mind; and before half his sentence had expired, he sailed for a penal colony, a man with a hot coal in his bosom, a creature embittered, poisoned. Hoping little, believing little, fearing little, and hating much. He took with him the prayer book his mother had given him when he was ordained deacon. But he seldom read beyond the fly-leaf. There the poor lady had written at large her mother's heart, and her pious soul aspiring heavenward for her darling son. This, when all seemed darkest, he would sometimes run to with moist eyes. For he was sure of his mother's love, but almost doubted the justice of his God. End of chapters 1 and 2. Chapters 3 and 4 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 3. Mr. Wardlaw went down to his son and nursed him. He kept the newspapers from him, and on his fever abating, had him conveyed by easy stages to the seaside, and then sent him abroad. The young man obeyed in gloomy silence. He never asked after Robert Penfold now, never mentioned his name. He seemed somehow thankful to be controlled mind and body. But before he had been abroad a month, he wrote for leave to return home and to throw himself into business. There was, for once, a nervous impatience in his letters, and his father, who pitied him deeply and was more than ever inclined to reward and indulge him, yielded readily enough, and on his arrival signed the partnership deed, and Polonius-like gave him much good counsel, then retired to his country seat. At first he used to run up every 3 days, and examine the day book and ledger, and advise his junior. But these visits soon became fewer, and at last he did little more than correspond occasionally. Arthur Wardlaw held the reins, and easily paid his Oxford debts out of the assets of the firm. Not being happy in his mind, he threw himself into commerce with feverish zeal, and very soon extended the operations of the house. One of his first acts of authority was to send for Michael Penfold into his room. Now poor old Michael, ever since his son's misfortune, as he called it, had crept to his desk like a culprit, expecting every day to be discharged. When he received this summons he gave a sigh and went slowly to the young merchant. Arthur Wardlaw looked up at his entrance, then looked down again, and said coldly, "Mr. Penfold, "You have been a faithful servant to us many years. I raise your salary £50 a year, and you will keep the ledger." The old man was dumbfounded at first, and then began to give vent to his surprise and gratitude, but Wardlaw cut him short almost fiercely. "There, there, there," said he, without raising his eyes. "Let me hear no more about it, and above all, never speak to me of that cursed business. It was no fault of yours nor mine neither. There, go. I want no thanks. Do you hear? Leave me, Mr. Penfold, if you please." The old man bowed low and retired, wondering much at his employer's goodness, and a little at his irritability. Wardlaw junior's whole soul was given to business night and day, and he soon became known for a very ambitious and rising merchant. But by and by, ambition had to encounter a rival in his heart. He fell in love, deeply in love, and with a worthy object. The young lady was the daughter of a distinguished officer whose merits were universally recognized, but not rewarded in proportion. Wardlaw's suit was favorably received by the father, and the daughter gradually yielded to an attachment the warmth, sincerity, and singleness of which were manifest. And the pair would have been married but for the circumstance that her father, partly through Wardlaw's influence by the by, had obtained a lucrative post abroad which it suited his means to accept, at all events for a time. He was a widower, and his daughter could not let him go alone. This temporary separation, if it postponed a marriage, led naturally to a solemn engagement, and Arthur Wardlaw enjoyed the happiness of writing and receiving affectionate letters by every foreign post. Love, worthily bestowed, shed its balm upon his heart, and under its soft but powerful charm he grew tranquil and complacent, and his character and temper seemed to improve. Such virtue is there in a pure attachment. Meanwhile the extent of his operations alarmed old Penfold, but he soon reasoned that worry down with overpowering conclusions and superior smiles. He had been 3 years the ruling spirit of Wardlaw and Son, when some curious events took place in another hemisphere, and in these events which we are now to relate, Arthur Wardlaw was more nearly interested than may appear at first sight. Robert Penfold in due course applied to Lieutenant General Rolleston for a ticket of leave. That functionary thought the application premature, the crime being so grave. He complained that the system had become too lax, and for his part he seldom gave a ticket of leave until some suitable occupation was provided for the applicant. "Will anybody take you as a clerk? If so, I'll see about it." Robert Penfold could find nobody to take him into a post of confidence all at once, and wrote the General an eloquent letter, begging hard to be allowed to labor with his hands. Fortunately General Rolleston's gardener had just turned him off, so he offered the post to his eloquent correspondent, remarking that he did not much mind employing a ticket of leave man himself, though he was resolved to protect his neighbors from their relapses. The convict then came to General Rolleston, and begged leave to enter on his duties under the name of James Seaton. At that General Rolleston hemmed and hawed and took a note. But his final decision was as follows: "If you really mean to change your character, why, the name you have disgraced might hang round your neck. Well, I'll give you every chance. But," said this old warrior, suddenly compressing his resolute lips just a little, "if you go a yard off the straight path now, look for no mercy, Jemmy Seaton." So the convict was rechristened at the tail of a threat, and let loose among the warrior's tulips. His appearance was changed as effectually as his name. Even before he was Seatoned, he had grown a silky moustache and beard of singular length and beauty, and what with these and his working man's clothes, and his cheeks and neck tanned by the sun, our readers would never have recognized in this hale, bearded laborer the pale prisoner that had trembled, raged, wept, and submitted in the dock of the Central Criminal Court. Our universities cure men of doing things by halves, be the things mental or muscular. So Seaton gardened much more zealously than his plebeian predecessor. Up at 5 and did not leave till 8. But he was unpopular in the kitchen, because he was always out of it. Taciturn and bitter, he shunned his fellow servants. Yet working among the flowers did him good. These his pretty companions and nurslings had no vices. One day as he was rolling the grass upon the lawn he heard a soft rustle at some distance, and looking round, saw a young lady on the gravel path whose calm but bright face, coming so suddenly, literally dazzled him. She had a clear cheek blooming with exercise, rich brown hair, smooth, glossy, and abundant, and a very light hazel eye of singular beauty and serenity. She glided along, tranquil as a goddess, smote him with beauty and perfume, and left him staring after her receding figure, which was, in its way, as captivating as her face. She was walking up and down for exercise, briskly, but without effort. Once she passed within a few yards of him, and he touched his hat to her. She inclined her head gently, but her eyes did not rest an instant on her gardener, and so she passed and repassed, unconsciously sawing this solitary heart with soft but penetrating thrills. At last she went indoors to luncheon, and the lawn seemed to miss the light music of her rustling dress, and the sunshine of her presence, and there was a painful void. But that passed, and a certain sense of happiness stole over James Seaton, an unreasonable joy that often runs before folly and trouble. The young lady was Helen Rolleston, just returned home from a visit. She walked in the garden every day, and Seaton watched her, and peeped at her, unseen, behind trees and bushes. He fed his eyes and his heart upon her, and by degrees she became the sun of his solitary existence. It was madness, but its first effect was not unwholesome. The daily study of this creature who, though by no means the angel he took her for, was at all events a pure and virtuous woman, soothed his sore heart, and counteracted the demoralizing influence of his late companions. Every day he drank deeper of an insane but purifying and elevating passion. He avoided the kitchen still more, and that, by the by, was unlucky, for there he could have learned something about Miss Helen Rolleston that would have warned him to keep at the other end of the garden whenever that charming face and form glided to and fro among the minor flowers. A beautiful face fires our imagination, and we see higher virtue and intelligence in it than we can detect in its owner's head or heart when we descend to calm inspection. James Seaton gazed on Miss Rolleston day after day, at so respectful a distance that she became his goddess. If a day passed without his seeing her, he was dejected. When she was behind her time, he was restless, anxious, and his work distasteful. And then, when she came out at last, he thrilled all over, and the lawn, aye, the world itself, seemed to fill with sunshine. His adoration, timid by its own nature, was doubly so by reason of his fallen and hopeless condition. He cut nosegays for her, but gave them to her maid Wilson for her. He had not the courage to offer them to herself. One evening as he went home a man addressed him familiarly, but in a low voice. Seaton looked at him attentively, and recognized him at last. It was a convict called Butt, who had come over in the ship with him. The man offered him a glass of ale. Seaton declined it. Butt, a very clever rogue, seemed hurt. So then Seaton assented reluctantly. Butt took him to a public house in a narrow street and into a private room. Seaton started as soon as he entered, for there sat two repulsive ruffians, and by a look that passed rapidly between them and Butt, he saw plainly that they were waiting for him. He felt nervous. The place was so uncouth and dark, the faces so villainous. However, they invited him to sit down, roughly but with an air of good fellowship, and very soon opened their business over their ale. We are all bound to assist our fellow creatures, when it can be done without trouble, and what they asked of him was a simple act of courtesy, such as in their opinion no man worthy of the name could deny to his fellow. It was to give General Rolleston's watchdog a piece of prepared meat upon a certain evening. And in return for this trifling civility they were generous enough to offer him a full share of any light valuables they might find in the General's house. Seaton trembled, and put his face in his hands a moment. "I cannot do it," said he. "Why not?" "He has been good to me." A coarse laugh of derision greeted this argument. It seemed so irrelevant to these pure egotists. Seaton, however, persisted, and on that one of the men got up and stood before the door and drew his knife gently. Seaton glanced his eyes round in search of a weapon and turned pale. "Do you mean to split us on, mate?" said one of the ruffians in front of him. "No, I don't. But I won't rob my benefactor. You shall kill me first." And with that he darted to the fireplace, and in a moment the poker was high in air, and the way he squared his shoulders and stood ready to hit to the on or cut to the off was a caution. "Come, drop that," said Butt grimly, "and put up your knife, Bob. Can't a pal be out of a job and yet not split on them that is in it?" "Why should I split?" said Robert Penfold. "Has the law been a friend to me? But I won't rob my benefactor. And his daughter." "That is square enough," said Butt. "Why, pals, there are other cribs to be cracked besides that old bloke's. Finish the ale, mate, and part friends." "If you will promise me to crack some other crib and let that one alone." A sullen assent was given, and Seaton drank their healths and walked away. Butt followed him soon after, and affected to side with him, and intimated that he himself was capable of not robbing a man's house who had been good to him, or to a pal of his. Indeed, this plausible person said so much, and his sullen comrades had said so little, that Seaton, rendered keen and anxious by love, invested his savings in a Colt's revolver and ammunition. He did not stop there. After the hint about the watchdog, he would not trust that faithful but too carnivorous animal. He brought his blankets into the little tool house, and lay there every night in a sort of dog's sleep. This tool house was erected in a little back garden, separated from the lawn only by some young trees in single file. Now Miss Rolleston's window looked out upon the lawn, so that Seaton's watchtower was not many yards from it. Then, as the tool house was only lighted from above, he bored a hole in the wooden structure, and through this he watched and slept and watched. He used to sit studying theology by a farthing rushlight till the lady's bedtime, and then he watched for her shadow. If it appeared for a few moments on the blind, he gave a sigh of content and went to sleep, but awakened every now and then to see that all was well. After a few nights his alarms naturally ceased, but his love increased, fed now from this new source, the sweet sense of being the secret protector of her he adored. Meantime, Miss Rolleston's lady's maid, Wilson, fell in love with him after her fashion. She had taken a fancy to his face at once, and he had encouraged her a little, unintentionally. For he brought the nosegays to her, and listened complacently to her gossip, for the sake of the few words she let fall now and then about her young mistress. As he never exchanged 2 sentences at a time with any other servant, this flattered Sarah Wilson, and she soon began to meet and accost him oftener, and in charier-colored ribbons than he could stand. So then he showed impatience, and then she, reading him by herself, suspected some vulgar rival. Suspicion soon bred jealousy, jealousy vigilance, and vigilance detection. Her first discovery was that so long as she talked of Miss Helen Rolleston she was always welcome. Her second was that Seaton slept in the tool house. She was not romantic enough to connect her 2 discoveries together. They lay apart in her mind, until circumstances we are about to relate supplied a connecting link. One Thursday evening James Seaton's goddess sat alone with her papa, and being a young lady of fair abilities, who had gone through her course of music and other studies, taught brainlessly, and who was now going through a course of monotonous pleasures, and had not accumulated any great store of mental resources, she was listless and languid, and would have yawned 40 times in her papa's face, only she was too well bred. She always turned her head away when it came, and either suppressed it, or else hid it with a lovely white hand. At last, as she was a good girl, she blushed at her behavior, and roused herself up, and said, "Papa, shall I play you the new quadrilles?" Papa gave a start and a shake, and said with well-feigned vehemence, "I do, my dear," and so composed himself to listen, and Helen sat down and played the quadrilles. The composer had taken immortal melodies, some gay, some sad, and had robbed them of their distinctive character and hashed them till they were all one monotonous rattle. But General Rolleston was little the worse for all this. As Apollo saved Horace from hearing a poet Astor's rhymes, so did Somnus, another beneficent little deity, rescue our warrior from his daughter's music. She was neither angry nor surprised. A delicious smile illumined her face directly. She crept to him on tiptoe, and bestowed a kiss light as a zephyr on his gray head. And in truth, the bending attitude of this supple figure clad in snowy muslin, the virginal face and light hazel eyes beaming love and reverence, and the airy kiss had something angelic. She took her candle and glided up to her room. And the moment she got there and could gratify her somnolence without offense, need we say she became wide awake? She sat down and wrote long letters to 3 other young ladies gushing affection, asking questions of the kind nobody replies to, painting with the young ladies' colors, the male being to whom she was shortly to be married, wishing her dear friends a like demigod, if perchance earth contained 2, and so to the last new bonnet and preacher. She sat over her paper till 1 o'clock, and Seaton watched and adored her shadow. When she had done writing she opened her window and looked out upon the night. She lifted those wonderful hazel eyes toward the stars, and her watcher might well be pardoned if he saw in her a celestial being looking up from an earthly resting-place toward her native sky. At 2 o'clock she was in bed, but not asleep. She lay calmly gazing at the Southern Cross and other lovely stars shining with vivid but chaste fire in the purple vault of heaven. While thus employed, she heard a slight sound outside that made her turn her eyes toward a young tree near her window. Its top branches were waving a good deal, though there was not a breath stirring. This struck her as curious, very curious. While she wondered, suddenly an arm and a hand came in sight, and after them the whole figure of a man going up the tree. Helen sat up now, glaring with terror, and was so paralyzed she did not utter a sound. About a foot below her window was a lead flat that roofed the bay window below. It covered an area of several feet, and the man sprang onto it with perfect ease from the tree. Helen shrieked with terror. At the very instant there was a flash, a pistol shot, and the man's arms went whirling, and he staggered and fell over the edge of the flat and struck the grass below with a heavy thud. Shots and blows followed, and all the sounds of a bloody struggle rung in Helen's ears as she flung herself screaming from the bed and darted to the door. She ran and clung quivering to her sleepy maid, Wilson. The house was alarmed, lights flashed, footsteps pattered, there was universal commotion. General Rolleston soon learned his daughter's story from Wilson, and aroused his male servants, one of whom was an old soldier. They searched the house first, but no entrance had been effected, so they went out on the lawn with blunderbuss and pistol. They found a man lying on his back at the foot of the bay window. They pounced on him, and, to their amazement, it was the gardener, James Seaton, insensible. General Rolleston was quite taken aback for a moment. Then he was sorry. But after a little reflection he said very sternly, "Carry the blackguard indoors and run for an officer." Seaton was taken into the hall and laid flat on the floor. All the servants gathered about him brimful of curiosity, and the female ones began to speak all together, but General Rolleston told them sharply to hold their tongues and to retire behind the man. "Somebody sprinkle him with cold water," said he. "And be quiet, all of you, and keep out of sight, while I examine him." He stood before the insensible figure with his arms folded, amid a dead silence, broken only by the stifled sobs of Sarah Wilson and of a sociable housemaid who cried with her for company. And now Seaton began to writhe and show signs of returning sense. Next he moaned piteously and sighed. But General Rolleston could not pity him. He waited grimly for returning consciousness, to subject him to a merciless interrogatory. He waited just 1 second too long. He had to answer a question instead of putting one. The judgment is the last faculty a man recovers when emerging from insensibility, and Seaton, seeing the general standing before him, stretched out his hands and said in a faint but earnest voice, before 11 witnesses, "Is she safe? Oh, is she safe?" 4. Sarah Wilson left off crying and looked down on the ground with a very red face. General Rolleston was amazed. "Is she safe? Is who safe?" said he. "He means my mistress," replied Wilson rather brusquely, and flounced out of the hall. "She is safe, no thanks to you," said General Rolleston. "What were you doing under her window at this time of night?" And the harsh tone in which this question was put showed Seaton he was suspected. This wounded him, and he replied doggedly, "Lucky for you all I was there." "That is no answer to my question," said the General sternly. "It is all the answer I shall give you." "Then I shall hand you over to the officer without another word." "Do, sir, do," said Seaton bitterly; but he added more gently, "You will be sorry for it when you come to your senses." At this moment Wilson entered with a message. "If you please, sir, Miss Rolleston says the robber had no beard. Miss have never noticed Seaton's face, but his beard she have. And oh, if you please, sir, she begged me to ask him, was it you that fired the pistol and shot the robber?" The delivery of this ungrammatical message but rational query was like a ray of sunlight streaming into a dark place. It changed the whole aspect of things. As for Seaton, he received it as if heaven was speaking to him through Wilson. His sullen air relaxed, the water stood in his eyes, he smiled affectionately and said in a low, tender voice, "Tell her I heard some bad characters talking about this house. That was a month ago, so ever since then I have slept in the tool house to watch. Yes, I shot the robber with my revolver, and I marked one or two more, but they were 3 to 1. I think I must have got a blow on the head, for I felt nothing." Here he was interrupted by a violent scream from Wilson. She pointed downward with her eyes glaring, and a little blood was seen to be trickling slowly over Seaton's stocking and shoe. "Wounded," said the General's servant Tom in the businesslike accent of one who had seen 1,000 wounds. "Oh, never mind that," said Seaton. "It can't be very deep, for I don't feel it." Then, fixing his eyes on General Rolleston, he said in a voice that broke down suddenly, "There stands the only man who has wounded me tonight, to hurt me." The way General Rolleston received this point-blank reproach surprised some persons present, who had observed only the imperious and iron side of his character. He hung his head in silence a moment; then, being discontented with himself, he went into a passion with his servants for standing idle. "Run away, you women," said he roughly. "Now, Tom, if you are good for anything, strip the man and stanch his wound. Andrew, a bottle of port, quick." Then, leaving him for a while in friendly hands, he went to his daughter and asked her if she saw any objection to a bed being made up in the house for the wounded convict. "Oh, papa," said she, "why, of course not. I am all gratitude. What is he like, Wilson? For it is a most provoking thing, I never noticed his face, only his beautiful beard glittering in the sunshine ever so far off." "Poor young man." "Oh, yes, papa. Send him to bed directly, and we will all nurse him. I never did any good in the world yet, and so why not begin at once?" General Rolleston laughed at this squirt of enthusiasm from his staid daughter, and went off to give the requisite orders. But Wilson followed him immediately and stopped him in the passage. "If you please, sir, I think you had better not. I have something to tell you." She then communicated to him by degrees her suspicion that James Seaton was in love with his daughter. He treated this with due ridicule at first, but she gave him one reason after another till she staggered him, and he went downstairs in a most mixed and puzzled frame of mind, inclined to laugh, inclined to be angry, inclined to be sorry. The officer had just arrived, and was looking over some photographs to see if James Seaton was "one of his birds." Such, alas, was his expression. At sight of this Rolleston colored up, but extricated himself from the double difficulty with some skill. "Hexam," said he, "this poor fellow has behaved like a man, and got himself wounded in my service. You are to take him to the infirmary, but mind, they must treat him like my own son, and nothing he asks for be denied him." Seaton walked with feeble steps, and leaning on 2 men, to the infirmary; and General Rolleston ordered a cup of coffee, lighted a cigar, and sat cogitating over this strange business and asking himself how he could get rid of this young madman, and yet befriend him. As for Sarah Wilson, she went to bed discontented and wondering at her own bad judgment. She saw too late that if she had held her tongue, Seaton would have been her patient and her prisoner. And as for Miss Rolleston, when it came to the point, why, she would never have nursed him except by proxy, and the proxy would have been Sarah Wilson. However, the blunder blind passion had led her into was partially repaired by Miss Rolleston herself. When she heard, next day, where Seaton was gone, she lifted up her hands in amazement. "What could papa be thinking of to send our benefactor to a hospital?" And after meditating a while, she directed Wilson to cut a nosegay and carry it to Seaton. "He is a gardener," said she innocently. "Of course he will miss his flowers sadly in that miserable place." And she gave the same order every day with a constancy that, you must know, formed part of this young lady's character. Soup, wine, and jellies were sent from the kitchen every other day with equal pertinacity. Wilson concealed the true donor of all those things and took the credit to herself. By this means she obtained the patient's gratitude, and he showed it so frankly she hoped to steal his love as well. But no, his fancy and his heart remained true to the cold beauty he had served so well, and she had forgotten him, apparently. This irritated Wilson at last, and she set to work to cure him with wholesome but bitter medicine. She sat down beside him one day and said cheerfully, "We are all on the key feet just now. Miss Rolleston's beau is come on a visit." The patient opened his eyes with astonishment. "Miss Rolleston's beau?" "Aye, her intended. What, didn't you know? She is engaged to be married." "She engaged to be married?" gasped Seaton. Wilson watched him with a remorseless eye. "Why, James," said she after a while, "did you think the likes of her would go through the world without a mate?" Seaton made no reply but a moan, and lay back like one dead, utterly crushed by this cruel blow. A buxom middle-aged nurse now came up and said with a touch of severity, "Come, my good girl, no doubt you mean well, but you are doing ill. You had better leave him to us for the present." On this hint, Wilson bounced out and left the patient to his misery. At her next visit, she laid a nosegay on his bed and gossiped away, talking of everything in the world except Miss Rolleston. At last she came to a pause, and Seaton laid his hand on her arm directly, and looking piteously in her face spoke his first word. "Does she love him?" "What, still harping on her?" said Wilson. "Well, she doesn't hate him, I suppose, or she would not marry him." "For pity's sake, don't trifle with me. Does she love him?" "La, James, how can I tell? She mayn't love him quite as much as I could love a man that took my fancy." Here she cast a languishing glance at Seaton. "But I see no difference between her and other young ladies. Miss is very fond of her papa, for one thing, and he favours the match. Aye, and she likes her partner well enough. She is brighter like now he is in the house, and she reads all her friends' letters to him ever so lovingly. And I do notice she leans on him out walking, a trifle more than there is any need for." At this picture James Seaton writhed in his bed like some agonized creature under vivisection. But the woman, spurred by jealousy and also by egotistical passion, had no mercy left for him. "And why not?" continued she. "He is young and handsome and rich, and he dotes on her. If you are really her friend, you ought to be glad she is so well suited." At this admonition the tears stood in Seaton's eyes, and after a while he got strength to say, "I know I ought. I know it. If he is only worthy of her, as worthy as any man could be." "That he is, James. Why, I'll be bound you have heard of him. It is young Mr. Wardlaw." Seaton started up in bed. "Who? Wardlaw? What Wardlaw?" "What Wardlaw? Why, the great London merchant, his son. Leastways he manages the whole concern now, I hear. The old gentleman, he is retired by all accounts." "Curse him! Curse him! Curse him!" yelled James Seaton, with his eyes glaring fearfully and both hands beating the air. Sarah Wilson recoiled with alarm. "That angel marry him!" shrieked Seaton. "Never while I live. I'll throttle him with these hands first." What more his ungovernable fury would have uttered was interrupted by a rush of nurses and attendants, and Wilson was bundled out of the place with little ceremony. He contrived, however, to hurl a word after her, accompanied with a look of concentrated rage and resolution. "Never, I tell you, while I live." At her next visit to the hospital Wilson was refused admission by order of the head surgeon. She left her flowers daily all the same. After a few days she thought the matter might have cooled, and having a piece of news to communicate to Seaton with respect to Arthur Wardlaw, she asked to see that patient. "Left the hospital this morning," was the reply. "What, cured?" "Why not? We have cured worse cases than his." "Where has he gone to? Pray tell me." "Oh, certainly." And inquiry was made. But the reply was, "Left no address." Sarah Wilson, like many other women of high and low degree, had swift misgivings of mischief to come. She was taken with a fit of trembling and had to sit down in the hall. And, to tell the truth, she had cause to tremble, for that tongue of hers had launched two wild beasts, jealousy and revenge. When she got better she went home, and coward-like said not a word to a living soul. That day Arthur Wardlaw dined with General Rolleston and Helen. They were to be alone for a certain reason, and he came half an hour before dinner. Helen thought he would, and was ready for him on the lawn. They walked arm in arm, talking of the happiness before them, and regretting a temporary separation that was to intervene. He was her father's choice, and she loved her father devotedly. He was her male property, and young ladies like that sort of property, especially when they see nothing to dislike in it. He loved her passionately, and that was her due, and pleased her, and drew a gentle affection, if not a passion, from her in return. Yes, that lovely forehead did come very near young Wardlaw's shoulder more than once or twice as they strolled slowly up and down on the soft mossy turf. And on the other side of the hedge that bounded the lawn, a man lay crouched in the ditch and saw it all with gleaming eyes. Just before the affianced ones went in, Helen said, "I have a little favor to ask you, dear. The poor man, Seaton, who fought the robbers and was wounded, Papa says he is a man of education, and wanted to be a clerk or something. Could you find him a place?" "I think I can," said Wardlaw. "Indeed, I am sure. A line to White and Company will do it. They want a shipping clerk." "Oh, how good you are," said Helen, and lifted her face all beaming with thanks. The opportunity was tempting, the lover fond. Two faces met for a single moment, and one of the two burned for 5 minutes after. The basilisk eyes saw the soft collision, but the owner of those eyes did not hear the words that earned him that torture. He lay still and bided his time. General Rolleston's house stood clear of the town at the end of a short but narrow and tortuous lane. This situation had tempted the burglars whom Seaton baffled, and now it tempted Seaton. Wardlaw must pass that way on leaving General Rolleston's house. At a bend of the lane 2 twin elms stood out a foot or two from the hedge. Seaton got behind these at about 10 o'clock, and watched for him with a patience and immobility that boded ill. His preparations for this encounter were singular. He had a close-shutting inkstand and a pen, and one sheet of paper, at the top of which he had written Sydney, and the day of the month and year, leaving the rest blank. And he had the revolver with which he had shot the robber at Helen Rolleston's window, and a barrel of that arm was loaded with swan shot. End of chapter 4. Chapters 5 and 6 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 5. The moon went down, the stars shone out clearer. 11 o'clock boomed from a church clock in the town. Wardlaw did not come, and Seaton did not move from his ambush. 12 o'clock boomed, and Wardlaw never came, and Seaton never moved. Soon after midnight General Rolleston's hall door opened, and a figure appeared in a flood of light. Seaton's eye gleamed at the light, for it was young Wardlaw, with a footman at his back holding a lighted lamp. Wardlaw, however, seemed in no hurry to leave the house, and the reason soon appeared. He was joined by Helen Rolleston, and she was equipped for walking. The watcher saw her serene face shine in the light. The General himself came next, and as they left the door, out came Tom with a blunderbuss and brought up the rear. Seaton drew behind the trees and postponed, but did not resign his purpose. Steps and murmurings came and passed him, and receded. The only words he caught distinctly came from Wardlaw as he passed. "It is nearly high tide. I fear we must make haste." Seaton followed the whole party at a short distance, feeling sure they would eventually separate and give him his opportunity with Wardlaw. They went down to the harbor and took a boat. Seaton came nearer, and learned they were going on board the great steamer bound for England that loomed so black, with monstrous eyes of fire. They put off, and Seaton stood baffled. Presently the black monster with enormous eyes of fire spouted her steam like a leviathan, and then was still. Next the smoke puffed, the heavy paddles revolved, and she rushed out of the harbor. And Seaton sat down upon the ground, and all seemed ended. Helen gone to England. Wardlaw gone with her. Love and revenge had alike eluded him. He looked up at the sky and played with the pebbles at his feet, stupidly, stupidly. He wondered why he was born, why he consented to live a single minute after this. His angel and his demon gone home together, and he left here. He wrote a few lines on the paper he had intended for Wardlaw, sprinkled them with sand and put them in his bosom, then stretched himself out with a weary moan like a dying dog, to wait the flow of the tide, and with it death. Whether or not his resolution or his madness could have carried him so far cannot be known, for even as the water rippled in and trickling under his back chilled him to the bone, a silvery sound struck his ear. He started to his feet, and life and its joys rushed back upon him. It was the voice of the woman he loved so madly. Helen Rolleston was on the water, coming ashore again in the little boat. He crawled like a lizard among the boats ashore to catch a sight of her. He did see her, was near her, unseen himself. She landed with her father. So Wardlaw was gone to England without her. Seaton trembled with joy. Presently his goddess began to lament in the prettiest way. "Papa," she sighed, "why must friends part in this sad world? Poor Arthur is gone from me, and by I shall go from you, my own papa." And at that prospect she wept gently. "Why, you foolish child," said the old General tenderly, "what matters a little parting, when we are all to meet again in dear old England? Well, then, there, have a cry. It will do you good." He patted her head tenderly as she clung to his warlike breast, and she took him at his word. The tears ran swiftly, and glistened in the fairy starlight. But oh, how Seaton's heart yearned at all this. What, mustn't he say a word to comfort her? He who at that moment would have thought no more of dying to serve her or to please her than he would of throwing one of those pebbles into that slimy water. Well, her pure tears somehow cooled his hot brain, and washed his soul, and left him wondering at himself and his misdeeds this night. His guardian angel seemed to go by and wave her dewy wings, and fan his hot passions as she passed. He kneeled down and thanked God he had not met Arthur Wardlaw in that dark lane. Then he went home to his humble lodgings, and there buried himself. And from that day seldom went out, except to seek employment. He soon obtained it as a copyist. Meantime the police were on his track, employed by a person with a gentle disposition, but a tenacity of purpose truly remarkable. Great was Seaton's uneasiness when one day he saw Hexam at the foot of his stair. Greater still, when the officer's quick eye caught sight of him, and his light foot ascended the stairs directly. He felt sure Hexam had heard of his lurking about General Rolleston's premises. However, he prepared to defend himself to the uttermost. Hexam came into his room without ceremony, and looking mighty grim. "Well, my lad, so we have got you after all." "What is my crime now?" asked Seaton sullenly. "James," said the officer very solemnly,
It is an unheard of crime this time. You have been running away from a pretty girl. Now that is a mistake at all times, but when she is as beautiful as an angel, and rich enough to slip a flyer into Dick Hexam's hands, and lay him on your track, what is the use? Letter for you, my man."
Seaton took the letter with a puzzled air. It was written in a clear but feminine hand, and slightly scented. The writer, in a few polished lines, excused herself for taking extraordinary means to find Mr. Seaton, but hoped he would consider that he had laid her under a deep obligation, and that gratitude will sometimes be importunate. She had the pleasure to inform him that the office of shipping clerk at Messrs. White & Company was at his service, and she hoped he would take it without an hour's further delay, for that she was assured that many persons had risen to wealth and consideration in the colony from such situations. Then, as this wary but courteous young lady had no wish to enter into a correspondence with her ex-gardener, she added, "Mr. Seaton need not trouble himself to reply to this note. A simple yes to Mr. Hexam will be enough, and will give sincere pleasure to Mr. Seaton's obedient servant and well-wisher, Helen Ann Rolleston." Seaton bowed his head over this letter in silent but deep emotion. Hexam respected that emotion, and watched him with a sort of vague sympathy. Seaton lifted his head, and the tears stood thick in his eyes. Said he, in a voice of exquisite softness, scarce above a whisper, "Tell her yes, and God bless her. Good-bye. I want to go on my knees and pray God to bless her as she deserves. Good-bye." Hexam took the hint, and retired softly. 6. White & Company stumbled on a treasure in James Seaton. Your colonial clerk is not so narrow and apathetic as your London clerk, whose two objects seem to be to learn one department only, and not to do too much in that. But Seaton, a gentleman and a scholar, eclipsed even colonial clerks in this, that he omitted no opportunity of learning the whole business of White & Company, and was also animated by a feverish zeal that now and then provoked laughter from clerks, but was agreeable as well as surprising to White & Company. Of that zeal his incurable passion was partly the cause. Fortunes had been made with great rapidity in Sydney, and Seaton now conceived a wild hope of acquiring one by some lucky hit before Wardlaw could return to Helen Rolleston. And yet his common sense said, if I was as rich as Croesus, how could she ever mate with me, a stained man? And yet his burning heart said, don't listen to reason, listen only to me. Try. And so he worked double tides, and in virtue of his university education had no snobbish notions about never putting his hand to manual labor. He would lay down his pen at any moment and bear a hand to lift a chest or roll a cask. Old White saw him thus multiply himself, and was so pleased that he raised his salary 1/3. He never saw Helen Rolleston except on Sunday. On that day he went to her church, and sat half behind a pillar, and feasted his eyes and his heart upon her. He lived sparingly, saved money, bought a strip of land by payment of £10 deposit, and sold it in 40 hours for £100 profit, and watched keenly for similar opportunities on a larger scale. And all for her. Struggling with a mountain, hoping against reason and the world. White & Company were employed to ship a valuable cargo on board 2 vessels chartered by Wardlaw and Son, the Shannon and Proserpine. Both these ships lay in Sydney Harbour and had taken in the bulk of their cargoes. But the supplement was the cream, for Wardlaw in person had warehoused 18 cases of gold dust and ingots, and 50 of lead and smelted copper. They were all examined and branded by Mr. White, who had duplicate keys of the gold cases. But the contents as a matter of habit and prudence were not described outside, but were marked Proserpine and Shannon respectively. The mate of the Proserpine, who was in Wardlaw's confidence, had written instructions to look carefully to the stowage of all these cases, and was in and out of the store one afternoon just before closing, and measured the cubic contents of the cases, with a view to stowage in the respective vessels. The last time he came he seemed rather the worse for liquor, and Seaton, who accompanied him, having stepped out for a moment for something or other, was rather surprised on his return to find the door closed, and it struck him Mr. Wiley, that was the mate's name, might be inside. the more so as the door closed very easily with a spring bolt, but it could only be opened by a key of peculiar construction. Seaton took out his key, opened the door and called to the mate, but received no reply. However, he took the precaution to go round the store and see whether Wiley, rendered somnolent by liquor, might not be lying oblivious among the cases. Wiley, however, was not to be seen, and Seaton, finding himself alone, did an unwise thing. He came and contemplated Wardlaw's cases of metal and specie. Men will go too near the thing that causes their pain. He eyed them with grief and with desire, and could not restrain a sigh at these material proofs of his rival's wealth. The wealth that probably had smoothed his way to General Rolleston's home and to his daughter's heart. For wealth can pave the way to hearts, aye, even to hearts that cannot be downright bought. This reverie, no doubt, lasted longer than he thought, for presently he heard the loud rattle of shutters going up below. It was closing time. He hastily closed and locked the iron shutters, and then went out and shut the door. He had been gone about 2 hours, and that part of the street so noisy in business hours was hushed in silence, all but an occasional footstep on the flags outside, when something mysterious occurred in the warehouse, now as dark as pitch. At an angle of the wall stood 2 large cases in a vertical position, with smaller cases lying at their feet. These 2 cases were about 8 feet high, more or less. Well, behind these cases suddenly flashed a feeble light, and the next moment 2 brown and sinewy hands appeared on the edge of one of the cases, the edge next the wall. The case vibrated and rocked a little, and the next moment there mounted on the top of it, not a cat, nor a monkey, as might have been expected, but an animal that in truth resembles both these quadrupeds, viz., a sailor. And need we say that sailor was the mate of the Proserpine? He descended lightly from the top of the case behind which he had been jammed for hours, and lighted a dark lantern, and went softly groping about the store with it. This was a mysterious act, and would perhaps have puzzled the proprietors of the store even more than it would a stranger. For a stranger would have said at once, "This is burglary, or else arson," but those acquainted with the place would have known that neither of those crimes was very practicable. This enterprising sailor could not burn down this particular store without roasting himself the first thing; and indeed he could not burn it down at all, for the roof was flat, and was in fact one gigantic iron tank, like the roof of Mr. Goding's brewery in London. And by a neat contrivance of American origin the whole tank could be turned in one moment to a shower bath, and drown a conflagration in 30 seconds or thereabouts. Nor could he rifle the place. The goods were greatly protected by their weight, and it was impossible to get out of the store without raising an alarm and being searched. But not to fall into the error of writers who underrate their readers' curiosity and intelligence, and so deluge them with comments and explanations, we will now simply relate what Wiley did, leaving you to glean his motives as this tale advances. His jacket had large pockets, and he took out of them a bunch of 18 bright steel keys, numbered, a set of new screwdrivers, a flask of rum, and 2 ship biscuits. He unlocked the 18 cases marked Proserpine, etc., and peering in with his lantern, saw the gold dust and small ingots packed in parcels, and surrounded by Australian wool of the highest possible quality. It was a luscious sight. He then proceeded to a heavier task. He unscrewed, one after another, 18 of the cases marked Shannon, and the 18 so selected, perhaps by private marks, proved to be packed close and on a different system from the gold, viz., in pigs or square blocks, 3 or in some cases 4 to each chest. Now these 2 ways of packing the specie and the baser metal respectively, had the effect of producing a certain uniformity of weight in the 36 cases Wiley was inspecting. Otherwise the gold cases would have been twice the weight of those that contained the baser metal. For lead is proverbially heavy, but under scientific tests is to gold as 5 to 12 or thereabouts. In his secret and mysterious labor Wiley was often interrupted. Whenever he heard a step on the pavement outside he drew the slide of his lantern and hid the light. If he had examined the iron shutters he would have seen that his light could never pierce through them into the street. But he was not aware of this. Notwithstanding these occasional interruptions, he worked so hard and continuously, that the perspiration poured down him ere he had unscrewed those 18 chests containing the pigs of lead. However, it was done at last, and then he refreshed himself with a draught from his flask. The next thing was, he took the 3 pigs of lead out of one of the cases marked Shannon, etc., and numbered 15, and laid them very gently on the floor. Then he transferred to that empty case the mixed contents of a case branded Proserpine 1, etc., and this he did with the utmost care and nicety lest gold dust spilled should tell tales. And so he went on and amused himself by shifting the contents of the whole 18 cases marked Proserpine, etc., into 18 cases marked Shannon, etc., and refilling them with the Shannon's lead. Frolicsome Mr. Wiley! Then he sat down on one of the cases Proserpined, and ate a biscuit and drank a little rum, not much, for at this part of his career he was a very sober man, though he could feign drunkenness or indeed anything else. The gold was all at his mercy, yet he did not pocket an ounce of it, not even a penny weight to make a wedding ring for Nancy Roos. Mr. Wiley had a conscience, and a very original one it was, and above all he was very true to those he worked with. He carefully locked the gold cases up again and resumed the screwdriver, for there was another heavy stroke of work to be done, and he went at it like a man. He carefully screwed down again, one after another, all those 18 cases marked Shannon, which he had filled with gold dust, and then heating a sailor's needle red-hot over his burning wick, he put his own secret marks on those 18 cases, marks that no one but his own could detect. By this time, though a very powerful man, he felt much exhausted and would gladly have snatched an hour's repose. But consulting his watch by the light of his lantern, he found the sun had just risen. He retired to his place of concealment in the same cat-like way he had come out of it. That is to say, he mounted on the high cases, and then slipped down behind them into the angle of the wall. As soon as the office opened, 2 sailors, whom he had carefully instructed overnight, came with a boat for the cases. The warehouse was opened in consequence, but they were informed that Wiley must be present at the delivery. "Oh, he won't be long," said they. "Told us he would meet us here." There was a considerable delay and a good deal of talking, and presently Wiley was at their back and put in his word. Seaton was greatly surprised at finding him there, and asked him where he had sprung from. "Me?" said Wiley jocosely. "Why, I hailed from Davy Jones's locker last." "I never heard you come in," said Seaton thoughtfully. "Well, sir," replied Wiley civilly, "a man does learn to go like a cat on board ship, that is the truth. I came in at the door like my betters, but I thought I heard you mention my name, so I made no noise. Well, here I am, anyway, and— Jack, how many trips can we take these thundering chests in? Let us see. 18 for the Proserpine, and 40 for the Shannon. Is that correct, sir?" "Perfectly." "Then if you will deliver them, I'll check the delivery aboard the lighter there, and then we'll tow her alongside the ships." Seaton called up 2 more clerks and sent one to the boat and one on board the barge. The barge was within hail. So the cases were checked as they passed out of the store, and checked again at the small boat, and also on board the lighter. When they were all cleared out, Wiley gave Seaton his receipt for them, and having a steam tug in attendance, towed the lighter alongside the Shannon first. Seaton carried the receipt to his employer. "But, sir," said he, "is this regular for an officer of the Proserpine to take the Shannon's cargo from us?" "No, it is not regular," said the old gentleman. And he looked through a window and summoned Mr. Hardcastle. Hardcastle explained that the Proserpine shipped the gold, which was the more valuable consignment, and that he saw no harm in the officer who was so highly trusted by the merchant, on this and on former occasions, taking out a few tons of lead and copper to the Shannon. "Well, sir," said Seaton, "suppose I was to go out and see the chests stowed in those vessels?" "I think you are making a fuss about nothing," said Hardcastle. Mr. White was of the same opinion, but being too wise to check zeal and caution, told Seaton he might go for his own satisfaction. Seaton with some difficulty got a little boat and pulled across the harbor. He found the Shannon had shipped all the chests marked with her name, and the captain and mate of the Proserpine were beginning to ship theirs. He paddled under the Proserpine's stern. Captain Hudson, a rough salt, sang out and asked him roughly what he wanted there. "Oh, it is all right," said the mate. "He has come for your receipt and Hewitt's. Be smart now, men. 2 on board, 16 to come." Seaton saw the chests marked Proserpine stowed in the Proserpine, and went ashore with Captain Hewitt's receipt for 40 cases on board the Shannon, and Captain Hudson's of 18 on board the Proserpine. As he landed he met Lloyd's agent and told him what a valuable freight he had just shipped. That gentleman merely remarked that both ships were underwritten in Sydney by the owners, but the freight was insured in London, no doubt. There was still something about this business Seaton did not quite like. Perhaps it was in the haste of the shipments, or in the manner of the mate. At all events it was too slight and subtle to be communicated to others with any hope of convincing them. And moreover, Seaton could not but own to himself that he hated Wardlaw, and was perhaps no fair judge of his acts, and even of the acts of his servants. And soon a blow fell that drove the matter out of his head and his heart. Miss Helen Rolleston called at the office, and, standing within a few feet of him, handed Hardcastle a letter from Arthur Wardlaw, directing that the ladies' cabin on board the Shannon should be placed at her disposal. Hardcastle bowed low to beauty and station, and promised her the best possible accommodation on board the Shannon bound for England next week. As she retired she cast one quiet glance round the office in search of Seaton's beard. But he had reduced its admired luxuriance and trimmed it to a narrow mercantile point. She did not know his other features from Adam, and little thought that the young man, bent double over his paper, was her preserver and protege. Still less that he was at this moment cold as ice, and quivering with misery from head to foot, because her own lips had just told him she was going to England in the Shannon. Heartbroken, but still loving nobly, Seaton dragged himself down to the harbor, and went slowly on board the Shannon to secure Miss Rolleston every comfort. Then, sick at heart as he was, he made inquiries into the condition of the vessel which was to be trusted with so precious a freight, and the old boatman who was rowing him, hearing him make these inquiries, told him he himself was always about, and had noticed the Shannon's pumps were going every blessed night. Seaton carried this intelligence directly to Lloyd's agent. He overhauled the ship and ordered her into the graving dock for repairs. Then Seaton for White and Company wrote to Miss Rolleston that the Shannon was not seaworthy and could not sail for a month at least. The lady simply acknowledged Messrs. White's communication, and Seaton breathed again. Wardlaw had made Miss Rolleston promise him faithfully to sail that month in his ship, the Shannon. Now she was a slave to her word and constant of purpose. So when she found she could not sail in the Shannon, she called again on Messrs. White, and took her passage in the Proserpine. The essential thing to her mind was to sail when she had promised, and to go in a ship that belonged to her lover. The Proserpine was to sail in 10 days. Seaton inquired into the state of the Proserpine. She was a good sound vessel, and there was no excuse for detaining her. Then he wrestled long and hard with the selfish part of his great love. Instead of turning sullen, he set himself to carry out Helen Rolleston's will. He went on board the Proserpine and chose her the best stern cabin. General Rolleston had ordered Helen's cabin to be furnished, and the agent had put in the usual things, such as a standing bedstead with drawers beneath, chest of drawers, small table, 2 chairs, washstand, looking-glass, and swinging lamp. But Seaton made several visits to the ship, and effected the following arrangements at his own cost. He provided a neat cocoa mat for her cabin deck for comfort and foothold. He unshipped the regular 6-paned stern windows and put in a single-pane plate glass. He fitted Venetian blinds, and hung 2 little rose-colored curtains to each of the windows, all so arranged as to be easily removed in case it should be necessary to ship dead lights in heavy weather. He glazed the door leading to her bathroom and quarter gallery with plate glass. He provided a light easy-chair, slung and fitted with grommets, to be hung on hooks screwed into the beams in the midship of the cabin. On this Helen could sit and read, and so become insensible to the motion of the ship. He fitted a small bookcase, with a button which could be raised when a book might be wanted. He fixed a strike bell in her maid's cabin, communicating with 2 strikers in Helen's cabin. He selected books, taking care that the voyages and travels were prosperous ones. No seaman's recorder, lifeboat journal, or shipwrecks and disasters in the British Navy. Her cabin was the after cabin on the starboard side, was entered through the cuddy, had a door communicating with the quarter gallery, 2 stern windows and a dead-eye on deck. The maid's cabin was the port after cabin. Doors opened into cuddy and quarter gallery. And a fine trouble Miss Rolleston had to get a maid to accompany her. But at last a young woman offered to go with her for high wages, demurely suppressing the fact that she had just married one of the sailors, and would have gladly gone for nothing. Her name was Jane Holt, and her husband's Michael Donovan. In one of Seaton's visits to the Proserpine, he detected the maid and the captain talking together, and looking at him with unfriendly eyes. Scowling at him would hardly be too strong a word. However, he was in no state of mind to care much how 2 animals in blue jackets received his acts of self-martyrdom. He was there to do the last kind offices of despairing love for the angel that had crossed his dark path and illumined it for a moment, to leave it now forever. At last the fatal evening came, her last in Sydney. Then Seaton's fortitude, sustained no longer by the feverish stimulus of doing kindly acts for her, began to give way, and he desponded deeply. At 9 in the evening he crept upon General Rolleston's lawn, where he had first seen her. He sat down in sullen despair upon the very spot. Then he came nearer the house. There was a lamp in the dining-room. He looked in and saw her. She was seated at her father's knee, looking up at him fondly. Her hand was in his. The tears were in their eyes. She had no mother, he no son. They loved one another devotedly. This, their tender gesture, and their sad silence spoke volumes to anyone that had known sorrow. Poor Seaton sat down on the dewy grass outside and wept because she was weeping. Her father sent her to bed early. Seaton watched, as he had often done before, till her light went out. And then he flung himself on the wet grass and stared at the sky in utter misery. The mind is often clearest in the middle of the night, and all of a sudden he saw, as if written on the sky, that she was going to England expressly to marry Arthur Wardlaw. At this revelation he started up, stung with hate as well as love, and his tortured mind rebelled furiously. He repeated his vow that this should never be, and soon a scheme came into his head to prevent it. But it was a project so wild and dangerous that, even as his heated brain hatched it, his cooler judgment said, "Fly, madman, fly, or this love will destroy you." He listened to the voice of reason, and in another minute he was out of the premises. He fluttered to his lodgings. When he got there he could not go in. He turned and fluttered about the streets, not knowing or caring whither. His mind was in a whirl. And what with his bodily fever and his boiling heart, passion began to overpower reason that had held out so gallantly till now. He found himself at the harbor, staring with wild and bloodshot eyes at the Proserpine, he who, an hour ago, had seen that he had but one thing to do, to try and forget young Wardlaw's bride. He groaned aloud, and ran wildly back into the town. He hurried up and down one narrow street, raging inwardly like some wild beast in its den. By and by his mood changed, and he hung round a lamp-post and fell to moaning and lamenting his hard fate and hers. A policeman came up, took him for a maudlin drunkard, and half advised, half admonished him to go home. At that he gave a sort of fierce, despairing snarl, and ran into the next street to be alone. In this street he found a shop, open and lighted though it was but 5 o'clock in the morning. It was a barber's whose customers were working people. Hair-cutting, 6d., easy shaving, 3d., hot coffee, 4d. the cup. Seaton's eye fell upon this shop. He looked at it fixedly a moment from the opposite side of the way, and then hurried on. He turned suddenly and came back. He crossed the road and entered the shop. The barber was leaning over the stove, removing a can of boiling water from the fire to the hob. He turned at the sound of Seaton's step and revealed an ugly countenance rendered sinister by a squint. Seaton dropped into a chair and said, "I want my beard taken off." The man looked at him, if it could be called looking at him, and said dryly, "Oh, do ye? How much am I to have for that job?" "You know your own charge." "Of course I do. 3d. a chin." "Very well. Be quick, then." "Stop a bit. That is my charge to working folk. I must have something more off you." "Very well, man. I'll pay you double." "My price to you is 10 shillings." "Why, what is that for?" asked Seaton in some alarm. He thought in his confusion the man must have read his heart. "I'll tell ye why," said the squinting barber. "No, I won't. I'll show ye." He brought a small mirror and suddenly clapped it before Seaton's eyes. Seaton started at his own image, wild, ghastly, and the eyes so bloodshot. The barber chuckled. This start was an extorted compliment to his own sagacity. "Now, wasn't I right?" said he. "Did I ought to take the beard off such a mug as that, for less than 10 shillings? "I see," groaned Seaton. "You think I have committed some crime. One man sees me weeping with misery, he calls me a drunkard. Another sees me pale with the anguish of my breaking heart, he calls me a felon. May God's curse light on him and you, and all mankind." "All right," said the squinting barber apathetically. "My price is 10 bob, whether or no." Seaton felt in his pockets. "I have not got the money about me," said he. "Oh, I'm not particular. Leave your watch." Seaton handed the squinting vampire his watch without another word and let his head fall upon his breast. The barber cut his beard close with the scissors, and made trivial remarks from time to time, but received no reply. At last, extortion having put him in a good humor, he said, "Don't be so downhearted, my lad. You are not the first that has got into trouble and had to change faces." Seaton vouchsafed no reply. The barber shaved him clean, and was astonished at the change, and congratulated him. "Nobody will ever know you," said he, "and I'll tell you why. Your mouth, it is inclined to turn up a little. Now a moustache, it bends down, and that alters such a mouth as yours entirely. But I'll tell you what, taking off this beard shows me something. You are a gentleman. Make it a sovereign, sir." Seaton staggered out of the place without a word. "Sulky, eh?" muttered the barber. He gathered up some of the long hair he had cut off Seaton's chin with his scissors, admired it, and put it away in paper. While thus employed, a regular customer looked in for his cup of coffee. It was the policeman, who had taken Seaton for a convivial soul. End of chapters 5 and 6. Chapter 7 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 7. General Rolleston's servants made several trips to the Proserpine carrying boxes, etc. But Helen herself clung to the house till the last moment. "Oh, papa," she cried, "I need all my resolution, all my good faith, to keep my word with Arthur and leave you. Why did I promise? Why am I such a slave to my word?" "Because," said the old general, with a voice not so firm as usual, "I have always told you that a lady is not to be inferior to a gentleman in any virtue except courage. I've heard my mother say so often, and I've taught it to my Helen. And, my girl, where would be the merit of keeping our word if we only kept it when it cost us nothing?" He promised to come after in 3 months at furthest, and the brave girl dried her tears as well as she could, not to add to the sadness he fought against as gallantly as he had often fought the enemies of his country. The Proserpine was to sail at 2 o'clock. At a little before 1, a gentleman boarded her and informed the captain that he was a missionary, the Reverend John Hazel, returning home after a fever, and wished to take a berth in the Proserpine. The mate looked him full in the face, and then told him there was very little accommodation for passengers, and it had all been secured by White and Company for a young lady and her servants. Mr. Hazel replied that his means were small and moderate accommodation would serve him, but he must go to England without delay. Captain Hudson put in his gracious word. "Then jump off the jetty at high tide and swim there. No room for black coats in my ship." Mr. Hazel looked from one to the other piteously. "Show me some mercy, gentlemen. My very life depends on it." "Very sorry, sir," said the mate, "but it is impossible. There's the Shannon. You can go in her. But she is under repairs, so I am told. Well, there are 150 carpenters on to her, and she will come out of port in our wake." "Now, sir," said Hudson roughly, "bundle down the ship's side again, if you please. This is a busy time. Hi, rig the whip. Here's the lady coming off to us." The missionary heaved a deep sigh, and went down into the boat that had brought him. But he was no sooner seated than he ordered the boatman, somewhat peremptorily, to pull ashore as fast as they could row. His boat met the Rollestons, father and daughter, coming out, and he turned his pale face and eyed them as he passed. Helen Rolleston was struck with that sorrowful countenance, and whispered to her father, "That poor clergyman has just left the ship." She made sure he had been taking leave of some beloved one bound for England. General Rolleston looked round, but the boats had passed each other, and the wan face was no longer visible. They were soon on board, and received with great obsequiousness. Helen was shown her cabin, and observing the minute and zealous care that had been taken of her comfort, she said, "Somebody who loves me has been here," and turned her brimming eyes on her father. He looked quite puzzled, but said nothing. Father and daughter were then left alone in the cabin till the ship began to heave her anchor. She lay just at the mouth of the harbor, and the boatswain was sent to give General Rolleston warning. Helen came up with him, pale and distressed. They exchanged a last embrace, and General Rolleston went down the ship's side. Helen hung over the bulwarks and waved her last adieu, though she could hardly see him for her tears. At this moment a 4-oared boat swept alongside, and Mr. Hazel came on board again. He presented Hudson a written order to give the Reverend John Hazel a passage in the small berth abreast the main hatches. It was signed, "For White and Company, James Seaton," and was endorsed with a stamped acknowledgment of the passage money, £27. Hudson and Wiley the mate put their heads together over this. The missionary saw them consulting, and told them he had mentioned their mysterious conduct to Messrs. White and Company, and that Mr. Seaton had promised to stop the ship if their authority was resisted. "And I have paid my passage money, and will not be turned out now except by force," said the reverend gentleman quietly. Wiley's head was turned away from Mr. Hazel's, and on its profile a most gloomy, vindictive look. So much so that Mr. Hazel was startled when the man turned his front face to him with a jolly, genial air, and said, "Well, sir, the truth is, we seamen don't want passengers aboard ships of this class. They get in our way whenever it blows a capful. However, since you are here, make yourself as comfortable as you can." "There, that is enough palaver," said the captain in his offensive way. "Hoist the parson's straps aboard, and sheer off, you. Anchors apeak." He then gave his orders in stentorian roars. The anchor was hove up, catted, and fished. One sail went up after another, the Proserpine's head came round, and away she bore for England with a fair wind. General Rolleston went slowly and heavily home, and often turned his head and looked wistfully at the ship, putting out wing upon wing and carrying off his child like a tiny prey. To change the comparison, it was only a tender vine detached from a great sturdy elm. Yet the tree thus relieved of its delicate encumbrance felt bare. And a soft thing was gone, that, seeking protection, had bestowed warmth, had nestled and curled between the world's cold wind and that stalwart stem. As soon as he got home he lighted a cigar and set to work to console himself, by reflecting that it was but a temporary parting, since he had virtually resigned his post and was only waiting in Sydney till he should have handed his papers in order over to his successor and settled one or two private matters that could not take 3 months. When he had smoked his cigar and reasoned away his sense of desolation, Nature put out her hand and took him by the breast and drew him gently upstairs to take a look at his beloved daughter's bedroom, by way of seeing the last of her. The room had one window looking south and another west. The latter commanded a view of the sea. General Rolleston looked down at the floor littered with odds and ends. The dead leaves of dress that fall about a lady in the great process of packing, and then gazed through the window at the flying Proserpine. He sighed and lighted another cigar. Before he had half finished it, he stooped down and took up a little bow of ribbon that lay on the ground and put it quietly in his bosom. In this act he was surprised by Sarah Wilson, who had come up to sweep all such waifs and strays into her own box. "La, sir," said she rather crossly, "why didn't you tell me, and I'd have tidied the room? It is all hugger-mugger with Miss a-leaving." And with this she went to the wash-stand to begin. General Rolleston's eye followed her movements, and he observed the water in one of the basins was rather red. "What?" said he. "Has she had an accident? Cut her finger?" "No, sir," said Wilson. "Her nose been bleeding, then?" "No, sir." "Not from her finger, nor— Let me look." He examined the basin narrowly, and his countenance fell. "Good heavens!" said he. "I wish I had seen this before. She should not have gone to-day. Was it the agitation of parting?" "Oh, no, sir," said Wilson. "Don't go to fancy that. Why, it is not the first time, by a many." "Not the first?" faltered Rolleston. "In heaven's name, why was I never told of this?" "Indeed, sir," said Wilson eagerly, "you must not blame me, sir. It was as much as my place was worth to tell you. Miss is a young lady that will be obeyed, and she gave me strict orders not to let you know. But she is gone now, and I always thought it was a pity she kept it so dark. But as I was saying, sir, she would be obeyed." "Kept what so dark?" "Why, sir, her spitting of blood at times, and turning so thin by what she used to be, poor dear young lady." General Rolleston groaned aloud. "And this she hid from me? From me?" He said no more, but kept looking bewildered and helpless, first at the basin discolored by his daughter's blood, and then at the Proserpine that was carrying her away perhaps forever. And at the double sight his iron features worked with cruel distress, anguish so mute and male that the woman Wilson, though not good for much, sat down and shed genuine tears of pity. But he summoned all his fortitude, told Wilson he could not say she was to blame, she had but obeyed her mistress's orders, and we must all obey orders. "But now," said he, "it is me you ought to obey. Tell me, does any doctor attend her?" "None ever comes here, sir. But one day she let fall that she went to Dr. Valentine, him that has the name for disorders of the chest." In a very few minutes General Rolleston was at Dr. Valentine's house, and asked him bluntly what was the matter with his daughter. "Disease of the lungs," said the doctor simply. The unhappy father then begged the doctor to give him his real opinion as to the degree of danger, and Dr. Valentine told him with some feeling that the case was not desperate, but was certainly alarming. Remonstrated with for letting the girl undertake a sea voyage, he replied rather evasively at first, that the air of Sydney disagreed with his patient, and a sea voyage was more likely to do her good than harm, provided the weather was not downright tempestuous. "And who is to insure me against that?" asked the afflicted father. "Why, it is a good time of year," said Dr. Valentine, "and a delay might have been fatal." Then, after a slight hesitation, "The fact is, sir," said he, "I gathered from her servant that a husband awaits Miss Rolleston in England. And I must tell you, what of course I did not tell her, that the sooner she enters the married state the better. In fact, it is her one chance, in my opinion." General Rolleston pressed the doctor's hand and went away without another word. Only he hurried his matters of business, and took his passage in the Shannon. It was in something of a warrior's spirit that he prepared to follow his daughter and protect her, but often he sighed at the invisible, insidious nature of the foe, and wished it could have been a fair fight of bullets and bayonets, and his own the life at stake. The Shannon was soon ready for sea. But the gentleman who was to take General Rolleston's post met with something better and declined it. General Rolleston, though chafing with impatience, had to give up going home in the Shannon. But an influential friend, Mr. Adolphus Savage, was informed of his difficulty, and obtained a year's leave of absence for him, and permission to put young Savage in as his locum tenens, which, by the by, is how politic men in general serve their friends. The Shannon sailed, but not until an incident had occurred that must not be entirely passed over. Old Mr. White called on General Rolleston with a long face, and told him James Seton had disappeared. "Stolen anything?" "Not a shilling. Indeed, the last thing the poor fellow did was to give us a proof of his honesty. It seems a passenger paid him £27 for a berth in the Proserpine just before she sailed. Well, sir, he might have put this in his pocket, and nobody been the wiser. But no, he entered the transaction, and the numbers of the notes, and left the notes themselves in an envelope addressed to me. What I am most afraid of is, that some harm has come to him, poor lad." "What day did he disappear?" "The 11th of November." "The day my daughter sailed for England," said General Rolleston thoughtfully. "Was it, sir? Yes, I remember. She went in the Proserpine." General Rolleston knitted his brows in silence for some time. Then he said, "I'll set the detectives on his track." "Not to punish him, General. We do not want him punished." "To punish him, protect him, or avenge him, as the case may require," was the reply, uttered very gravely. Mr. White took his leave. General Rolleston rang the bell, and directed his servant to go for Exum, the detective. He then rang the bell again and sent for Sarah Wilson. He put some searching questions to this woman, and in his interrogatory had hardly concluded when Hexam was announced. General Rolleston dismissed the girl, and looking now very grave indeed, asked the detective whether he remembered James Seton. "That I do, sir." "He has levanted." "Taken much, sir?" "Not a shilling." "Gone to the diggings?" "That you must find out." "What day was he first missed, sir?" 11th of November, the very day Miss Rolleston left." Hexam took out a little greasy notebook and examined it. 11th of November, said he. "Then I almost think I have got a clue, sir. But I shall know more when I have had a word with two parties." With this he retired. But he came again at night and brought General Rolleston some positive information. With this, however, we shall not trouble the reader just here. For General Rolleston himself related it, and the person to whom he did relate it, and the attendant circumstances gave it a peculiar interest. Suffice it to say here that General Rolleston went on board the Shannon charged with curious information about James Seton, and sailed for England in the wake of the Proserpine, and about 2,000 miles astern. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 8. Wardlaw was at home before this with his hands full of business, and it is time the reader should be let into one secret at least, which this merchant had contrived to conceal from the city of London, and from his own father, and from every human creature, except one poor, simple, devoted soul, called Michael Penfold. There are men who seem stupid, yet generally go right. There are also clever men who appear to have the art of blundering wisely, sapienter descendunt in infernum, as the ancients have it, and some of these latter will even lie on their backs after a fall, and lift up their voices, and prove to you that in the nature of things they ought to have gone up, and their being down is monstrous, illusory. Arthur Wardlaw was not quite so clever as all that. Still he misconducted the business of the firm with perfect ability from the first month he entered on it. Like those ambitious railways which ruin a goodly trunk with excess of branches, not to say twigs, he set to work extending, and sent the sap of the healthy old concern flying to the ends of the earth. He was not only too ambitious and not cool enough, he was also unlucky or under a curse or something. For things well conceived broke down in his hands under petty accidents. And besides, his new correspondents and agents hit him cruelly hard. Then what did he? Why, shot good money after bad, and lost both. He could not retrench, for his game was concealment. His father was kept in the dark, and drew his $4,000 a year as usual, and upon any hesitation in that respect would have called in an accountant and wound up the concern. But this tax upon the receipts, though inconvenient, was a trifle compared with the series of heavy engagements that were impending. The future was so black that Wardlaw Jr. was sore tempted to realize £20,000, which a man in his position could easily do and fly the country. But this would have been to give up Helen Rolleston, and he loved her too well. His brain was naturally subtle and fertile in expedients, so he brought all his powers to bear on a double problem: how to marry Helen, and restore the concern he had mismanaged to its former state. For this a large sum of money was needed, not less than £90,000. The difficulties were great, but he entered on this project with two advantages. In the first place, he enjoyed excellent credit. In the second, he was not disposed to be scrupulous. He had been cheated several times, and nothing undermines feeble rectitude more than that. Such a man as Wardlaw is apt to establish a sort of account current with humanity. Several fellow creatures have cheated me. Well, I must get as much back, by hook or by crook, from several fellow creatures. After much hard thought he conceived his double master stroke, and it was to execute this he went out to Australia. We have seen that he persuaded Helen Rolleston to come to England and be married, but as to the other part of his project, that is a matter for the reader to watch as it develops itself. His first act of business on reaching England was to insure the freights of the Proserpine and the Shannon. He sent Michael Penfold to Lloyd's with the requisite vouchers, including the receipts of the gold merchants. Penfold easily insured the Shannon, whose freight was valued at only £6,000. The Proserpine, with her cargo and £130,000 of specie to boot, was another matter. Some underwriters had an objection to specie, being subject to theft as well as shipwreck. Other underwriters applied to by Penfold acquiesced. Others called on Wardlaw himself to ask a few questions, and he replied to them courteously, but with a certain nonchalance, treating it as an affair which might be big to them, but was not of particular importance to a merchant doing business on his scale. To one underwriter, Condell, with whom he was on somewhat intimate terms, he said, "I wish I could insure the Shannon at her value, but that is impossible. The City of London could not do it. The Proserpine brings me some cases of specie, but my true treasure is on board the Shannon. She carries my bride, sir." "Oh, indeed, Miss Rolleston?" "Ah, I remember, you have seen her. Then you will not be surprised at a proposal I shall make you. Underwrite the Shannon £1,000,000, to be paid by you if harm befalls my Helen." "You need not look so astonished. I was only joking. You gentlemen deal with none but substantial values. And as for me, £1,000,000 would no more compensate me for losing her than for losing my own life." The tears were in his pale eyes as he said these words, and Mr. Condell eyed him with sympathy. But he soon recovered himself, and was the man of business again. "Oh, the specie on board the Proserpine? Well, I was in Australia, you know, and bought that specie myself of the merchants whose names are attached to the receipts. I deposited the cases with White and Company at Sydney. Penfold will show you the receipt. I instructed Joseph Wiley, mate of the Proserpine and a trustworthy person, to see them stowed away in the Proserpine by White and Company. Hudson is a good seaman,
and the Proserpine a new ship built by Mayer. We have nothing to fear but the ordinary perils of the sea." "So one would think," said Mr. Condell, and took his leave. But at the door he hesitated, and then looking down a little sheepishly, said, "Mr. Wardlaw, may I offer you a piece of advice?" "Certainly." "Then double the insurance on the Shannon, if you can." With these words he slipped out, evidently to avoid questions he did not intend to answer. Wardlaw stared after him stupidly at first, and then stood up and put his hand to his head in a sort of amazement. Then he sat down again, ashy pale, and with the dew on his forehead, and muttered faintly, "Double the insurance of the Shannon." Men who walk in crooked paths are very subject to such surprises, doomed, like Ahab, to be pierced through the joints of their armor by random shafts, by words uttered in one sense, but conscience interprets them in another. It took a good many underwriters to insure the Proserpine's freight, but the business was done at last. Then Wardlaw, who had feigned insouciance so admirably in that part of his interview with Condell, went, without losing an hour, and raised a large sum of money on the insured freight to meet the bills that were coming due for the gold, for he had paid for most of it in paper at short dates, and also other bills that were approaching maturity. This done, he breathed again, safe for a month or two from everything short of a general panic, and full of hope from his coming master stroke. But 2 months soon pass when a man has a flock of kites in the air. Pass? They fly. So now he looked out anxiously for his Australian ships, and went to Lloyd's every day to hear if either had been seen or heard of by steamers, or by faster vessels than themselves. And though Condell had underwritten the Proserpine to the tune of £8,000, yet still his mysterious words rang strangely in the merchant's ears, and made him so uneasy that he employed a discreet person to sound Condell as to what he meant by "double the insurance of the Shannon." It turned out to be the simplest affair in the world. Condell had secret information that the Shannon was in bad repairs, so he had advised his friend to insure her heavily. For the same reason he declined to underwrite her freight himself. With respect to those ships, our readers already know 2 things, of which Wardlaw himself, nota bene, had no idea, namely that the Shannon had sailed last instead of first, and that Miss Rolleston was not on board of her but in the Proserpine, 2,000 miles ahead. To that your superior knowledge we, posters of the sea and land, are about to make a large addition, and relate things strange but true. While that anxious and plotting merchant strains his eyes seaward, trying hard to read the future, we carry you in a moment of time across the Pacific, and board the leading vessel, the good ship Proserpine, homeward bound. The ship left Sydney with a fair wind, but soon encountered adverse weather, and made slow progress, being close-hauled, which was her worst point of sailing. She pitched a good deal, and that had a very ill effect on Miss Rolleston. She was not seasick, but thoroughly out of sorts, and in 1 week became perceptibly paler and thinner than when she started. The young clergyman, Mr. Hazel, watched her with respectful anxiety, and this did not escape her feminine observation. She noted quietly that those dark eyes of his followed her with a mournful tenderness, but withdrew their gaze when she looked at him. Clearly he was interested in her, but had no desire to intrude upon her attention. He would bring up the squabs for her, and some of his own wraps when she stayed on deck, and was prompt with his arm when the vessel lurched, and showed her those other little attentions which are called for on board ship, but without a word. Yet when she thanked him in the simplest and shortest way, his great eyes flashed with pleasure, and the colour mounted to his very temples. Engaged young ladies are, for various reasons, more sociable with the other sex than those who are still on the universal mock defensive. A ship, like a distant country, thaws even English reserve, and women in general are disposed to admit ecclesiastics to certain privileges. No wonder then that Miss Rolleston, after a few days, met Mr. Hazel halfway, and they made acquaintance on board the Proserpine in monosyllables at first, but the ice once fairly broken, the intercourse of mind became rather rapid. At first it was a mere intellectual exchange, but one very agreeable to Miss Rolleston.
for a fine memory and omnivorous reading from his very boyhood, with the habit of taking notes and reviewing them, had made Mr. Hazel a walking dictionary and a walking essayist if required. But when it came to something which most of all the young lady had hoped for from this temporary acquaintance, viz., religious instruction, she found him indeed as learned on that as on other topics, but cold and devoid of unction. So much so that one day she said to him, "I can hardly believe you have ever been a missionary." But at that he seemed so distressed that she was sorry for him, and said sweetly, "Excuse me, Mr. Hazel, my remark was in rather bad taste, I fear." "Not at all," said he. "Of course I am unfit for missionary work, or I should not be here." Miss Rolleston took a good look at him, but said nothing. However, his reply and her perusal of his countenance satisfied her that he was a man with very little petty vanity and petty irritability. One day they were discoursing of gratitude, and Mr. Hazel said he had a poor opinion of those persons who speak of the burden of gratitude, and make a fuss about being laid under an obligation. "As for me," said he, "I have owed such a debt and found the sense of it very sweet." "But perhaps you were always hoping to make a return," said Helen. "That I was, hoping against hope." "Do you think people are ungrateful in general?" "No, Miss Rolleston, I do not." "Well, I think they are. To me, at least. Why, I have experienced gratitude even in a convict. It was a poor man who had been transported for something or other, and he begged papa to take him for his gardener. Papa did, and he was so grateful that, do you know, he suspected our house was to be robbed, and he actually watched in the garden night after night. And what do you think? The house was attacked by a whole gang, but poor Mr. Seton confronted them and shot one, and was wounded cruelly. But he beat them off for us. And was not that gratitude?" While she was speaking so earnestly, Mr. Hazel's blood seemed to run through his veins like heavenly fire, but he said nothing, and the lady resumed with gentle fervor. "Well, we got him a clerk's place in a shipping office, and heard no more of him, but he did not forget us. My cabin here was fitted up with every comfort and every delicacy. I thanked papa for it, but he looked so blank I saw directly he knew nothing about it, and now I think of it, it was Mr. Seton. I am positive that it was. Poor fellow! And I should not even know him if I saw him." Mr. Hazel observed in a low voice that Mr. Seton's conduct did not seem wonderful to him. "Still," said he, "one is glad to find there is some good left even in a criminal." "A criminal!" cried Helen Rolleston, firing up. "Pray, who says he was a criminal? Mr. Hazel, once for all, no friend of mine ever deserved such a name as that. A friend of mine may commit some great error or imprudence, but that is all. The poor grateful soul was never guilty of any downright wickedness. That stands to reason." Mr. Hazel did not encounter this feminine logic with his usual ability. He muttered something or other with a trembling lip, and left her so abruptly that she asked herself whether she had inadvertently said anything that could have offended him, and awaited an explanation. But none came. The topic was never revived by Mr. Hazel, and his manner at their next meeting showed he liked her none the worse that she stood up for her friends. The wind was steady from the west for 2 whole days, and the Proserpine showed her best sailing qualities, and ran 450 miles in that time. Then came a dead calm, and the sails flapped lazily and the masts described an arc, and the sun broiled, and the sailors whistled, and the captain drank, and the mate encouraged him. During this calm Miss Rolleston fell downright ill, and quitted the deck. Then Mr. Hazel was very sad, borrowed all the books in the ship and read them and took notes; and when he had done this he was at leisure to read men, and so began to study Hiram Hudson, Joseph Wiley, and others, and to take a few notes about them. From these we select some that are better worth the reader's attention than anything we could relate in our own persons at this stagnant part of the story. Passages from Mr. Hazel's diary. Characters on board the Proserpine. There are 2 sailors, messmates, who have formed an antique friendship. Their names are John Welch and Samuel Cooper. Welch is a very able seaman and a chatterbox. Cooper is a good sailor, but very silent, only what he does say is much to the purpose. The gabble of Welch is agreeable to the silent Cooper, and Welch admires Cooper's taciturnity. I asked Welch what made him like Cooper so much, and he said, "Why, you see, sir, he is my messmate, for one thing, and a seaman that knows his work, and then he has been well edicated, and he knows when to hold his tongue, does Sam." I asked Cooper why he was so fond of Welch. He only grunted in an uneasy way at first, but when I pressed for a reply he let out 2 words, "Capital company," and got away from me. Their friendship, though often roughly expressed, is really a tender and touching sentiment. I think either of these sailors would bear his back and take a dozen lashes in place of his messmate. I, too, once thought I had made such a friend. Ooh! Both Cooper and Welch seem by their talk to consider the ship a living creature. Cooper chews, Welch only smokes, and often lets his pipe out, he is so voluble. Captain Hudson is quite a character, or I might say 2 characters, for he is one man when he is sober, and another when he is the worse for liquor. And that, I am sorry to see, is very often. Captain Hudson sober is a rough, bearish seaman, with a quick, experienced eye that takes in every rope in the ship, as he walks up and down his quarter-deck. He either evades or bluntly declines conversation, and gives his whole mind to sailing his ship. Captain Hudson drunk is a garrulous man who seems to have drifted back into the past. He comes up to you and talks of his own accord, and always about himself, and what he did 15 or 20 years since. He forgets whatever has occurred half an hour ago, and his eye, which was an eagle's, is now a mole's. He no longer sees what his sailors are doing alow or aloft. To be sure, he no longer cares. His present ship may take care of herself while he is talking of his past ones. But the surest indicia of inebriety in Hudson are these 2. First, his nose is red. Secondly, he discourses upon a seaman's duty to his employers. Ebrius rings the change on his duty to his employers till drowsiness attacks his hearers. Cicero de officiis was all very well at a certain period of one's life, but bibulus naota de officiis is rather too much. N.B. Except when his nose is red, not a word about his duty to his employers. That phrase, like a fine lady, never ventures into the morning air. It is purely postprandial, and sacred to occasions when he is utterly neglecting his duty to his employers, and to everybody else. All this is ridiculous enough, but somewhat alarming. To think that her precious life should be entrusted to the care and skill of so unreliable a captain. Joseph Wiley, the mate, is less eccentric, but even more remarkable. He is one of those powerfully built fellows whom nature, one would think, constructed to gain all their ends by force and directness. But no such thing. He goes about as softly as a cat, is always popping out of holes and corners, and I can see he watches me and tries to hear what I say to her. He is civil to me when I speak to him, yet I notice he avoids me quietly. Altogether there is something about him that puzzles me. Why was he so reluctant to let me on board as a passenger? Why did he tell a downright falsehood? For he said there was no room for me, yet even now there are 2 cabins vacant, and he has taken possession of them. The mate of this ship has several barrels of spirits in his cabin, or rather cabins, and it is he who makes the captain drunk. I learned this from one of the boys. This looks ugly. I fear Wiley is a bad, designing man who wishes to ruin the captain, and so get his place. But meantime the ship might be endangered by this drunkard's misconduct. I shall watch Wiley closely, and perhaps put the captain on his guard against this false friend. Last night a breeze got up about sunset, and H.R. came on deck for half an hour. I welcomed her as calmly as I could, but I felt my voice tremble and my heart throb. She told me the voyage tired her much, but it was the last she should have to make. How strange, how hellish, God forgive me for saying so, it seems that she should love him. But does she love him? Can she love him? Could she love him if she knew all? Know him she shall before she marries him. For the present, be still, my heart." She soon went below and left me desolate. I wandered all about the ship, and at last I came upon the inseparables, Welch and Cooper. They were squatted on the deck, and Welch's tongue was going as usual. He was talking about this Wiley, and saying that in all his ships he had never known such a mate as this. Why, the captain was under his thumb. He then gave a string of captains, each of whom would have given his mate a round dozen at the gangway, if he had taken so much on him as this one does. "Grog," suggested Cooper in extenuation. Welch admitted Wiley was liberal with that, and friendly enough with the men. But still he preferred to see a ship commanded by the captain, and not by a lubber like Wiley. I expressed some surprise at this term, and said I had envied Wiley's nerves in a gale of wind we encountered early in the voyage. The talking sailor explained, "In course he has been to sea afore this, and weathered many a gale. But so has the cook. That don't make a man a sailor. You ask him how to send down t'gallant yard, or gammon a bowsprit, or even mark a lead line, and he'll stare at ye like old Nick, when the angel caught him with the red-hot tongs, and questioned him out of the church catechism. Ask Sam there if you don't believe me. Sam, what do you think of this Wiley for a seaman?" Cooper could not afford anything so precious in his estimate of things as a word. But he lifted a great brawny hand and gave a snap with his finger and thumb that disposed of the mate's pretensions to seamanship more expressively than words could have done it. The breeze has freshened, and the ship glides rapidly through the water, bearing us all homeward. H.R. has resumed her place upon the deck, and all seems bright again. I ask myself how we existed without the sight of her. This morning the wind shifted to the southwest. The captain surprised us by taking in sail. But his sober eye had seen something more than ours, for at noon it blew a gale, and by sunset it was deemed prudent to bring the ship's head to the wind, and we are now lying to. The ship lurches, and the wind howls through the bare rigging. But she rides buoyantly, and no danger is apprehended. Last night as I lay in my cabin unable to sleep, I heard some heavy blows strike the ship's side repeatedly, causing quite a vibration. I felt alarmed, and went out to tell the captain. But I was obliged to go on my hands and knees, such was the force of the wind. Passing the mate's cabin, I heard sounds that made me listen acutely, and then I found the blows were being struck inside the ship. I got to the captain and told him. "Oh," said he, 10 to 1 it's the mate nailing down his chest, or the like." But I assured him the blows struck the side of the ship, and at my earnest request he came out and listened. He swore a great oath, and said the lubber would be through the ship's side. He then tried the cabin door, but it was locked. The sounds ceased directly. We called to the mate, but received no reply for a long time. At last Wiley came out of the gun-room looking rather pale, and asked what was the matter. I told him he ought to know best, for the blows were heard where he had just come from. "Blows," said he, "I believe you. Why, a tierce of butter had got adrift, and was bumping up and down the hold like thunder." He then asked us whether that was what we had disturbed him for, entered his cabin, and almost slammed the door in our faces. I remarked to the captain on his disrespectful conduct. The captain was civil, and said I was right. He was a cross-grained, unmanageable brute, and he wished he was out of the ship. "But you see, sir, he has got the ear of the merchant ashore, and so I am obliged to hold a candle to the devil, as the saying is." He then fired a volley of oaths and abuse at the offender, and not to encourage foul language, I retired to my cabin. The wind declined toward daybreak, and the ship recommenced her voyage at 8 a.m., but under treble-reefed topsails and reefed courses. I caught the captain and mate talking together in the friendliest way possible. That Hudson is a humbug. There is some mystery between him and the mate. Today H.R. was on deck for several hours, conversing sweetly and looking like the angel she is. But happiness soon flies from me. A steamer came in sight, bound for Sydney. She signaled us to heave to and send a boat. This was done, and the boat brought back a letter for her. It seems they took us for the Shannon, in which ship she was expected. The letter was from him. How her cheeks flushed and her eye beamed as she took it. And oh, the sadness, the agony that stood beside her, unheeded. I left the deck. I could not have contained myself. What a thing is wealth! By wealth that wretch can stretch out his hand across the ocean and put a letter into her hand under my very eye. Away goes all that I have gained by being near her while he is far away. He is not in England now. He is here. His odious presence has driven me from her. Oh, that I could be a child again, or in my grave, to get away from this hell of love and hate. At this point we beg leave to take the narrative into our own hands again. Mr. Hazel actually left the deck to avoid the sight of Helen Rolleston's flushed cheek and beaming eyes, reading Arthur Wardlaw's letter. And here we may as well observe that he retired not merely because the torture was hard to bear. He had some disclosures to make on reaching England, but his good sense told him this was not the time or the place to make them, nor Helen Rolleston the person to whom in the first instance they ought to be made. While he tries to relieve his swelling heart by putting its throbs on paper, and in truth this is some faint relief, for want of which many a less unhappy man than Hazel has gone mad, let us stay by the lady's side and read her letter with her. Russell Square, December 15, 1865. My dear love, hearing that the Antelope steam packet was going to Sydney by way of Cape Horn, I have begged the captain, who is under some obligations to me, to keep a good lookout for the Shannon homeward bound, and board her with these lines, weather permitting. Of course the chances are you will not receive them at sea, but still you possibly may, and my heart is so full of you, I seize any excuse for overflowing. And then I picture to myself that bright face reading an unexpected letter in mid-ocean, and so I taste beforehand the greatest pleasure my mind can conceive, the delight of giving you pleasure, my own sweet Helen. News I have little. You know how deeply and devotedly you are beloved, know it so well that I feel words are almost wasted in repeating it. Indeed, the time, I hope, is at hand when the word love will hardly be mentioned between us. For my part, I think it will be too visible in every act and look and word of mine to need repetition. We do not speak much about the air we live in. We breathe it, and speak with it, not of it. I suppose all lovers are jealous. I think I should go mad if you were to give me a rival. But then I do not understand that ill-natured jealousy which would rob the beloved object of all affections but the one. I know my Helen loves her father. Loves him perhaps as well or better than she does me. Well, in spite of that I love him too. Do you know I never see that erect form, that model of courage and probity, come into a room, but I say to myself, here comes my benefactor. But for this man there would be no Helen in the world. Well, dearest, an unexpected circumstance has given me a little military influence. These things do happen in the city. And I really believe that, what with his acknowledged merits, I am secretly informed a very high personage said the other day he had not received justice, and the influence I speak of, a post will shortly be offered to your father that will enable him to live henceforth in England with comfort, I might say affluence. Perhaps he might live with us. That depends upon himself. Looking forward to this, and my own still greater happiness, diverts my mind awhile from the ever-pressing anxiety. But alas, it will return. By this time my Helen is on the seas, the terrible, the treacherous, the cruel seas that spare neither beauty nor virtue, nor the longing hearts at home. I have conducted this office for some years and thought I knew care and anxiety, but I find I knew neither till now. I have 2 ships at sea, the Shannon and the Proserpine. The Proserpine carries 18 chests of specie, worth £130,000. I don't care one straw whether she sinks or swims. But the Shannon carries my darling, and every gust at night awakens me, and every day I go into the great room at Lloyd's and watch the anemometer. O God, be merciful, and bring my angel safe to me. O God, be just, and strike her not for my offences. Besides the direct perils of the sea are some others you might escape by prudence. Pray avoid the night air for my sake, who could not live if any evil befell you, and be careful in your diet. You were not looking so well as usual when I left. Would I had words to make you know your own value, then you would feel it a duty to be prudent. But I must not sadden you with my fears. Let me turn to my hopes. How bright they are! What joy, what happiness is sailing toward me, nearer and nearer every day. I ask myself, what am I that such paradise should be mine? My love, when we are one, shall we share every thought, or shall I keep commerce, speculation, and its temptations away from your pure spirit? Sometimes I think I should like to have neither thought nor occupation unshared by you, and that you would purify trade itself by your contact. At other times I say to myself, oh, never soil that angel with your miserable business, but go home to her as if you were going from earth to heaven for a few blissful hours. But you shall decide this question and every other. Must I close this letter? Must I say no more, though I have scarcely begun? Yes, I will end, since perhaps you will never see it. When I have sealed it, I mean to hold it in my clasped hands, and so pray the Almighty to take it safe to you, and to bring you safe to him who can never know peace nor joy till he sees you once more. Your devoted and anxious lover, Arthur Wardlaw. Helen Rolleston read this letter more than once. She liked it none the less for being disconnected and unbusinesslike. She had seen her Arthur's business letters, models of courteous conciseness. She did not value such compositions. This one she did. She smiled over it all, beaming and blushing. She kissed it, and read it again, and sat with it in her lap. But by and by her mood changed, and when Mr. Hazel ventured upon deck again, he found her with her forehead sinking on her extended arm, and the lax hand of that same arm holding the letter. She was crying. The whole drooping attitude was so lovely, so feminine, yet so sad, that Hazel stood irresolute, looking wistfully at her. She caught sight of him, and by a natural impulse turned gently away as if to hide her tears. But the next moment she altered her mind and said with a quiet dignity that came naturally to her at times, "Why should I hide my care from you, sir? Mr. Hazel, may I speak to you as a clergyman?" "Certainly," said Mr. Hazel in a somewhat faint voice. She pointed to a seat, and he sat down near her. She was silent for some time. Her lip quivered a little. She was struggling inwardly for that decent composure which on certain occasions distinguishes the lady from the mere woman. And it was with a pretty firm voice she said what follows. "I am going to tell you a little secret, one I have kept from my own father. It is that I have not very long to live." Her hazel eyes rested calmly on his face while she said these words quietly. He received them with amazement at first, amazement that soon deepened into horror. "What do you mean?" he gasped. "What words are these?" "Thank you for minding so much," said she sweetly. "I will tell you. I have fits of coughing, not frequent, but violent, and then blood very often comes from my lungs. That is a bad sign, you know. I have been so for 4 months now, and I am a good deal wasted. My hand used to be very plump. Look at it now. Poor Arthur!" She turned her head away to drop a gentle, unselfish tear or two, and Hazel stared with increasing alarm at the lovely but wasted hand she still held out to him, and glanced, too, at Arthur Wardlaw's letter, held slightly by the beloved fingers. He said nothing, and when she looked round again he was pale and trembling. The revelation was so sudden. "Pray be calm, sir," said she. "We need speak of this no more. But now I think you will not be surprised that I come to you for religious advice and consolation, short as our acquaintance is." "I am in no condition to give them," said Hazel in great agitation. "I can think of nothing but how to save you. May Heaven help me, and give me wisdom for that." "This is idle," said Helen Rolleston gently but firmly. "I have had the best advice for months, and I get worse. And, Mr. Hazel, I shall never be better. So aid me to bow to the will of Heaven. Sir, I do not repine at leaving the world, but it does grieve me to think how my departure will affect those whose happiness is very, very dear to me." She then looked at the letter, blushed, and hesitated a moment, but ended by giving it to him whom she had applied to as her religious adviser. "Oblige me by reading that, and when you have I think you will grant me a favor I wish to ask you." "Poor fellow! So full of hopes that I am doomed to disappoint." She rose to hide her emotion, and left Arthur Wardlaw's letter in the hands of him who loved her, if possible, more devotedly than Arthur Wardlaw did. And she walked the deck pensively, little dreaming how strange a thing she had done. As for Hazel, he was in a situation poignant with agony, only the heavy blow that had just fallen had stunned and benumbed him. He felt a natural repugnance to read this letter. But she had given him no choice. He read it. In reading it he felt a mortal sickness come over him, but he persevered. He read it carefully to the end, and he was examining the signature keenly, when Miss Rolleston rejoined him, and taking the letter from him placed it in her bosom before his eyes. "He loves me, does he not?" said she wistfully. Hazel looked half stupidly in her face for a moment. Then, with a candour which was part of his character, replied doggedly, "Yes, the man who wrote that letter loves you." "Then you can pity him, and I may venture to ask you the favor to— It will be a bitter grief and disappointment to him. Will you break it to him as gently as you can? Will you say that his Helen— Will you tell him what I have told you?" "I decline." This point-blank refusal surprised Helen Rolleston, all the more that it was uttered with a certain sullenness and even asperity she had never seen till then in this gentle clergyman. It made her fear she had done wrong in asking it, and she looked ashamed and distressed. However, the explanation soon followed. "My business," said he, "is to prolong your precious life, and making up your mind to die is not the way. You shall have no encouragement in such weakness from me. Pray let me be your physician." "Thank you," said Helen coldly. "I have my own physician." "No doubt. But he shows me his incapacity by allowing you to live on pastry and sweets, things that are utter poison to you. Disease of the lungs is curable, but not by drugs and unwholesome food." "Mr. Hazel," said the lady, "we will drop the subject, if you please. It has taken an uninteresting turn. To you, perhaps, but not to me." "Excuse me, sir. If you took that real friendly interest in me and my condition, I was vain enough to think you would hardly have refused me the first favor I ever asked you. And," drawing herself up proudly, "need I say the last?" "You are unjust," said Hazel sadly. "Unjust beyond endurance. I refuse you anything that is for your good. I, who would lay down my life with unmixed joy for you." "Mr. Hazel!" And she drew back from him with a haughty stare. "Learn the truth why I cannot and will not talk to Arthur Wardlaw about you. For one thing, he is my enemy, and I am his." "His enemy? My Arthur's?" "His mortal enemy. And I am going to England to clear an innocent man and expose Arthur Wardlaw's guilt." "Indeed!" said Helen with lofty contempt. "And pray what has he done to you?" "He had a benefactor, a friend. He entrapped him into cashing a note of hand, which he must have known or suspected to be forged, then basely deserted him at the trial, and blasted his friend's life forever." "Arthur Wardlaw did that?" "He did. And that very James Seaton was his victim." Her delicate nostrils were expanded with wrath, and her eyes flashed fire. "Mr. Hazel, you are a liar and a slanderer." The man gave a kind of shudder, as if cold steel had passed through his heart. But his fortitude was great. He said doggedly, "Time will show. Time, and a jury of our countrymen." "I will be his witness. I will say this is the malice of a rival. Yes, sir, you forget that you have let out the motive of this wicked slander. You love me yourself. Heaven forgive me for profaning the name of love."
"Heaven forgive you for blaspheming the purest, fondest love that ever one creature laid at the feet of another. Yes, Helen Rolleston, I love you, and will save you from the grave and from the villain Wardlaw, both from one and the other."
"Oh," said Helen, clenching her teeth, "I hope this is true. I hope you do love me, you wretch. Then I may find a way to punish you for belying the absent, and stabbing me to the heart through him."
Her throat swelled with a violent convulsion, and she could utter no more for a moment, and she put her white handkerchief to her lips, and drew it away discolored slightly with blood.
"Ah, you love me," she cried. "Then know, for your comfort, that you have shortened my short life a day or two by slandering him to my face, you monster. Look there at your love, and see what it has done for me."
She put the handkerchief under his eyes, with hate gleaming in her own. Mr. Hazel turned ashy pale and glared at it with horror. He could have seen his own shed with stoical firmness, but a mortal sickness struck his heart at the sight of her blood. His hands rose and quivered in a peculiar way, his sight left him, and the strong man but tender lover staggered and fell heavily on the deck, in a dead swoon, and lay at her feet pale and motionless. She uttered a scream, and sailors came running. They lifted him with rough sympathy, and Helen Rolleston retired to her cabin, panting with agitation. But she had little or no pity for the slanderer. She read Arthur Wardlaw's letter again, kissed it, wept over it, reproached herself for not having loved the writer enough, and vowed to repair that fault. "Poor slandered Arthur," said she, "from this hour I will love you as devotedly as you love me." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 9. After this Helen Rolleston and Mr. Hazel never spoke. She walked past him on the deck with cold and haughty contempt. He quietly submitted to it, and never presumed to say one word to her again. Only, as his determination was equal to his delicacy, Miss Rolleston found one day a paper on her table, containing advice as to the treatment of disordered lungs, expressed with apparent coldness, and backed by a string of medical authorities quoted memorator. She sent this back directly, endorsed with a line in pencil, that she would try hard to live, now she had a friend to protect from calumny, but she should use her own judgment as to the means. Yet women will be women. She had carefully taken a copy of his advice before she cast it out with scorn. He replied, "Live with whatever motive you please, only live." To this she vouchsafed no answer, nor did this unhappy man trouble her again, until an occasion of a very different kind arose. One fine night he sat on the deck with his back against the mainmast, in deep melancholy and listlessness, and fell at last into a doze, from which he was awakened by a peculiar sound below. It was a beautiful and stilly night. All sounds were magnified, and the father of all rats seemed to be gnawing the ship down below. Hazel's curiosity was excited, and he went softly down the ladder to see what the sound really was. But it was not so easy, for it proved to be below decks. But he saw a light glimmering through a small scuttle abaft the mate's cabin, and the sounds were in the neighborhood of that light. It now flashed upon Mr. Hazel that this was the very quarter where he had heard that mysterious knocking when the ship was lying to in the gale. Upon this a certain degree of vague suspicion began to mingle with his curiosity. He stood still a moment, listening acutely, then took off his shoes very quietly and moved with noiseless foot toward the scuttle. The gnawing still continued. He put his head through the scuttle and peered into a dark, dismal place, whose very existence was new to him,
It was, in fact, a vacant space between the cargo and the ship's run. This wooden cavern was very narrow, but not less than 15 feet long. The candle was at the further end, and between it and Hazel a man was working, with his flank turned toward the spectator. This partly intercepted the light, but still it revealed in a fitful way the huge ribs of the ship, and her inner skin that formed the right-hand partition, so to speak, of this black cavern. And close outside those gaunt timbers was heard the wash of the sea. There was something solemn in the close proximity of that tremendous element and the narrowness of the wooden barrier. The bare place and the gentle monotonous wash of the liquid monster on that calm night conveyed to Mr. Hazel's mind a thought akin to David's. As the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, there is but a step between me and death. Judge whether that thought grew weaker or stronger when, after straining his eyes for some time, to understand what was going on at that midnight hour, in that hidden place, he saw who was the workman, and what was his occupation. It was Joseph Wiley, the mate. His profile was illuminated by the candle, and looked ghastly. He had in his hands an auger of enormous size, and with this he was drilling a great hole through the ship's side, just below the water-mark, an act the effect of which would be to let the sea bodily into the ship and sink her, with every soul on board, to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. I was stupefied, and my hair stood on end, and my tongue clove to my jaws. Thus does one of Virgil's characters describe the effect his mind produced upon his body in a terrible situation. Mr. Hazel had always ridiculed that trite line as a pure exaggeration, but he altered his opinion after that eventful night. When he first saw what Wiley was doing, obstupuit, he was merely benumbed. But, as his mind realized the fiendish nature of the act and its tremendous consequences, his hair actually bristled, and for a few minutes at least he could not utter a word. In that interval of stupor matters took another turn. The auger went up into the haft. Then Wiley caught up with his left hand a wooden plug he had got ready, jerked the auger away, caught up a hammer, and swiftly inserted the plug. Rapid as he was, a single jet of water came squirting viciously in. But Wiley lost no time. He tapped the plug smartly with his hammer several times, and then, lifting a mallet with both hands, rained heavy blows on it that drove it in and shook the ship's side. Then Hazel found his voice, and he uttered an ejaculation that made the mate look round. He glared at the man who was glaring at him, and staggering backward, trod on the light, and all was darkness and dead silence. All but the wash of the sea outside, and that louder than ever. But a short interval sufficed to restore one of the parties to his natural self-possession. "Lord, sir," said Wiley, "how you startled me! You should not come upon a man at his work like that. We might have had an accident." "What were you doing?" said Hazel, in a voice that quavered in spite of him. "Repairing the ship. Found a crack or two in her inner skin. There, let me get a light, and I'll explain it to you, sir." He groped his way out, and invited Mr. Hazel into his cabin. There he struck a light, and with great civility tendered an explanation. The ship, he said, had labored a good deal in the last gale, and he had discovered one or two flaws in her, which were of no immediate importance, but experience had taught him that in calm weather a ship ought to be kept tight. "As they say ashore, a stitch in time saves 9." "But drilling holes in her is not the way," said Hazel, sternly. The mate laughed. "Why, sir," said he, "what other way is there? We cannot stop an irregular crack. We can frame nothing to fit it. The way is to get ready a plug measured a trifle larger than the aperture you are going to make, then drill a round hole and force in the plug. I know no other way than that, and I was a ship's carpenter for 10 years before I was a mate." This explanation and the manner in which it was given removed Mr. Hazel's apprehensions for the time being. "It was very alarming," said he, "but I suppose you know your business." "Nobody better, sir," said Wiley. "Why, it is not one seaman in 3 that would trouble his head about a flaw in a ship's inner skin. But I'm a man that looks ahead.
Will you have a glass of grog, sir, now you are here? I keep that under my eye, too. Between ourselves, if the skipper had as much in his cabin as I have here, that might be worse for us all than a crack or two in the ship's inner skin."
Mr. Hazel declined to drink grog at that time in the morning, but wished him good night, and left him with a better opinion of him than he had ever had till then. Wiley, when he was gone, drew a tumbler of neat spirits, drank half, and carried the rest back to his work. Yet Wiley was a very sober man in a general way. Rum was his tool, not his master. When Hazel came to think of it all the next day, he did not feel quite so easy as he had done. The inner skin. But when Wiley withdrew his auger, the water had squirted in furiously. He felt it hard to believe that this keen jet of water could be caused by a small quantity that had found its way between the skin of the ship and her copper or her top booting. It seemed rather to be due to the direct pressure of the liquid monster outside. He went to the captain that afternoon and first told him what he had seen, offering no solution. The captain on that occasion was in an amphibious state, neither wet nor dry, and his reply was altogether exceptional. He received the communication with pompous civility, then swore a great oath, and said he would put the mate in irons. "Confound the lubber! He will be through the ship's bottom." "But stop a moment," said Mr. Hazel. "It is only fair you should also hear how he accounts for his proceeding." The captain listened attentively to the explanation, and altered his tone. "Oh, that's a different matter," said he. "You need to be under no alarm, sir. The thundering lubber knows what he is about at that work. Why, he has been a ship's carpenter all his life. Him a seaman. If anything ever happens to me, and Joe Wiley is set to navigate this ship, then you may say your prayers. He isn't fit to sail a wash-tub across a duck pond. But I'll tell you what it is," added this worthy, with more pomposity than neatness of articulation. "Here's a respectable passenger brought me a report. Do my duty to m'employers, and take a look at the well." He accordingly chalked a plumb line, and went and sounded the well. There were 8 inches of water. Hudson told him that was no more than all ships contained, from various causes. "In fact," said he, "our pumps suck, and will not draw at 8 inches. Then suddenly grasping Mr. Hazel's hand, he said in tearful accents, "Don't you trouble your head about Joe Wiley or any such scum. I'm skipper of the Proserpine, and a man that does his duty to's employers. Mr. Hazel, sir, I'd come to my last anchor in that well this moment, if my duty to m'employers required it. Damn my eyes if I wouldn't lie down there this minute, and never move to all eternity and a day after, if it was my duty to m'employers." "No doubt," said Hazel dryly, "but I think you can serve your employers better in other parts of the ship." He then left him with a piece of advice, to keep his eye upon that Wiley. Mr. Hazel kept his own eye on Wiley so constantly that at 11 p.m. he saw that worthy go into the captain's cabin with a quart bottle of rum. The coast was clear, the temptation great. These men, then, were still deceiving him with a feigned antagonism. He listened at the keyhole, not without some compunction, which, however, became less and less as fragments of the dialogue reached his ear. For a long time the only speaker was Hudson, and his discourse ran upon his own exploits at sea. But suddenly Wiley's voice broke in with an unmistakable tone of superiority. "Belay all that chat and listen to me. It is time we settled something. I'll hear what you have got to say, and then you'll do what I say. Better keep your hands off the bottle a minute. You have had enough for the present. This is business. I know you are good for jaw, but what are you game to do for the governor's money? Anything?" "More than you have ever seen or heard tell of, ye lubber," replied the irritated skipper. "Who has ever served his employers like Hiram Hudson?" "Keep that song for your quarter-deck," retorted the mate contemptuously. "No, on second thoughts,
Just tell me how you have served your employers, you old humbug. Give me chapter and verse to choose from. Come now, the Neptune." "Well, the Neptune? She caught fire 100 leagues from land." "How came she to do that?" "That is my business." "Well, I put her head before the wind, and ran for the Azores, and I stuck to her, sir, till she was as black as a coal, and we couldn't stand on deck, but kept hopping like parched peas, and fire belching out of her portholes forward. Then we took to the boats, and saved a few bales of silk by way of sample of her cargo, and got ashore. And she'd have come ashore too next tide and told tales, but somebody left a keg of gunpowder in the cabin, with a long fuse, and blew a hole in her old ribs that the water came in, and down she went, hissing like 10,000 sarpents, and nobody the wiser." "Who lighted the fuse, I wonder?" said Wiley. "Didn't I tell you it was somebody?" said Hudson. "Hand me the stiff." He replenished his glass, and after taking a sip or two, asked Wiley if he had ever had the luck to be boarded by pirates. "No," said Wiley. "Have you?" "Aye, and they rescued me from a watery grave, as the lubbers call it. You see, I was employed by Downes and Company down at the Havana, and cleared for Vera Cruz with some boxes of old worn-out printer's type." "To print psalm books for the darkies, no doubt," suggested Wiley. "Insured as specie," continued Hudson, ignoring the interruption. "Well, just at daybreak one morning, all of a sudden there was a rakish-looking craft on our weather bow. Let's fly a 9-pounder across our forefoot, and was alongside before my men could tumble up from below. I got knocked into the sea by the boom and fell between the ships, and the pirate he got hold of me and poured hot grog down my throat to bring me to my senses." "That is not what you use it for in general," said Wiley. "Civil sort of pirate, though." "Pirate be damned! That was my consort, rigged out with a black flag, and mounted with 4 9-pounders on one side and 5 dummies on the other. He blustered a bit and swore and took our type and our cabbages. I complained to Downes ashore about the vagabond taking the vegetables, and ordered us to leeward under all canvas, and we never saw him again, not till he had shaved off his moustaches, and called on Downes to condole and say the varmint had chased his ship 50 leagues out of her course, but he had got clear of him. Downes complimented me publicly. Says he, 'This skipper boarded the pirate single-handed, only he jumped short and fell between the 2 ships, and here he is by a miracle.' Then he takes out his handkerchief and flops his head on my shoulder. His merciful preservation almost reconciles me to the loss of my gold, says the thundering crocodile. Cleared $70,000, he did, out of the Manhattan Marine, and gave the pirate and me but £200 between us both." "The Rose," said Wiley. "What a hurry you are in! Pass the grog." "Well, the Rose. She lay off Ushant. We canted her to wash the decks. Lucky she had a careful commander, not like Kempenfelt, whose eye was in his pocket and his fingers held the pen, so he went to the bottom with Lord knows how many men. I noticed the squalls came very sudden, so I sent most of my men ashore and got the boats ready in case of accident. A squall did strike her, and she was on her beam ends in a moment. We pulled ashore with 2 bales of silk by way of salvage, and a sample of what warn't in her hold when she settled down. We landed, and the Frenchmen were dancing about with excitement. Captain says one, 'You have much sang-froid?' 'Insured, monsieur,' says I. 'Bonne,' says he. Then there was the Antelope, lost in charge of a pilot off the Hoogly. I knew the water as well as he did. We were on the port tack, standing toward the shoal. Weather it, as we should have done next tack, and I should have failed in my duty to my employers. Anything but that, Look out, said I. Pilot, she forereaches and stays. Pilot was smoking. Those sandhead pilots smoke in bed and asleep. He takes his cigar out of his mouth for one moment. Ready about, says he. Hands about ship. Helm's a-lee. Raise tacks and sheets. Round she was coming like a top. Pilot smoking. Just as he was going to haul the mainsail, somebody tripped against him and shoved the hot cigar in his eye. He sung out and swore, and there was no mainsail haul. Ship in irons, tide running hard onto the shoal, and before we could clear away for anchoring, bump. There she was, hard and fast. The stiff breeze got up at sunrise, and she broke up. Next day I was sipping my grog and reading the Bengal Courier, and it told the disastrous wreck of the brig Antelope, wrecked in charge of a pilot. But no lives lost, and the owners fully insured. Then there was the bark Sally. Why, you saw her yourself, distressed on a lee shore. Yes, said Wiley, I was in that tub, the Grampus, and we contrived to claw off the sillies. Yet you and your smart Sally got ashore. What luck! Luck be blowed, cried Hudson angrily. Somebody got into the chains to sound and cut the weather halyards. Next tack the masts went over the side, and I had done my duty. Lives were lost that time, eh? Said Wiley gravely. What is that to you? Replied Hudson with the sudden ire of a drunken man. Mind your own business. Pass me the bottle. Yes, lives was lost, and always will be lost in sea-going ships, where the skipper does his duty. There was a sight more lost at Trafalgar, owing to every man doing his duty. Lives lost, ye lubber. And why not mine? Because their time was come and mine wasn't. For I'll tell you one thing, Joe Wiley. If she takes fire and runs before the wind till she is as black as coal, and belching flame through all her portholes, and then explodes, and goes aloft in 10,000 pieces no bigger than my hat, or your knowledge of navigation, Hudson is the last man to leave her. Duty! If she goes on her beam ends and founders, Hudson sees the last of her, and reports it to his employers. Duty! If she goes grinding on Scilly, Hudson is the last man to leave her bones. Duty! Some day, perhaps, I shall be swamped myself along with the craft. I have escaped till now owing to not being insured. But if ever my time should come, and you should get clear, promise me, Joe, to see the owners and tell 'em Hudson did his duty. Here a few tears quenched his noble ardor for a moment, but he soon recovered, and said with some little heat, You have got the bottle again. I never saw such a fellow to get hold of the bottle. Come, here's duty to our employers. And now I'll tell you how we managed with the Carysbrook and the Amelia. This promise was followed by fresh narratives. In particular, of a vessel he had run upon the Florida reef at night, where wreckers had been retained in advance to look out for signals, and come on board and quarrel on pretence, and set fire to the vessel, insured at thrice her value. Hudson got quite excited with the memory of these exploits, and told each successive feat louder and louder. But now it was Wiley's turn. Well, said he very gravely, all this was child's play. There was a pause that marked Hudson's astonishment. Then he broke out, Child's play, ye lubber. If you had been there, your gills would have been as white as your Sunday shirt, and a damned deal whiter. Come, be civil, said Wiley. I tell you all the ways you have told me are too suspicious. Our governor is a high flyer. He pays like a prince, and in return he must not be blown on, if it is ever so little. Wiley, says he, a breath of suspicion would kill me. Make it so much, says I, and that breath shall never blow on you. No, no, skipper, none of those ways will do for us. They have all been worked twice too often. It must be done in fair weather, and in a way. Fill your glass, and I'll fill mine. Capital rum, this. You talk of my gills turning white. Before long we shall see whose keeps their colour best, mine or yours, my boy."
There was a silence, during which Hudson was probably asking himself what Wiley meant, for presently he broke out in a loud but somewhat quivering voice.
"Why, you mad, drunken devil of a ship's carpenter, red hot from hell, I see what you are at now. You are going—"
"Hush!" cried Wiley, alarmed in his turn.
"Is this the sort of thing to bellow out for the watch to hear? Whisper now."
This was followed by the earnest mutterings of two voices. In vain did the listener send his very soul into his ear to hear. He could catch no single word. Yet he could tell, by the very tones of the speakers, that the dialogue was one of mystery and importance. Here was a situation at once irritating and alarming, but there was no help for it. The best thing now seemed to be to withdraw unobserved and wait for another opportunity. He did so, and he had not long retired when the mate came out staggering and flushed with liquor, and that was a thing that had never occurred before. He left the cabin door open and went into his own room. Soon after sounds issued from the cabin, peculiar sounds, something between grunting and snoring. Mr. Hazel came and entered the cabin. There he found the captain of the Proserpine in a position very unfavorable to longevity. His legs were crooked over the seat of his chair, and his head was on the ground. His handkerchief was tight round his neck, and the man himself dead drunk and purple in the face. Mr. Hazel instantly undid his stock, on which the gallant seaman muttered inarticulately. He then took his feet off the chair and laid them on the ground, and put the empty bottle under the animal's neck. But he had no sooner done all this than he had a serious misgiving. Would not this man's death have been a blessing? Might not his life prove fatal? The thought infuriated him, and he gave the prostrate figure a heavy kick that almost turned it over, and the words, "Duty to employers," gurgled out of its mouth directly. It really seemed as if these sounds were independent of the mind, and resided at the tip of Hudson's tongue, so that a thorough good kick could at any time shake them out of his inanimate body. Thus do things ludicrous and things terrible mingle in the real world. Only to those who are in the arena, the ludicrous passes unnoticed, being overshadowed by its terrible neighbor. And so it was with Hazel. He saw nothing absurd in all this, and in that prostrate insensible hog, commanding the ship, forsooth, and carrying all their lives in his hands, he saw the mysterious and alarming only. Saw them so and felt them that he lay awake all night thinking what he should do, and early next day he went into the mate's cabin and said to him, "Mr. Wiley, in any other ship I should speak to the captain, and not to the mate. But here that would be no use, for you are the master, and he is your servant."
"Don't tell him so, sir, for he doesn't think small beer of himself."
"I shall waste no more words on him. It is to you I speak, and you know I speak the truth. Here is a ship in which, for certain reasons known to yourself, the captain is under the mate."
"Well, sir," said Wiley good-humoredly, "it is no use trying to deceive a gentleman like you. Our skipper is an excellent seaman, but he has got a fault."
Then Wiley imitated with his hand the action of a person filling his glass.
"And you are here to keep him sober, eh?"
Wiley nodded. "Then why do you ply him with liquor?"
"I don't, sir."
"You do. I have seen you do it a dozen times. And last night you took rum into his room and made him so drunk he would have died where he lay if I had not loosed his handkerchief."
"I am sorry to hear that, sir, but he was sober when I left him. The fool must have got to the bottle the moment I was gone."
"But that bottle you put in his way. I saw you. And what was your object?
to deaden his conscience with liquor, his and your own, while you made him your fiendish proposal? Man, do you believe in God, and in a judgment to come for the deeds done in the body, that you can plan in cold blood to destroy a vessel with 19 souls on board, besides the livestock, the innocent animals that God pitied and spared when he raised his hand in wrath over Nineveh of old?" While the clergyman was speaking with flashing eyes and commanding voice, the seaman turned ashy pale, and drew his shoulders together like a cat preparing to defend her life. "I plan to destroy a vessel, sir? You never heard me say such a word. And don't you hint such a thing in the ship, or you will get yourself in trouble." "That depends on you." "How so, sir?" "I have long suspected you." "You need not tell me that, sir." "But I have not communicated my suspicions, and now that they are certainties, I come first to you. In one word, will you forego your intention, since it is found out?" "How can I forego what never was in my head?" said Wiley. "Cast away the ship? Why, there's no land within 2,000 miles. Founder a vessel in the Pacific? Do you think my life is not as sweet to me as yours is to you?" Wiley eyed him keenly to see the effect of these words, and, by a puzzled expression that came over his face, saw at once he had assumed a more exact knowledge than he really possessed. Hazel replied that he had said nothing about foundering the ship, but there were many ways of destroying one. "For instance," said he, "I know how the Neptune was destroyed, and so do you; how the Rose and the Antelope were cast away, and so do you." At this enumeration Wiley lost his color and self-possession for a moment. He saw Hazel had been listening. Hazel followed up his blow. "Promise me now, by all you hold sacred, to forego this villainy, and I hold my tongue. Attempt to defy me, or to throw dust in my eyes, and I go instantly among the crew and denounce both you and Hudson to them." "Good heavens!" cried Wiley, in unfeigned terror. "Why, the men would mutiny on the spot." "I can't help that," said Hazel, firmly, and took a step toward the door. "Stop a bit," said the mate. "Don't be in such a nation hurry, for if you do it will be bad for me, but worse for you." The above was said so gravely and with such evident sincerity that Mr. Hazel was struck and showed it. Wiley followed up that trifling advantage. "Sit down a minute, sir, if you please, and listen to me. You never saw a mutiny on board ship, I'll be bound. It is a worse thing than any gale that ever blew. Begins fair enough sometimes. But how does it end? In breaking into the spirit room and drinking to madness, plundering the ship, ravishing the women, and cutting a throat or so for certain. You don't seem so fond of the picture as you was of the idea. And then they might turn a deaf ear to you after all. Ship is well found in all stores, provisions served out freely, men in good humor, and I have got their ear. And now I'll tell you why it won't suit your little game to blacken me to the crew upon the bare chance of a mutiny." He paused for a moment, then resumed in a lower tone, and revealed himself the extraordinary man he was. "You see, sir," said he, "when a man is very ready to suspect me, I always suspect him. Now, you was uncommon ready to suspect me. You didn't wait till you came on board. You began the game ashore. Oh, what? That makes you open one eye, does it? You thought I didn't know you again. Knew you, my man, the moment you came aboard. I never forget a face, and disguises don't pass on me." It was now Hazel's turn to look anxious and discomposed. "So then, the moment I saw you suspected me I was down upon you. Well, you come aboard under false colors. We didn't want a chap like you in the ship, but you would come. 'What is the bloke after?' says I, and watches. You was so intent suspecting me of this, that, and t'other, that you unguarded yourself, and that is common too. I'm blowed if it isn't the lady you are after. With all my heart. Only she might do better, and I don't see how she could do worse, unless she went to old Nick for a mate. Now, I'll tell you what it is, my man. I've been in trouble myself, and don't want to be hard on a poor devil just because he sails under an alias, and lies as near the wind as he can to weather on the beaks and the bobbies. But one good turn deserves another. Keep your dirty suspicions to yourself, for if you dare to open your lips to the men, in 5 minutes or less than that, you shall be in irons and confined to your cabin, and we'll put you ashore at the first port that flies the British flag, and hand you over to the authorities till one of Her Majesty's cruisers sends in a boat for you."
At this threat Mr. Hazel hung his head in confusion and dismay.
"Come, get out of my cabin, Parson Alias," shouted the mate, "and belay your foul tongue in this ship, and don't make an enemy of Joe Wiley, a man that will eat you up else and spit you out again, and never brag. Sheer off, I say, and be damned to you."
Mr. Hazel, with a pale face and sick heart, looked aghast at this dangerous man who could be fox or tiger, as the occasion demanded. Surprised, alarmed, outwitted and outmenaced, he retired with disordered countenance and uneven steps and hid himself in his own cabin. The more he weighed the whole situation, the more clearly did he see that he was utterly powerless in the hands of Wiley. A skipper is an emperor, and Hudson had the power to iron him and set him on shore at the nearest port. The right to do it was another matter, but even on that head Wiley could furnish a plausible excuse for the act. Retribution, if it came at all, would not be severe, and would be 3 or 4 years coming. And who fears it much when it is so dilatory and so weak, and so doubtful into the bargain? He succumbed in silence for 2 days, and then, in spite of Wiley's threat, he made one timid attempt to approach the subject with Welch and Cooper, but a sailor came up instantly and sent them forward to reef topsails. And whenever he tried to enter into conversation with the pair, some sailor or other was sure to come up and listen. Then he saw that he was spotted, or as we say nowadays, picketed. He was at his wits' end. He tried his last throw. He wrote a few lines to Miss Rolleston, requesting an interview. Aware of the difficulties he had to encounter here, he stilled his heart by main force, and wrote in terms carefully measured. He begged her to believe that he had no design to intrude upon her without absolute necessity, and for her own good. Respect for her own wishes forbade this, and also his self-respect. "But," said he, "I have made a terrible discovery. The mate and the captain certainly intend to cast away this ship. No doubt they will try and not sacrifice their own lives and ours, but risk them they must, in the very nature of things. Before troubling you, I have tried all I could in the way of persuasion and menace, but I am defeated. So now it rests with you. You alone can save us all. I will tell you how, if you will restrain your repugnance and accord me a short interview. Need I say that no other subject shall be introduced by me? In England, should we ever reach it, I may perhaps try to take measures to regain your good opinion, but here I am aware that is impossible, and I shall make no attempt in that direction, upon my honor." To this came a prompt and feminine reply. "The ship is Mr. Arthur Wardlaw's. The captain and the mate are able men appointed by him. Your suspicions of these poor men are calumnies, and of a piece with your other monstrous slanders. I really must insist on your holding no further communications of any sort with one to whom your character is revealed and odious. H.R." This letter benumbed his heart at first. A letter! It was a blow from her he loved, and she hated him. His long-suffering love gave way at last. What folly and cruelty combined! He could no longer make allowances for the spite of a woman whose lover had been traduced. Rage and despair seized him. He bit his nails and tore his hair with fury, and prayed Heaven to help him hate her as she deserved. The blind, insolent idiot! Yes, these bitter words actually came out of his mouth in a torrent of injury. But to note down all he said in his rage would be useless, and might mislead, for this was a gust of fury, and while it lasted the long-suffering man was no longer himself. As a proof how little this state of mind was natural to him, it stirred up all the bile in his body and brought on a severe attack of yellow jaundice, accompanied by the settled dejection that marks that disorder. Meantime the Proserpine glided on with a fair wind and a contented crew. She was well found in stores, and they were served out ungrudgingly. Every face on board beamed with jollity except poor Hazel's. He crept out yellow as a guinea, a very scarecrow. The surgeon, a humane man, urged him to drink sherry and take strong exercise. But persons afflicted with that distressing malady are obstinately set against those things which tend to cure it. This is a feature of the disease. Mr. Hazel was no exception. And then his heart had received so many blows it had no power left to resist the depressing effect of his disorder. He took no exercise, he ate little food, he lay listless and dejected about the deck, and let disease do what it pleased with him. The surgeon shook his head and told Hudson the parson was booked. "And good riddance of bad rubbish," was that worthy's gracious comment. The ship now encountered an adverse gale, and for 3 whole days was under close reefed topsails. She was always a wet ship, under stress of weather, and she took in a good deal of water on this occasion. On the 4th day it fell calm, and Captain Hudson, having examined the well and found 3 feet of water, ordered the men to the pumps. After working through one watch the well was sounded again, and the water was so much reduced that the gangs were taken off. And the ship being now becalmed, and the weather lovely, the men were allowed to dance upon the deck to the boatswain's fiddle. While this pastime went on, the sun, large and red, reached the horizon, and diffused a roseate light over the entire ocean. Not one of the current descriptions of heaven approached the actual grandeur and beauty of the blue sky, flecked with ruby and gold, and its liquid mirror that lay below, calm, dimpled, and glorified by that translucent rosy tint. While the eye was yet charmed with this enchanting bridal of the sea and sky, and the ear amused with the merry fiddle and the nimble feet that tapped the sounding deck so deftly at every note, Cooper, who had been sounding the well, ran forward all of a sudden and flung a thunderbolt in the midst. "A leak!" End of chapter 9. Chapters 10 through 13 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 10. The fiddle ended in mid-tune, and the men crowded aft with anxious faces. The captain sounded the well and found 3 feet and a half water in it. He ordered all hands to the pumps. They turned to with a good heart and pumped, watch and watch, till daybreak. Their exertions counteracted the leak, but did no more. The water in the well was neither more nor less perceptibly. This was a relief to their minds so far, but the situation was a very serious one. Suppose foul weather should come, and the vessel ship water from above as well. Now all those who were not on the pumps set to work to find out the leak and stop it if possible. With candles in their hands they crept about the ribs of the ship, narrowly inspecting every corner, and applying their ears to every suspected place, if haply they might hear the water coming in. The place where Hazel had found Wiley at work was examined along with the rest, but neither there nor anywhere else could the leak be discovered. Yet the water was still coming in, and required unremitting labor to keep it under. It was then suggested by Wiley, and the opinion gradually gained ground, that some of the seams had opened in the late gale and were letting in the water by small but numerous apertures. Faces began to look cloudy, and Hazel, throwing off his lethargy, took his spell at the main pump with the rest. When his gang was relieved he went away bathed in perspiration, and leaning over the well sounded it. While thus employed the mate came behind him with his cat-like step and said, "See what has come on us with your forebodings. It is the unluckiest thing in the world to talk about losing a ship when she is at sea." "You are a more dangerous man on board a ship than I am," was Hazel's prompt reply. The well gave an increase of 3 inches. Mr. Hazel now showed excellent qualities. He worked like a horse, and finding the mate skulking he reproached him before the men, and stripping himself naked to the waist invited him to do a man's duty. The mate thus challenged complied with a scowl. They labored for their lives, and the quantity of water they discharged from the ship was astonishing, not less than 110 tons every hour. They gained upon the leak only 2 inches. But in the struggle for life, this was an immense victory. It was the turn of the tide. A slight breeze sprung up from the southwest, and the captain ordered the men from the buckets to make all sail on the ship, the pumps still going. When this was done, he altered the ship's course and put her right before the wind, steering for the island of Juan Fernandez, distant 1,100 miles or thereabouts. Probably it was the best he could do in that awful waste of water. But its effect on the seamen was bad. It was like giving in. They got a little disheartened and flurried, and the cold, passionless water seized the advantage. It is possible, too, that the motion of the ship through the sea aided the leak. The Proserpine glided through the water all night like some terror-stricken creature, and the incessant pumps seemed to be her poor heart beating loud with breathless fear. At daybreak she had gone 120 miles. But this was balanced by a new and alarming feature. The water from the pumps no longer came up pure, but mixed with what appeared to be blood. This got redder and struck terror into the more superstitious of the crew. Even Cooper, whose heart was stout, leaned over the bulwarks and eyed the red stream, gushing into the sea from the lee scuppers, and said aloud, "Aye, bleed to death, ye bitch. We shan't be long behind ye." Hazel inquired and found the ship had a quantity of dye wood among her cargo. He told the men this, and tried to keep up their hearts by his words and his example. He succeeded with some, but others shook their heads. And by, while he was working double tides for them as well as for himself, ominous murmurs met his ear. "Parson aboard! Man aboard, with t'other world in his face!" And there were sinister glances to match. He told this with some alarm to Welch and Cooper. They promised to stand by him, and Welch told him it was all the mate's doings. He had gone among the men and poisoned them. The wounded vessel, with her ever-beating heart, had run 300 miles on the new tack. She had almost ceased to bleed, but what was as bad or worse, small fragments of her cargo and stores came up with the water, and their miscellaneous character showed how deeply the sea had now penetrated. This and their great fatigue began to demoralize the sailors. The pumps and buckets were still plied, but it was no longer with the uniform manner of brave and hopeful men. Some stuck doggedly to their work, but others got flurried and ran from one thing to another. Now and then a man would stop and burst out crying, then to work again in a desperate way. One or two lost heart altogether and had to be driven. Finally, one or two succumbed under the unremitting labor. Despair crept over others. Their features began to change, so much so that several countenances were hardly recognizable, and each, looking in the other's troubled face, saw his own fate pictured there. 6 feet water in the hold. The captain, who had been sober beyond his time, now got dead drunk. The mate took the command. On hearing this, Welch and Cooper left the pumps. Wiley ordered them back. They refused, and coolly lighted their pipes. A violent altercation took place, which was brought to a close by Welch. "It's no use pumping the ship," said he. "She is doomed. D'ye think we are blind, my mate and me? You got the long-boat ready for yourself before ever the leak was sprung. Now get the cutter ready for my mate and me." At these simple words Wiley lost color, and walked aft without a word. Next day there were 7 feet water in the hold, and quantities of bread coming up through the pumps. Wiley ordered the men from the pumps to the boats. The long-boat was provisioned and lowered. While she was towing astern, the cutter was prepared, and the ship left to fill. All this time Miss Rolleston had been kept in the dark, not as to the danger, but as to its extent. Great was her surprise when Mr. Hazel entered her cabin and cast an ineffable look of pity on her. She looked up surprised, and then angry. "How dare you?" she began. He waved his hand in a sorrowful but commanding way. "Oh, this is no time for prejudice or temper. The ship is sinking. We are going into the boats. Pray make preparations. Here is a list I have written of the things you ought to take. We may be weeks at sea in an open boat." Then, seeing her dumbfounded, he caught up her carpet-bag and threw her work-box into it for a beginning. He then laid hands upon some of her preserved meats and marmalade, and carried them off to his own cabin. His mind then flew back to his reading, and passed in rapid review all the wants that men had endured in open boats. He got hold of Welch, and told him to be sure and see there was plenty of spare canvas on board, and sailing needles, scissors, etc. Also 3 bags of biscuit, and above all, a cask of water. He himself ran all about the ship, including the mate's cabin, in search of certain tools he thought would be wanted. Then to his own cabin, to fill his carpet-bag. There was little time to spare. The ship was low in the water, and the men abandoning her. He flung the things into his bag, fastened and locked it, strapped up his blankets for her use, flung on his pea-jacket, and turned the handle of his door to run out. The door did not open. He pushed it. It did not yield. He rushed at it. It was fast. He uttered a cry of rage and flung himself at it. Horror! It was immovable. 11. The fearful, the sickening truth burst on him in all its awful significance. Some miscreant or madman had locked the door, and so fastened him to the sinking ship at a time when in the bustle, the alarm, the selfishness, all will be apt to forget him and leave him to his death. He tried the door in every way. He hammered at it. He shouted. He raged. He screamed. In vain. Unfortunately, the door of this cabin was of very unusual strength and thickness. Then he took up one of those great augers he had found in the mate's cabin, and bored a hole in the door. Through this hole he fired his pistol, and then screamed for help. "I am shut up in the cabin. I shall be drowned. Oh, for Christ's sake, save me! Save me!" And a cold sweat of terror poured down his whole body. What is that? The soft rustle of a woman's dress? Oh, how he thanked God for that music, and the hope it gave him! It comes toward him. It stops. The key is turned. The dress rustles away, swift as a winged bird. He dashes at the door. It flies open. Nobody was near. He recovered his courage in part, fetched out his bag and his tools, and ran across to the starboard side. There he found the captain lowering Miss Rolleston with due care into the cutter, and the young lady crying. Not at being shipwrecked, if you please, but at being deserted by her maid. Jane Holt at this trying moment had deserted her mistress for her husband. This was natural, but, as is the rule with persons of that class, she had done this in the silliest and cruelest way. Had she given half an hour's notice of her intention, Donovan might have been on board the cutter with her and her mistress. But no, being a liar and a fool, she must hide her husband to the last moment, and then desert her mistress. The captain then was comforting Miss Rolleston, and telling her that she should have her maid with her eventually, when Hazel came. He handed down his own bag, and threw the blankets into the stern sheets. Then went down himself and sat on the midship thwart. "Shove off," said the captain, and they fell astern. But Cooper, with a boat-hook, hooked on to the long-boat, and the dying ship towed them both. 5 minutes more elapsed, and the captain did not come down, so Wiley hailed him. There was no answer. Hudson had gone into the mate's cabin. Wiley waited a minute, then hailed again. "Hi, on deck there!" "Hello!" cried the captain at last. "Why didn't you come in the cutter?" The captain crossed his arms and leaned over the stern. "Don't you know that Hiram Hudson is always the last to leave a sinking ship?" "Well, you are the last," said Wiley. "So now come on board the long-boat at once. I dare not tow in her wake much longer, to be sucked in when she goes down." "Come on board your craft and desert my own," said Hudson disdainfully. "Know my duty to m'employers better." These words alarmed the mate. "Curse it all!" he cried.
The fool has been and got some more rum. 50 guineas to the man that will shin up the tow rope and throw that madman into the sea. Then we can pick him up. He swims like a cork."
A sailor instantly darted forward to the rope. But unfortunately Hudson heard this proposal, and it enraged him. He got to his cutlass. The sailor drew the boat under the ship's stern, but the drunken skipper flourished his cutlass furiously over his head.
"Board me, ya pirates! The first that lays a finger on my bulwarks, off goes his hand at the wrist."
Suiting the action to the word, he hacked at the tow rope so vigorously that it gave way and the boats fell astern. Helen Rolleston uttered a shriek of dismay and pity. "Oh, save him!" she cried.
"Make sail!"
cried Cooper, and in a few seconds they got all her canvas set upon the cutter. It seemed a hopeless chase for these shells to sail after that dying monster with her cloud of canvas all drawing alow and aloft. But it did not prove so. The gentle breeze was an advantage to light craft, and the dying Proserpine was full of water and could only crawl. After a few moments of great anxiety the boats crept up, the cutter on her port and the longboat on her starboard quarter. Wiley ran forward, and hailing Hudson, implored him in the friendliest tones to give himself a chance. Then tried him by his vanity.
"Come and command the boats, old fellow. How can we navigate them on the Pacific without you?"
Hudson was now leaning over the taffrail, utterly drunk. He made no reply to the mate, but merely waved his cutlass feebly in one hand and his bottle in the other, and gurgled out,
"Duty to employers."
Then Cooper, without a word, double-reefed the cutter's mainsail, and told Welch to keep as close to the ship's quarter as he dare. Wiley instinctively did the same, and the three craft crawled on in solemn and deadly silence for nearly 20 minutes. The wounded ship seemed to receive a death blow. She stopped dead, and shook. The next moment she pitched gently forward, and her bows went under the water, while her after part rose into the air, and revealed to those in the cutter 2 splintered holes in her run, just below the water-line. The next moment her stern settled down. The sea yawned horribly. The great waves of her own making rushed over her upper deck, and the lofty masts and sails remaining erect, went down with sad majesty into the deep. And nothing remained but the bubbling and foaming of the voracious water that had swallowed up the good ship and her cargo, and her drunken master. All stood up in the boats ready to save him. But either his cutlass sunk him, or the suction of so great a body drew him down. He was seen no more in this world. A loud sigh broke from every living bosom that witnessed that terrible catastrophe. It was beyond words, and none were uttered, except by Cooper, who spoke so seldom. Yet now 3 words of terrible import burst from him, and uttered in his loud, deep voice, rang like the sunk ship's knell over the still bubbling water. "Scuttled, by God!" 12. "Hold your tongue," said Welch, with an oath. Mr. Hazel looked at Miss Rolleston, and she at him. It was a momentary glance, and her eyes sank directly, and filled with patient tears. For the first few minutes after the Proserpine went down, the survivors sat benumbed, as if awaiting their turn to be engulfed. They seemed so little, and the Proserpine so big, yet she was swallowed before their eyes like a crumb. They lost for a few moments all idea of escaping. But true it is that, while there's life, there's hope, and as soon as their hearts began to beat again, their eyes roved round the horizon, and their elastic minds recoiled against despair. This was rendered easier by the wonderful beauty of the weather. There were men there who had got down from a sinking ship into boats heaving and tossing against her side in a gale of wind, and yet been saved. And here all was calm and delightful. To be sure, in those other shipwrecks land had been near, and their greatest peril was over once the boats got clear of the distressed ship without capsizing. Here was no immediate peril, but certain death menaced them at an uncertain distance. Their situation was briefly this. Should it come on to blow a gale, these open boats, small and loaded, could not hope to live. Therefore they had 2 chances for life, and no more. They must either make land or be picked up at sea before the weather changed. But how? The nearest known land was the group of islands called Juan Fernandez, and they lay somewhere to leeward, but distant at least 900 miles. And should they prefer the other chance, then they must beat 300 miles and more to windward. For Hudson, underrating the leak as is supposed, had run the Proserpine fully that distance out of the track of trade. Now the ocean is a highway in law, but in fact it contains a few highways and millions of byways, and once a cockleshell gets into those byways, small indeed is its chance of being seen and picked up by any sea-going vessel. Wiley, who was leading, lowered his sail, and hesitated between the 2 courses we have indicated. However, on the cutter coming up with him, he ordered Cooper to keep her head northeast and so run all night. He then made all the sail he could in the same direction, and soon outsailed the cutter. When the sun went down, he was about a mile ahead of her. Just before sunset, Mr. Hazel made a discovery that annoyed him very much. He found that Welch had put only 1 bag of biscuit, a ham, a keg of spirit, and a small barrel of water on board the cutter. He remonstrated with him sharply. Welch replied that it was all right. The cutter being small, he had put the rest of her provisions on board the longboat. "On board the longboat?" said Hazel, with a look of wonder. "You have actually made our lives depend upon that scoundrel Wiley again. You deserve to be flung into the sea. You have no forethought yourself, yet you will not be guided by those that have it." Welch hung his head a little at these reproaches. However, he replied rather sullenly that it was only for 1 night. They could signal the longboat in the morning and get the other bags and the cask out of her. But Mr. Hazel was not to be appeased. "The morning? Why, she sails 3 feet to our 2. How do you know he won't run away from us? I never expect to get within 10 miles of him again. We know him, and he knows we know him." Cooper got up and patted Mr. Hazel on the shoulder soothingly. "Boathook aft," said he to Welch. He then, by an ingenious use of the boathook and some of the spare canvas, contrived to set out a studding sail on the other side of the mast. Hazel thanked him warmly. "But, oh, Cooper, Cooper," said he, "I'd give all I have in the world if that bread and water were on board the cutter instead of the longboat." The cutter had now 2 wings instead of 1. The water bubbling loud under her bows marked her increased speed, and all fear of being greatly outsailed by her consort began to subside. A slight sea fret came on and obscured the sea in part, but they had a good lantern and compass, and steered the course exactly all night, according to Wiley's orders, changing the helmsman every 4 hours. Mr. Hazel, without a word, put a rug round Miss Rolleston's shoulders and another round her feet. "Oh, not both, sir, please," said she. "Am I to be disobeyed by everybody?" said he. Then she submitted in silence, and in a certain obsequious way that was quite new and well calculated to disarm anger. Sooner or later all slept except the helmsman. At daybreak Mr. Hazel was wakened by a loud hail from a man in the bows. All the sleepers started up. "Longboat not in sight." It was too true. The ocean was blank. Not a sail, large or small, in sight. Many voices spoke at once. "He has carried on till he has capsized her." "He has given us the slip." Unwilling to believe so great a calamity, every eye peered and stared all over the sea. In vain. Not a streak that could be a boat's hull, not a speck that could be a sail. The little cutter was alone upon the ocean. Alone with scarcely 2 days' provisions, 900 miles from land, and 400 miles to leeward of the nearest sea road. Hazel, seeing his worst forebodings realized, sat down in a moody, bitter, and boding silence. Of the other men some raged and cursed. Some wept aloud. The lady, more patient, put her hands together, and prayed to Him who made the sea and all that therein is. Yet her case was the cruelest, for she was by nature more timid than the men, yet she must share their desperate peril. And then to be alone with all these men, and one of them had told her he loved her, and hated the man she was betrothed to. Shame tortured this delicate creature as well as fear. Happy for her that of late, and only of late, she had learned to pray in earnest. Qui precari novit, premi potest, non potest opprimi. It was now a race between starvation and drowning, and either way death stared them in the face. 13. The long-boat was, at this moment, 100 miles to windward of the cutter. The fact is that Wiley, the evening before, had been secretly perplexed as to the best course. He had decided to run for the island, but he was not easy under his own decision, and at night he got more and more discontented with it. Finally, at 9:00 p.m., he suddenly gave the order to luff and tack, and by daybreak he was very near the place where the Proserpine went down, whereas the cutter, having run before the wind all night, was at least 100 miles to leeward of him. Not to deceive the reader, or let him for a moment think we do business in monsters, we will weigh this act of Wiley's justly. It was just a piece of iron egotism. He preferred, for himself, the chance of being picked up by a vessel. He thought it was about a hair's breadth better than running for an island, as to whose bearing he was not very clear after all. But he was not sure he was taking the best or safest course. The cutter might be saved after all, and the long-boat lost. Meantime he was not sorry of an excuse to shake off the cutter. She contained one man at least who knew he had scuttled the Proserpine, and therefore it was all important to him to get to London before her and receive the £3,000 which was to be his reward for that abominable act. But the way to get to London before Mr. Hazel, or else to the bottom of the Pacific before him, was to get back into the sea road at all hazards. He was not aware that the cutter's water and biscuit were on board his boat, nor did he discover this till noon next day. And on making this fearful discovery he showed himself human. He cried out with an oath, "What have I done? I have damned myself to all eternity." He then ordered the boat to be put before the wind again. But the men scowled, and not one stirred a finger. And he saw the futility of this, and did not persist, but groaned aloud, and then sat staring wildly. Finally, like a true sailor, he got to the rum, and stupefied his agitated conscience for a time. While he lay drunk at the bottom of the boat, his sailors carried out his last instructions, beating southward right in the wind's eye. 5 days they beat to windward, and never saw a sail. Then it fell dead calm, and so remained for 3 days more. The men began to suffer greatly from cramps, owing to their number and confined position. During the calm they rowed all day, and with this and a light westerly breeze that sprung up, they got into the sea road again. But having now sailed 350 miles to the southward, they found a great change in the temperature. The nights were so cold that they were fain to huddle together, to keep a little warmth in their bodies. On the 15th day of their voyage it began to rain and blow, and then they were never a whole minute out of peril. And forever on the sheet, eye on the waves, to ease her at the right moment. And with all this scare, the spray eternally flying half-way over the mast, and often a body of water making a clean breach over her, and the men bailing night and day with their very hats, or she could not have lived an hour. At last, when they were almost dead with wet, cold, fatigue, and danger, a vessel came in sight and crept slowly up, about 2 miles to windward of the distressed boat. With the heave of the waters they could see little more than her sails, but they ran up a bright bandana handkerchief to their masthead, and the ship made them out. She hoisted Dutch colours and continued her course. Then the poor abandoned creatures wept and raved and cursed in their frenzy, glaring after that cruel, shameless man who could do such an act, yet hoist a colour, and show of what nation he was the native, and the disgrace. But one of them said not a word. This was Wiley. He sat shivering, and remembered how he had abandoned the cutter and all on board. Loud sighs broke from his labouring breast, but not a word. Yet one word was ever present to his mind, and seemed written in fire on the night of clouds, and howled in his ears by the wind. Retribution. And now came a dirty night to men on ships, a fearful night to men in boats. the sky black, the sea on fire with crested billows that broke over them every minute. Their light was washed out, their provisions drenched and spoiled. Bail as they would, the boat was always filling. Up to their knees in water, cold as ice, blinded with spray, deafened with roaring billows, they tossed and tumbled in a fiery foaming hell of waters, and still, though despairing, clung to their lives, and bailed with their hats unceasingly. Day broke, and the first sight it revealed to them was a brig to windward staggering along, and pitching under close reefed topsails. They started up and waved their hats and cried aloud. But the wind carried their voices to leeward, and the brig staggered on. They ran up their little signal of distress, but still the ship staggered on. Then the miserable men shook hands all round and gave themselves up for lost. But at this moment the brig hoisted a vivid flag all stripes and stars, and altered her course a point or two. She crossed the boat's track a mile ahead, and her people looked over the bulwarks and waved their hats to encourage those tossed and desperate men. Having thus given them the weather gauge, the brig hove to for them. They ran down to her and crept under her lee. Down came ropes to them, held by friendly hands, and friendly faces shone down at them. Eager grasps seized each as he went up the ship's side, and so in a very short time they sent the woman up, and the rest being all sailors and clever as cats, they were safe on board the whaling brig Maria, Captain Slocum of Nantucket, U.S. Their log, compass, and instruments were also saved. The boat was cast adrift, and was soon after seen bottom upward on the crest of a wave. The good Samaritan in command of the Maria supplied them with dry clothes out of the ship's stores, good food, and medical attendance, which was much needed, their legs and feet being in a deplorable condition, and their own surgeon crippled. A southeasterly gale induced the American skipper to give Cape Horn a wide berth, and the Maria soon found herself 3 degrees south of that perilous coast. There she encountered field ice. In this labyrinth they dodged and worried for 18 days, until a sudden chop in the wind gave the captain a chance, of which he promptly availed himself, and in 40 hours they sighted Terra del Fuego. During this time the rescued crew, having recovered from the effects of their hardships, fell into the work of the ship and took their turns with the Yankee seamen. The brig was short-handed, but now trimmed and handled by a full crew with the Proserpine's men, who were first-class seamen and worked with a will, because work was no longer a duty. She exhibited a speed the captain had almost forgotten was in the craft. Now speed at sea means economy, for every day added to a voyage is so much of the profits. Slocum was part owner of the vessel, and shrewdly alive to the value of the seamen. When about 300 miles south of Buenos Aires, Wiley proposed that they should be landed there, from whence they might be transshipped to a vessel bound for home. This was objected to by Slocum on the ground that by such a deviation from his course he must lose 3 days, and the port dues at Buenos Aires were heavy. Wiley undertook that the house of Wardlaw and Son should indemnify the brig for all expenses and losses incurred. Still the American hesitated. At last he honestly told Wiley he wished to keep the men. He liked them, they liked him. He had sounded them, and they had no objection to join his ship and sign articles for a 3 years' whaling voyage, provided they did not thereby forfeit their wages to which they would be entitled on reaching Liverpool. Wiley went forward and asked the men if they would take service with the Yankee captain. All but 3 expressed their desire to do so. These 3 had families in England, and refused. The mate gave the others a release, and an order on Wardlaw and Company for their full wages for the voyage. Then they signed articles with Captain Slocum, and entered the American Mercantile Navy. 2 days after this they sighted the high lands at the mouth of the Rio de la Plata at 10 p.m., and lay to for a pilot. After 3 hours' delay they were boarded by a pilot boat, and then began to creep into the port. The night was very dark, and a thin white fog lay on the water. Wiley was sitting on the taffrail and conversing with Slocum when the lookout forward sung out, "Sail ho!" Another voice almost simultaneously yelled out of the fog, "Port your helm!" Suddenly, out of the mist and close aboard the Maria, appeared the hull and canvas of a large ship. The brig was crossing her course, and her great bowsprit barely missed the brig's mainsail. It stood for a moment over Wiley's head. He looked up, and there was the figurehead of the ship looming almost within his reach. It was a colossal green woman. One arm extended grasped a golden harp, the other was pressed to her head in the attitude of holding back her wild and flowing hair. The face seemed to glare down upon the two men. In another moment the monster gliding on, just missing the brig, was lost in the fog. "That was a narrow squeak," said Slocum. Wiley made no answer, but looked into the darkness after the vessel. He had recognized her figurehead. It was the Shannon. End of chapters 10 through 13. Chapters 14 and 15 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 14. Before the Maria sailed again, with the men who formed a part of Wiley's crew, he made them sign a declaration before the English consul at Buenos Aires. This document set forth the manner in which the Proserpine foundered. It was artfully made up of facts enough to deceive a careless listener. But when Wiley read it over to them he slurred over certain parts which he took care also to express in language above the comprehension of such men. Of course they assented eagerly to what they did not understand, and signed the statement conscientiously. So Wiley and his 3 men were shipped on board the Boadicea, bound for Liverpool in Old England, while the others sailed with Captain Slocum for Nantucket in New England. The Boadicea was a clipper laden with hides and a miscellaneous cargo. For 17 days she flew before a southerly gale, being on her best sailing point, and after one of the shortest passages she had ever made she lay to outside the bar, off the Mersey. It wanted but 1 hour to daylight, the tide was flowing. The pilot sprang aboard. "What do you draw?" he asked of the master. 15 feet, barely," was the reply. "That will do," and the vessel's head was laid for the river. They passed a large bark with her topsails backed. "Aye," remarked the pilot, "she has waited since the half-ebb. There ain't more than 4 hours in the 24 that such a craft as that can get in." "What is she, an American liner?" asked Wiley, peering through the gloom. "No," said the pilot, "she's an Australian ship. She's the Shannon, from Sydney." The mate started, looked at the man, then at the vessel. Twice the Shannon had thus met him, as if to satisfy him that his object had been attained, and each time she seemed to him not an inanimate thing, but a silent accomplice. A chill of fear struck through the man's frame as he looked at her. Yes, there she lay, and in her hold were safely stowed £160,000 in gold, marked lead, and copper. Wiley had no luggage nor effects to detain him on board. He landed, and having bestowed his 3 companions in a sailor's boarding-house, he was hastening to the shipping agents of Wardlaw and Son to announce his arrival and the fate of the Proserpine. He had reached their offices in Water Street before he recollected that it was barely 5:30 o'clock, and though broad daylight on that July morning, merchants' offices are not open at that hour. The sight of the Shannon had so bewildered him that he had not noticed that the shops were all shut, the streets deserted. Then a thought occurred to him. Why not be a bearer of his own news? He did not require to turn the idea twice over, but resolved, for many reasons, to adopt it. As he hurried to the railway station, he tried to recollect the hour at which the early train started. But his confused and excited mind refused to perform the function of memory. The Shannon dazed him. At the railway station he found that a train had started at 4 a.m., and there was nothing until 7:30. This check sobered him a little, and he went back to the docks. He walked out to the farther end of that noble line of berths, and sat down on the verge with his legs dangling over the water. He waited an hour. It was 6 o'clock by the great dial at St. George's Dock. His eyes were fixed on the Shannon, which was moving slowly up the river. She came abreast to where he sat. The few sails requisite to give her steerage fell. Her anchor chain rattled, and she swung round with the tide. The clock struck the half-hour. A boat left the side of the vessel and made straight for the steps near where he was seated. A tall, noble-looking man sat in the stern sheets beside the coxswain. He was put ashore, and after exchanging a few words with the boat's crew, he mounted the steps which led him to Wiley's side, followed by one of the sailors who carried a portmanteau. He stood for a single moment on the quay, and stamped his foot on the broad stones. Then, heaving a deep sigh of satisfaction, he murmured, "Thank God!" He turned toward Wiley. "Can you tell me, my man, at what hour the first train starts for London?" "There is a slow train at 7:30, and an express at 9. "The express will serve me, and give me time for breakfast at the Adelphi. Thank you. Good morning." And the gentleman passed on, followed by the sailor. Wiley looked after him. He noted that erect military carriage and crisp grey hair and thick white moustache. He had a vague idea that he had seen that face before, and the memory troubled him. At 7:30 Wiley started for London. The military man followed him in the express at 9, and caught him up at Rugby. Together they arrived at the station at Euston Square. It was 2:45. Wiley hailed a cab, but before he could struggle through the crowd to reach it, a railway porter threw a portmanteau on its roof, and his military acquaintance took possession of it. "All right," said the porter. "What address, sir?" Wiley did not hear what the gentleman said, but the porter shouted it to the cabman, and then he did hear it. "Number , Russell Square." It was the house of Arthur Wardlaw. Wiley took off his hat, rubbed his frowsy hair, and gaped after the cab. He entered another cab, and told the driver to go to number , Fenchurch Street. It was the office of Wardlaw and Son. 15. Our scene now changes from the wild ocean and its perils to a snug room in Fenchurch Street, the inner office of Wardlaw and Son, a large apartment, panelled with fine old mellow Spanish oak, and all the furniture in keeping. The carpet, a thick Axminster of sober colors, the chairs of oak and morocco very substantial, a large office table with oaken legs like very columns, substantial, 2 Milner safes, a globe of unusual size with a handsome tent over it, made of roan leather, figured, the walls hung with long oak boxes about 8 inches broad, containing rolled maps of high quality and great dimensions, to consult which oaken scepters tipped with brass hooks stood ready. With these the great maps could be drawn down and inspected, and on being released flew up into their wooden boxes again. Besides these were hung up a few drawings representing outlines and intersections of vessels, and on a smaller table lay models, almanacs, etc. The great office table was covered with writing materials and papers, all but a square space enclosed with a little silver rail, and inside that space lay a purple morocco case about 10 inches square. It was locked and contained an exquisite portrait of Helen Rolleston. This apartment was so situated, and the frames of the plate-glass windows so well made and substantial, that let a storm blow 1,000 ships ashore, it could not be felt nor heard in Wardlaw's inner office. But appearances are deceitful, and who can wall out a sea of troubles and the tempests of the mind? The inmate of that office was battling for his commercial existence under accumulated difficulties and dangers. Like those who sailed the Proserpine's long boat upon that dirty night which so nearly swamped her, his eye had now to be on every wave, and the sheet forever in his hand. His measures had been ably taken, but, as will happen when clever men are driven into a corner, he had backed events rather too freely against time, had allowed too slight a margin for unforeseen delays. For instance, he had averaged the Shannons' previous performances, and had calculated on her arrival too nicely. She was a fortnight overdue, and that delay brought peril. He had also counted upon getting news of the Proserpine, but not a word had reached Lloyd's as yet. At this very crisis came the panic of '66. Overend and Gurney broke, and Wardlaw's experience led him to fear that, sooner or later, there would be a run on every bank in London. Now he had borrowed £80,000 at one bank, and £35,000 at another, and without his ships could not possibly pay a quarter of the money. If the banks in question were run upon, and obliged to call in all their resources, his credit must go, and this, in his precarious position, was ruin. He had concealed his whole condition from his father by false book-keeping. Indeed, he had only two confidants in the world, poor old Michael Penfold and Helen Rolleston's portrait, and even to these two he made half-confidences. He dared not tell either of them all he had done, and all he was going to do. His redeeming feature was as bright as ever. He still loved Helen Rolleston with a chaste, constant, and ardent affection that did him honor. He loved money too well, but he loved Helen better. In all his troubles and worries, it was his one consolation to unlock her portrait and gaze on it, and purify his soul for a few minutes. Sometimes he would apologize to it for an act of doubtful morality. "How can I risk the loss of you?" was his favorite excuse. No, he must have credit. He must have money. She must not suffer by his past imprudences. They must be repaired at any cost, for her sake. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Penfold was sorting the letters for his employer, when a buxom young woman rushed into the outer office, crying, "Oh, Mr. Penfold!" and sank into a chair breathless. "Dear heart, what is the matter now?" said the old gentleman. "I have had a dream, sir. I dreamed I saw Joe Wiley out on the seas in a boat, and the wind it was a-blowing and the sea a-roaring to that degree as Joe looked at me and says he, 'Pray for me, Nancy Roose.' So I says, 'Oh, dear Joe, what is the matter, and whatever is become of the Proserpine?' 'Gone to hell,' says he, which he knows I object to foul language. 'Gone, there,' says he, 'and I am sailing in her wake. Oh, pray for me, Nancy Roose.' With that I tries to pray in my dream, and screams instead, and wakes myself. Oh, Mr. Penfold, do tell me, have you got any news of the Proserpine this morning?" "What is that to you?" inquired Arthur Wardlaw, who had entered just in time to hear this last query. "What is it to me?" cried Nancy, firing up. "It is more to me, perhaps, than it is to you, for that matter." Penfold explained timidly. "Sir, Mrs. Roose is my landlady." "Which I have never been to church with any man yet of the name of Roose, leastways not in my waking hours," edged in the lady. "Miss Roose, I should say," said Penfold, apologizing. "I beg pardon, but I thought Mrs. might sound better in a landlady. Please, sir, Mr. Wiley, the mate of the Proserpine, is her sweetheart." "Not he. Leastways, he is only on trial, after a manner." "Of course, sir, only after a manner," added Penfold, sadly perplexed. "Miss Roose is incapable of anything else. But if you please, mum, I don't presume to know the exact relation." And then with great reserve, "But you know you are anxious about him." Miss Roose sniffed and threw her nose in the air, as if to throw a doubt even on that view of the matter. "Well, madam," says Wardlaw, "I am sorry to say I can give you no information. I share your anxiety, for I have got £160,000 of gold in the ship. You might inquire at Lloyd's. Direct her there, Mr. Penfold, and bring me my letters." With this he entered his inner office, sat down, took out a golden key, opened the portrait of Helen, gazed at it, kissed it, uttered a deep sigh, and prepared to face the troubles of the day. Penfold brought in a leathern case, like an enormous bill-book. It had 30 vertical compartments, and the names of various cities and seaports with which Wardlaw and Son did business were printed in gold letters on some of these compartments, on others the names of persons, and on 2 compartments the word "miscellaneous." Michael brought this machine in filled with a correspondence enough to break a man's heart to look at. This was one of the consequences of Wardlaw's position. He durst not let his correspondence be read and filtered in the outer office. He opened the whole mass, sent some back into the outer office, then touched a hand-bell, and a man emerged from the small apartment adjoining his own. This was Mr. Atkins, his shorthand writer. He dictated to this man some 20 letters, which were taken down in shorthand. The man retired to copy them and write them out in duplicate from his own notes, and this reduced the number to 7. These Wardlaw sat down to write himself and lock up the copies. While he was writing them he received a visitor or two, whom he dispatched as quickly as his letters. He was writing his last letter when he heard in the outer office a voice he thought he knew. He got up and listened. It was so. Of all the voices in the city, this was the one it most dismayed him to hear in his office at the present crisis. He listened on and satisfied himself that a fatal blow was coming. He then walked quietly to his table, seated himself, and prepared to receive the stroke with external composure. Penfold announced, "Mr. Burtonshaw." "Show him in," said Wardlaw quietly. Mr. Burtonshaw, one of the managers of Moreland's Bank, came in, and Wardlaw motioned him courteously to a chair, while he finished his letter, which took only a few moments. While he was sealing it he half turned to his visitor and said, "No bad news. Moreland's is safe, of course." "Well," said Burtonshaw, "there is a run upon our bank. A severe one. We could not hope to escape the effects of the panic." He then, after an uneasy pause and with apparent reluctance, added, "I am requested by the other directors to assure you it is their present extremity alone that, in short, we are really compelled to beg you to repay the amount advanced to you by the bank." Wardlaw showed no alarm, but great surprise. This was clever, for he felt great alarm and no surprise. "The £81,000, said he. "Why, that advance was upon the freight of the Proserpine. 45,000 ounces of gold. She ought to be here by this time. She is in the Channel at this moment, no doubt. Excuse me, she is overdue, and the underwriters uneasy. I have made inquiries. At any rate, she is fully insured, and you hold the policies. Besides, the name of Wardlaw on your books should stand for bullion." Burtonshaw shook his head. "Names are at a discount to-day, sir. We can't pay you down on the counter. Why, our depositors look cross at Bank of England notes." To an inquiry, half ironical, whether the managers really expected him to find £81,000 cash at a few hours' notice, Burtonshaw replied sorrowfully that they felt for his difficulty while deploring their own; but that after all it was a debt; and in short, if he could find no means of paying it, they must suspend payment for a time, and issue a statement, and— He hesitated to complete his sentence, and Wardlaw did it for him. "And ascribe your suspension to my inability to refund this advance," said he bitterly. "I am afraid that is the construction it will bear." Wardlaw rose to intimate he had no more to say. Burtonshaw, however, was not disposed to go without some clear understanding. "May I say we shall hear from you, sir?" "Yes." And so they wished each other good morning, and Wardlaw sank into his chair. In that quiet dialogue ruin had been inflicted and received without any apparent agitation. Aye, and worse than ruin, exposure. Moreland's suspension on account of money lost by Wardlaw and Son would at once bring old Wardlaw to London, and the affairs of the firm would be investigated, and the Son's false system of book-keeping be discovered. He sat stupefied a while, then put on his hat and rushed to his solicitor. On the way he fell in with a great talker who told him there was a rumour the Shannon was lost in the Pacific. At this he nearly fainted in the street, and his friend took him back to his office in a deplorable condition. All this time he had been feigning anxiety about the Proserpine, and concealing his real anxiety about the Shannon. To do him justice, he lost sight of everything in the world now but Helen. He sent old Penfold in hot haste to Lloyd's, to inquire for news of the ship. And then he sat down sick at heart, and all he could do now was to open her portrait, and gaze at it through eyes blinded with tears. Even a vague rumour, which he hoped might be false, had driven all his commercial manoeuvres out of him, and made all other calamities seem small. And so they all are small, compared with the death of the creature we love. While he sat thus, in a stupor of fear and grief, he heard a well-known voice in the outer office, And next after Burtonshaw's it was the one that caused him the most apprehension. It was his father's. Wardlaw senior rarely visited the office now, and this was not his hour. So Arthur knew something extraordinary had brought him up to town. And he could not doubt that it was the panic, and that he had been to Moreland's, or would go there in the course of the day. But, indeed, it was more probable that he had already heard something, and was come to investigate. Wardlaw senior entered the room. "Good morning, Arthur," said he. "I've got good news for you." Arthur was quite startled by an announcement that accorded so little with his expectations. "Good news? For me?" said he in a faint, incredulous tone. "Aye, glorious news. Haven't you been anxious about the Shannon?" "I have, more anxious than I would own." Arthur started up. "The Shannon? God bless you, father." "She lies at anchor in the Mersey," roared the old man, with all a father's pride at bringing such good news. "Why, the Rollestons will be in London at 2:15. See, here is his telegram." At this moment in ran Penfold, to tell them that the Shannon was up at Lloyd's, had anchored off Liverpool last night. There was hearty shaking of hands, and Arthur Wardlaw was the happiest man in London, for a little while. "Got the telegram at Elmtrees this morning, and came up by the first express," said Wardlaw senior. The telegram was from Sir Edward Rolleston. "Reached Liverpool last night. Will be at Euston 2:15. "Not a word from her?" "Oh, there was no time to write. And ladies do not use the telegram," he added slyly. "Perhaps she thought coming in person would do as well, or better, eh?" "But why does he telegraph you instead of me?" "I'm sure I don't know. What does it matter?" "Yes, I do know. It was settled months ago that he and Helen should come to me at Elmtrees, so I was the proper person to telegraph. I'll go and meet them at the station. There is plenty of time. But I say, Arthur, have you seen the papers? Bartley Brothers obliged to wind up. Maple and Cox of Liverpool gone. Atlantic trading. Terry and Brown suspended. International credit gone. Old friends, some of these. Hopley and Timms, railway contractors, failed, sir. Liabilities £700,000 and more. "Yes, sir," said Arthur pompously. 1866 will long be remembered for its revelations of commercial morality." The old gentleman on this asked his son with excusable vanity whether he had done ill in steering clear of speculation. He then congratulated him on having listened to good advice and stuck to legitimate business. "I must say, Arthur," added he, "your books are models for any trading firm." Arthur winced in secret under this praise, for it occurred to him that in a few days his father would discover those books were all a sham, and the accounts a fabrication. However, the unpleasant topic was soon interrupted, and effectually too, for Michael looked in with an air of satisfaction on his benevolent countenance, and said, "Gentlemen, such an arrival! Here is Miss Roos's sweetheart, that she dreamed was drowned." "What is the man to me?" said Arthur peevishly. He did not recognize Wiley under that title. "La, Mr. Arthur! Why, he is the mate of the Proserpine," said Penfold. "What? Wiley? Joseph Wiley?" cried Arthur, in a sudden excitement that contrasted strangely with his previous indifference. "What is that?" cried Wardlaw senior. "The Proserpine? Show him in at once." Now this caused Arthur Wardlaw considerable anxiety. For obvious reasons he did not want his father and this sailor to exchange a word together. However, that was inevitable now. The door opened, and the bronzed face and sturdy figure of Wiley, clad in a rough pea-jacket, came slouching in. Arthur went hastily to meet him, and gave him an expressive look of warning even while he welcomed him in cordial accents. "Glad to see you safe home," said Wardlaw senior. "Thank ye, guv'nor," said Wiley. "Had a squeak for it this time. Where is your ship?" Wiley shook his head sorrowfully.
bottom of the Pacific. Good heavens! What, is she lost? That she is, sir. Foundered at sea, 1,200 miles from the Horn, and more.
And the freight, the gold, put in Arthur with well-feigned anxiety.
Not an ounce saved, said Wiley disconsolately. £160,000 gone to the bottom. Good heavens! You see, sir, said Wiley, the ship encountered one gale after another and labored a good deal, first and last, and we all say her seams must have opened, for we never could find the leak that sunk her,
and he cast a meaning glance at Arthur Wardlaw.
No matter how it happened, said the old merchant. Are we insured to the full? That is the first question. To the last shilling. Well done, Arthur. But still it is most unlucky. Some weeks must elapse before the insurances can be realized, and a portion of the gold was paid for in bills at short date. The rest in cash. Cash and merchandise. Then there is the proper margin. Draw on my private account at the Bank of England.
These few simple words showed the struggling young merchant a way out of all his difficulties. His heart leaped so he dared not reply, lest he should excite the old gentleman's suspicions. But ere he could well draw his breath for joy, came a freezer.
Mr. Burtonshaw, sir. Bid him wait, said Arthur aloud, and cast a look of great anxiety on Penfold, which the poor old man, with all his simplicity, comprehended well enough. Burtonshaw from Moorlands? What does he want of us? Said Wardlaw senior, knitting his brows. Arthur turned cold all over. Perhaps to ask me not to draw out my balance. It is less than usual, but they are run upon, and as you are good enough to let me draw on you. By the by, perhaps you will sign a cheque before you go to the station. How much do you want? I really don't know, till I have consulted Penfold. The gold was a large and advantageous purchase, sir. No doubt, no doubt. I'll give you my signature, and you can fill in the amount. He drew a cheque in favor of Arthur Wardlaw, signed it, and left him to fill in the figures. He then looked at his watch, and remarked they would barely have time to get to the station. Good heavens! cried Arthur, and I can't go. I must learn the particulars of the loss of the Proserpine, and prepare the statement at once for the underwriters. Well, never mind. I can go. But what will she think of me? I ought to be the first to welcome her. I'll make your excuses. No, no, say nothing. After all, it was you who received the telegram, so you naturally meet her. But you will bring her here, father. You won't whisk my darling down to Elmtrees till you have blessed me with the sight of her. I will not be so cruel, fond lover, said old Wardlaw, laughing, and took up his hat and gloves to go. Arthur went to the door with him in great anxiety lest he should question Burtonshaw. But peering into the outer office, he observed Burtonshaw was not there. Michael had caught his employer's anxious look and conveyed the banker into the small room where the shorthand writer was at work. But Burtonshaw was one of a struggling firm. To him every minute was an hour. He had sat fuming with impatience so long as he heard talking in the inner office, and the moment it ceased he took the liberty of coming in, so that he opened the side door just as Wardlaw senior was passing through the center door. Instantly Wardlaw junior whipped before him to hide his figure from his retreating father. Wiley, who all this time had been sitting silent, looking from one to the other, and quietly puzzling out the game as well as he could, observed this movement, and grinned. As for Arthur Wardlaw, he saw his father safe out, then gave a sigh of relief, and walked to his office table and sat down and began to fill in the cheque. Burtonshaw drew near and said, I am instructed to say that £50,000 on account will be accepted. Perhaps if this proposal had been made a few seconds sooner, the ingenious Arthur would have availed himself of it. But as it was he preferred to take the high and mighty tone. I decline any concession, said he. Mr. Penfold, take this cheque to the Bank of England,
£81,647 10 shillings, that is the amount, capital and interest, up to noon this day. Hand the sum to Mr. Burtonshaw, taking his receipt, or if he prefers it, pay it across his counter to my credit. That will perhaps arrest the run." Burtonshaw stammered out his thanks. Wardlaw cut him short. "Good morning, sir," said he. "I have business of importance. Good day," and bowed him out. "This is a high flyer," thought Burtonshaw. Wardlaw then opened the side door and called his shorthand writer. "Mr. Atkins, please step into the outer office, and don't let a soul come in to me. Mind, I am out for the day, except to Miss Rolleston and her father." He then closed all the doors and sunk exhausted into a chair, muttering, "Thank heaven! I have got rid of them all for an hour or two. Now, Wiley." Wiley seemed in no hurry to enter upon the required subject. Said he evasively, "Why, governor, it seems to me you are among the breakers here yourself." "Nothing of the sort, if you have managed your work cleverly. Come, tell me all, before we are interrupted again." "Tell ye all about it? Why, there's part on it I'm afraid to think on, let alone talk about it." "Spare me your scruples and give me your facts," said Wardlaw coldly. "First of all, did you succeed in shifting the bullion as agreed?" The sailor appeared relieved by this question. "Oh, that is all right," said he. "I got the bullion safe aboard the Shannon marked for lead." "And the lead on board the Proserpine?" "Aye, shipped as bullion." "Without suspicion?" "Not quite." "Great heaven! Who?" "One clerk at the shipping's agent scented something queer, I think. James Seaton, that was the name he went by." "Could he prove anything?" "Nothing. He knew nothing for certain, and what he guessed won't never be known in England now." And Wiley fidgeted in his chair. Notwithstanding this assurance, Wardlaw looked grave, and took a note of the clerk's name. Then he begged Wiley to go on. "Give me all the details," said he. "Leave me to judge their relative value. You scuttled the ship?" "Don't say that! Don't say that!" cried Wiley in a low but eager voice. "Stone walls have ears." Then, rather more loudly than was necessary, "Ship sprung a leak that neither the captain nor I, nor anybody could find to stop. Me and my men, we all think her seams opened with stress of weather." Then lowering his voice again, "Try and see it as we do. And don't you ever use such a word as that what come out of your lips just now. We pumped her hard, but 'twarn't no use. She filled, and we had to take to the boats." "Stop a moment. Was there any suspicion excited?" "Not among the crew. And s'pose there was, I could talk 'em all over, or buy 'em all over, what few of 'em is left. I've got 'em all with me in one house, and they are all square, don't you fear." "But you said, among the crew. Whom else can we have to fear?" "Why, nobody. To be sure, one of the passengers was down on me, but what does that matter now?" "It matters greatly. It matters terribly. Who was this passenger?" "He called himself the Reverend John Hazel. He suspected something or other, and what with listening here and watching there, he judged the ship was never to see England, and I always fancied he told the lady." "What? Was there a lady there?" "Aye, worse luck, sir, and a pretty girl she was. Coming home to England to die of consumption, so our surgeon told me." "Well, never mind her. The clergyman. This fills me with anxiety. A clerk suspecting us at Sydney, and a passenger suspecting us in the vessel. There are 2 witnesses against us already." "No, only one." "How do you make that out?" "Why, White's clerk and the parson, they was one man." Wardlaw stared in utter amazement. "Don't you believe me?" said Wiley.
I tell you that their clerk boarded us under an alias. He had shaved off his beard, but bless your heart, I knew him directly." "He came to verify his suspicions," suggested Wardlaw in a faint voice. "Not he. He came for love of the sick girl, and nothing else. And you'll never see him or her, if that is any comfort to you. Be good enough to conceal nothing. Facts must be faced." "That is too true, sir. Well, we abandoned her and took to the boats. I commanded one." "And Hudson the other?" "Hudson? No." "Why, how was that? What has become of him?" "What has become of Hudson?" said Wiley with a start. "There's a question! And not a drop to wet my lips and warm my heart. Is this a tale to tell dry? Can't you spare a drop of brandy to a poor devil that has earned you £150,000, and risked his life and wrecked his soul to do it?" Wardlaw cast a glance of contempt on him, but got up and speedily put a bottle of old brandy, a tumbler, and a carafe of water on the table before him. Wiley drank a wineglassful neat and gave a short sigh of satisfaction. And then ensued a dialogue in which, curiously enough, the brave man was agitated and the timid man was cool and collected. But one reason was, the latter had not imagination enough to realize things unseen, though he had caused them. Wiley told him how Hudson got to the bottle, and would not leave the ship. "I think I see him now, with his cutlass in one hand and his rum bottle in the other, and the waves running over his poor silly face as she went down. Poor Hiram! He and I had made many a trip together before we took this." And Wiley shuddered and took another gulp at the brandy. While he was drinking to drown the picture, Wardlaw was calmly reflecting on the bare fact. Said he. "We must use that circumstance. I'll get it into the journals. Heroic captain. Went down with the ship. Who can suspect Hudson in the teeth of such a fact? Now, pray, go on, my good Wiley. The boats." "Well, sir, I had the surgeon, and 10 men, and the lady's maid on board the long boat. And there was the parson, the sick lady, and 5 sailors aboard the cutter. We sailed together till night, steering for Juan Fernandez. Then a fog came on, and we lost sight of the cutter, and I altered my mind and judged it best to beat to wind'ard, and get into the track of ships. Which we did, and we were nearly swamped in a sou'wester, but by good luck, a Yankee whaler picked us up, and took us to Buenos Aires, where we shipped for England, what was left of us, only 4 besides myself. But I got the signatures of the others to my tale of the wreck. It is all as square as a die, I tell you." "Well done, well done. But stop. The other boat, with that sham parson on board, who knows all. She will be picked up too, perhaps." "There is no chance for that. She was out of the tracks of trade. And I'll tell you the truth, sir." He poured out half a tumbler of brandy and drank a part of it, and now for the first time his hand trembled as he lifted the glass. "Some fool had put the main of her provisions aboard the long-boat. That is what sticks to me and won't let me sleep. We took a chance, but we didn't give one. I think I told you there was a woman aboard the cutter, that sick girl, sir. Oh, but it was hard lines for her, poor thing. I see her pale and calm. Oh, Lord, so pale and calm. Every night of my life. She kneeled aboard the cutter with her white hands a-clasped together, praying." "Certainly, it is all very shocking," said Wardlaw. "But then you know if they had escaped, they would have exposed us. Believe me, it is all for the best." Wiley looked at him with wonder. "Aye," said he, after staring at him a long time. "You can sit here at your ease, and doom a ship and risk her people's lives. But if you had to do it and see it, and then lie awake thinking of it, you'd wish all the gold on earth had been in hell before you put your hand to such a piece of work." Wardlaw smiled a ghastly smile. "In short," said he,
You don't mean to take the £3,000 I pay you for this little job?"
"Oh, yes, I do. But for all the gold in Victoria I wouldn't do such a job again. And you mark my words, sir, we shall get the money, and nobody will ever be the wiser."
Wardlaw rubbed his hands complacently. His egotism, coupled with his want of imagination, nearly blinded him to everything but the pecuniary feature of the business.
"But," continued Wiley, "we shall never thrive on it. We have sunk a good ship, and we have as good as murdered a poor dying girl."
"Hold your tongue, you fool!" cried Wardlaw, losing his sang-froid in a moment, for he heard somebody at the door. It opened, and there stood a military figure in a traveling cap. General Rolleston. End of chapters 14 and 15. Chapters 16 through 19 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 16. As some eggs have actually 2 yolks, so Arthur Wardlaw had 2 hearts, and at sight of Helen's father the baser one ceased to beat for a while. He ran to General Rolleston, shook him warmly by the hand, and welcomed him to England with sparkling eyes. It is pleasant to be so welcomed, and the stately soldier returned his grasp in kind. "Is Helen with you, sir?" said Wardlaw, making a movement to go to the door, for he thought she must be outside in the cab.
"No, she is not," said General Rolleston.
"There now," said Arthur. "That cruel father of mine has broken his promise and carried her off to elm trees." At this moment Wardlaw senior returned, to tell Arthur he had been just too late to meet the Rollestons.
"Oh, here he is,"
said he, and there were fresh greetings.
"Well, but,"
said Arthur, "where is Helen?"
"I think it is I who ought to ask that question," said Rolleston gravely. "I telegraphed you at Elm Trees, thinking of course she would come with you to meet me at the station. It does not much matter, a few hours, but her not coming makes me uneasy, for her health was declining when she left me. How is my child, Mr. Wardlaw? Pray tell me the truth."
Both the Wardlaws looked at one another and at General Rolleston, and the elder Wardlaw said there was certainly some misunderstanding here.
"We fully believed that your daughter was coming home with you in the Shannon."
"Come home with me?"
"Why, of course not. She sailed 3 weeks before me. Good heavens, has she not arrived?" "No," replied old Wardlaw. "We have neither seen nor heard of her."
"Why, what ship did she sail in?" said Arthur.
"In the Proserpine."
17. Arthur Wardlaw fixed on the speaker a gaze full of horror. His jaw fell, a livid pallor spread over his features. He echoed in a hoarse whisper, "The Proserpine," and turned his scared eyes upon Wiley, who was himself leaning against the wall, his stalwart frame beginning to tremble.
"The sick girl," murmured Wiley, and a cold sweat gathered on his brow.
General Rolleston looked from one to another with strange misgivings, which soon deepened into a sense of some terrible calamity. For now a strong convulsion swelled Arthur Wardlaw's heart. His face worked fearfully, and with a sharp and sudden cry he fell forward on the table, and his father's arm alone prevented him from sinking like a dead man on the floor. Yet, though crushed and helpless, he was not insensible. That blessing was denied him. General Rolleston implored an explanation. Wiley, with downcast and averted face, began to stammer a few disconnected and unintelligible words, but old Wardlaw silenced him and said with much feeling, "Let none but a father tell him. My poor, poor friend, the Proserpine, how can I say it?" "Lost at sea," groaned Wiley. At these fatal words the old warrior's countenance grew rigid. His large bony hands gripped the back of the chair on which he leaned, and were white with their own convulsive force, and he bowed his head under the blow without one word. His was an agony too great and mute to be spoken to, and there was silence in the room, broken only by the hysterical moans of the miserable plotter who had drawn down this calamity on his own head. He was in no state to be left alone, and even the bereaved father found pity in his desolate heart for one who loved his lost child so well, and the two old men took him home between them in a helpless and pitiable condition. 18. But this utter prostration of his confederate began to alarm Wiley and rouse him to exertion. Certainly he was very sorry for what he had done, and would have undone it and forfeited his £3,000 in a moment, if he could. But as he could not undo the crime, he was all the more determined to reap the reward. Why, that £3,000, for aught he knew, was the price of his soul, and he was not the man to let his soul go gratis. He finished the rest of the brandy, and went after his men to keep them true to him by promises, but the next day he came to the office in Fenchurch Street and asked anxiously for Wardlaw. Wardlaw had not arrived. He waited, but the merchant never came, and Michael told him with considerable anxiety that this was the first time his young master had missed coming this 5 years. In course of the day several underwriters came in with long faces to verify the report which had now reached Lloyd's that the Proserpine had foundered at sea. "It is too true," said Michael, "and poor Mr. Wiley here has barely escaped with his life. He was mate of the ship, gentlemen." Upon this each visitor questioned Wiley, and Wiley returned the same smooth answer to all inquiries. One heavy gale after another had so tried the ship that her seams had opened, and let in more water than all the exertions of the crew and passengers could discharge. At last they had taken to the boats. The long-boat had been picked up. The cutter had never been heard of since. They nearly all asked after the ship's log. "I have got it safe at home," said he. It was in his pocket all the time. Some asked him where the other survivors were. He told them 5 had shipped on board the Maria, and 3 were with him at Poplar when disabled by the hardships they had all endured. 1 or 2 complained angrily of Mr. Wardlaw's absence at such a time. "Well, good gentlemen," said Wiley, "I'll tell you. Mr. Wardlaw's sweetheart was aboard the ship. He is a most broken-hearted. He valued her more than all the gold that you may take your oath on." This stroke, coming from a rough fellow in a pea-jacket who looked as simple as he was cunning, silenced remonstrance, and went far to disarm suspicion, and so pleased Michael Penfold that he said, "Mr. Wiley, you are interested in this business. Would you mind going to Mr. Wardlaw's house and asking what we are to do next? I'll give you his address, and a line begging him to make an effort and see you. Business is the heart's best ointment. Dear Mr. Wiley, I have known grief too, and I think I should have gone mad when they sent my poor son away, but for business, especially the summing up of long columns, etc." Wiley called at the house in Russell Square and asked to see Mr. Wardlaw. The servant shook his head. "You can't see him. He is very ill." "Very ill?" said Wiley. "I'm sorry for that, but I shan't make him any worse, and Mr. Penfold says I must see him. It is very particular, I tell you. He won't thank you for refusing me when he comes to hear of it." He said this very seriously, and the servant after a short hesitation begged him to sit down in the passage a moment. He then went into the dining-room and shortly reappeared holding the door open. Out came, not Wardlaw Junior, but Wardlaw Senior. "My son is in no condition to receive you," said he gravely, "but I am at your service. What is your business?" Wiley was taken off his guard and stammered out something about the Shannon. "The Shannon? What have you to do with her? You belong to the Proserpine." "Aye, sir. But I had his orders to ship 40 chests of lead and smelted copper on board the Shannon." "Well?" "You see, sir," said Wiley, "Mr. Wardlaw was particular about them, and I feel responsible like, having shipped them aboard another vessel." "Have you not the captain's receipt?"
"That I have, sir, at home. But you could hardly read it for salt water." "Well," said Wardlaw senior, "I will direct our agent at Liverpool to look after them, and send them up at once to my cellars in Fenchurch Street. 40 chests of lead and copper, I think you said?" And he took a note of this directly. Wiley was not a little discomfited at this unexpected turn things had taken, but he held his tongue now, for fear of making bad worse. Wardlaw senior went on to say that he should have to conduct the business of the firm for a time, in spite of his old age and failing health. This announcement made Wiley perspire with anxiety, and his £3,000 seemed to melt away from him. "But never mind," said old Wardlaw. "I am very glad you came. In fact, you are the very man I wanted to see. My poor afflicted friend has asked after you several times. Be good enough to follow me." He led the way into the dining room, and there sat the sad father in all the quiet dignity of calm, unfathomable sorrow. Another gentleman stood upon the rug with his back to the fire, waiting for Mr. Wardlaw. This was the family physician, who had just come down from Arthur's bedroom, and had entered by another door through the drawing-room. "Well, doctor," said Wardlaw anxiously, "what is your report?" "Not so good as I could wish, but nothing to excite immediate alarm. Overtaxed brain, sir, weakened and unable to support this calamity. However, we have reduced the fever. The symptoms of delirium have been checked, and I think we shall escape brain fever if he is kept quiet. I could not have said as much this morning." The doctor then took his leave, with a promise to call next morning, and as soon as he was gone Wardlaw turned to General Rolleston and said, "Here is Wiley, sir. Come forward, my man, and speak to the General. He wants to know if you can point out to him on the chart the very spot where the Proserpine was lost." "Well, sir," said Wiley, "I think I could." The great chart of the Pacific was then spread out upon the table, and rarely has a chart been examined as this was, with the bleeding heart as well as the straining eye. The rough sailor became an oracle, the others hung upon his words, and followed his brown finger on the chart with fearful interest. "You see, sir," said he, addressing the old merchant, for there was something on his mind that made him avoid speaking directly to General Rolleston. "When we came out of Sydney, the wind being south and by west, Hudson took the northerly course instead of running through Cook's Straits. The weather freshened from the same quarter, so that with one thing and another, by when we were a month out, she was 500 miles or so nor'ard of her true course. But that wasn't all. When the leak gained on us, Hudson ran the ship 300 miles by my reckoning to the nor'east. And I remember the day before she foundered, he told me she was in latitude 40, and Easter Island bearing due north." "Here is the spot, then," said General Rolleston, and placed his finger on the spot. "Aye, sir," said Wiley, addressing the merchant. "But she ran about 85 miles after that on a northerly course. No wind on her starboard quarter, and being deep in the water she'd make leeway. Say 82 miles nor'east by east." The general took 82 miles off the scale with a pair of dividers, and set out that distance on the chart. He held the instrument fixed on the point thus obtained. Wiley eyed the point, and after a moment's consideration nodded his head. "There or thereabouts," he said in a low voice, and looking at the merchant. A pause ensued, and the two old men examined the speck pricked on the map, as if it were the waters covering the Proserpine. "Now, sir," said Rolleston, "trace the course of the boats," and he handed Wiley a pencil. The sailor slowly averted his head, but stretched out his hand and took it, and traced 2 lines, the one short and straight, running nearly northeast. "That's the way the cutter headed when we lost her in the night." The other line ran parallel to the first for half an inch, then, turning, went backward and ran due south. "This was our course," said Wiley. General Rolleston looked up and said, "Why did you desert the cutter?"
The mate looked at old Wardlaw, and after some hesitation replied, "After we lost sight of her, the men with me declared that we could not reach either Juan Fernandez or Valparaiso with our stock of provisions, and insisted on standing for the sea track of Australian liners between the Horn and Sydney." This explanation was received in dead silence. Wiley fidgeted, and his eyes wandered round the room. General Rolleston applied his compasses to the chart. "I find that the Proserpine was not 1,000 miles from Easter Island. Why did you not make for that land?" "We had no chart, sir," said Wiley to the merchant, "and I'm no navigator." "I see no land laid down here away northeast of the spot where the ship went down." "No," replied Wiley. "That's what the men said when they made me 'bout ship." "Then why did you lead the way northeast at all?" "I'm no navigator," answered the man sullenly. He then suddenly stammered out, "Ask my men what we went through. Why, sir," to Wardlaw, "I can hardly believe that I am alive, and sit here talking to you about this cursed business. And nobody offers me a drop of anything." Wardlaw poured him out a tumbler of wine. His brown hand trembled a little, and he gulped the wine down like water. General Rolleston gave Mr. Wardlaw a look, and Wiley was dismissed. He slouched down the street all in a cold perspiration, but still clinging to his £3,000, though small was now his hope of ever seeing it. When he was gone, General Rolleston paced that large and gloomy room in silence. Wardlaw eyed him with the greatest interest, but avoided speaking to him. At last he stopped short, and stood erect as veterans halt, and pointed down at the chart. "I'll start at once for that spot," said he. "I'll go in the next ship bound for Valparaiso. There I'll charter a small vessel, and ransack those waters for some trace of my poor lost girl." "Can you think of no better way than that?" said old Wardlaw gently, and with a slight tone of reproach. "No, not at this moment. Oh, yes, by the by, the Greyhound and Dreadnought are going out to survey the islands of the Pacific. I have interest enough to get a berth in the Greyhound." "What, go in a government ship, under the orders of a man, under the orders of another man, under the orders of a board? Why, if you heard our poor girl was alive upon a rock, the Dreadnought would be sure to run up a bunch of red tape to the fore that moment to recall the Greyhound, and the Greyhound would go back." "No," said he, rising suddenly, and confronting the General, and with the color mounting for once in his sallow face. "You sail in no bottom but one freighted by Wardlaw and Son, and the captain shall be under no orders but yours. We have bought the steam sloop Springbok, 700 tons. I'll victual her for a year, man her well, and you shall go out in her in less than a week. I give you my hand on that." They grasped hands. But this sudden warmth and tenderness coming from a man habitually cold overpowered the stout general. "What, sir," he faltered, "your own son lies in danger, yet your heart goes so with me. Such goodness! It is too much for me." "No, no," faltered the merchant, affected in his turn. "It is nothing. Your poor girl was coming home in that cursed ship to marry my son. Yes, he lies ill for love of her. God help him and me too. But you most of all. Don't, General, don't. We have got work to do. We must be brave, sir. Brave, I say, and compose ourselves. Ah, my friend, you and I are of one age, and this is a heavy blow for us. And we are friends no more. It has made us brothers. She was to be my child as well as yours. Well, now she is my child, and our hearts they bleed together." At this, the truth must be told, the two stout old men embraced one another like two women, and cried together a little. But that was soon over with such men as these. They sat together and plunged into the details of the expedition, and they talked themselves into hope. In a week the Springbok steamed down the Channel on an errand inspired by love, not reason, to cross one mighty ocean, and grope for a lost daughter in another. 19. We return to the cutter and her living freight. After an anxious but brief consultation, it was agreed that their best chance was to traverse as many miles of water as possible while the wind was fair. By this means they would increase their small chance of being picked up, and also of falling in with land, and would, at all events, sail into a lovely climate, where intense cold was unknown and gales of wind uncommon. Mr. Hazel advised them to choose a skipper and give him absolute power, especially over the provisions. They assented to this. He then recommended Cooper for that post. But they had not fathomed the sterling virtues of that taciturn seaman, so they offered the command to Welch instead. "Me put myself over Sam Cooper?" said he. "Not likely." Then their choice fell upon Michael Morgan. The other sailors' names were Prince, Fenner, and McIntosh. Mr. Hazel urged Morgan to put the crew and passengers on short allowance at once, viz., 2 biscuits a day, and 4 tablespoons of water. But Morgan was a common sailor. He could not see clearly very far ahead, and moreover his own appetite counteracted this advice. He dealt out a pound of biscuit and an ounce of ham to each person night and morning, and a pint of water in course of the day. Mr. Hazel declined his share of the ham, and begged Miss Rolleston so earnestly not to touch it, that she yielded a silent compliance. On the 4th day the sailors were all in good spirits, though the provisions were now very low. They even sang and spun yarns. This was partly owing to the beauty of the weather. On the 5th day Morgan announced that he could only serve out 1 biscuit per day, and this sudden decline caused some dissatisfaction and alarm. Next day the water ran so low that only a teaspoonful was served out night and morning. There were murmurs and forebodings. In all heavy trials and extremities some man or other reveals great qualities that were latent in him, aye, hidden from himself. And this general observation was verified on the present occasion, as it had been in the Indian Mutiny and many other crises. Hazel came out. He encouraged the men out of his multifarious stores of learning. He related at length stories of wrecks and sufferings at sea, which, though they had long been in print, were most of them new to these poor fellows. He told them, among the rest, what the men of the Bonadilla, waterlogged at sea, had suffered. 12 days without any food but a rat and a kitten, yet had all survived. He gave them some details of the Wager, the Grosvenor, the Corbin, the Medusa, but above all, a most minute account of the Bounty, and Bligh's wonderful voyage in an open boat short of provisions. He moralized on this, and showed his fellow sufferers it was discipline and self-denial from the first that had enabled these hungry spectres to survive, and to traverse 2,800 miles of water in those very seas, and that in spite of hunger, thirst, disease, and rough weather. By these means he diverted their minds in some degree from their own calamity, and taught them the lesson they most needed. The poor fellows listened with more interest than you could have thought possible under the pressure of bodily distress. And Helen Rolleston's hazel eye dwelled on the narrator with unceasing wonder. Yes, learning and fortitude, strengthened by those great examples learning furnishes, maintained a superiority, even in the middle of the Pacific. And not the rough sailors only, but the lady who had rejected and scorned his love, hung upon the brave student's words. She was compelled to look up with wonder to the man she had hated and despised in her hours of ease. On the 6th day the provisions failed entirely. Not a crust of bread, not a drop of water. At 4 p.m. several flying fish, driven into the air by the dolphins and catfish, fell into the sea again near the boat, and one struck the sail sharply and fell into the boat. It was divided and devoured raw in a moment. The next morning the wind fell, and by noon the ocean became like glass. The horrors of a storm have been often painted, But who has described, or can describe, the horrors of a calm to a boatload of hungry, thirsty creatures, whose only chances of salvation or relief are wind and rain? The beautiful, remorseless sky was one vault of purple with a great flaming jewel in the center, whose vertical rays struck and parched and scorched the living sufferers, and blistered and baked the boat itself, so that it hurt their hot hands to touch it. The beautiful, remorseless ocean was one sheet of glass that glared in their bloodshot eyes, and reflected the intolerable heat of heaven upon these poor wretches, who were gnawed to death with hunger, and their raging thirst was fiercer still. Toward afternoon of the 8th day, Mackintosh dipped a vessel in the sea with the manifest intention of drinking the salt water. "Stop him!" cried Hazel, in great agitation, and the others seized him and overpowered him. He cursed them with such horrible curses that Miss Rolleston put her fingers in her ears and shuddered from head to foot. Even this was new to her, to hear foul language. A calm voice rose in the midst and said, "Let us pray." There was a dead silence, and Mr. Hazel kneeled down and prayed loudly and fervently, and while he prayed the furious cries subsided for a while, and deep groans only were heard. He prayed for food, for rain, for wind, for patience. The men were not so far gone but they could just manage to say, "Amen." He rose from his knees and gathered the pale faces of the men together in one glance, and saw that intense expression of agony which physical pain can mold with men's features. And then he strained his eyes over the brassy horizon, but no cloud, no veil of vapor was visible. Water, water everywhere, but never a drop to drink. "We must be mad," he cried, "to die of thirst with all this water round us." His invention being stimulated by this idea, and his own dire need, he eagerly scanned everything in the boat, and his eyes soon lighted on two objects disconnected in themselves, but it struck him he could use them in combination. These were a common glass bottle, and Miss Rolleston's life-preserving jacket, that served her for a couch. He drew this garment over his knees and considered it attentively, then untwisted the brass nozzle through which the jacket was inflated, and so left a tube some 9 inches in length hanging down from the neck of the garment. He now applied his breath to the tube, and the jacket swelling rapidly proved that the whole receptacle was air-tight. He then allowed the air to escape. Next, he took the bottle and filled it with water from the sea. Then he inserted with some difficulty and great care the neck of the bottle into the orifice of the tube. This done, he detached the wire of the brass nozzle and whipped the tube firmly round the neck of the bottle. "Now light a fire," he cried, "no matter what it costs." The forthwort was chopped up, and a fire soon spluttered and sparkled, for 10 eager hands were feeding it. The bottle was then suspended over it, and in due course the salt water boiled and threw off vapor, and the belly of the jacket began to heave and stir. Hazel then threw cold water upon the outside to keep it cool, and while the men eagerly watched the bubbling bottle and swelling bag, his spirits rose, and he took occasion to explain that what was now going on under their eyes was, after all, only one of the great processes of nature, done upon a small scale. "The clouds," said he, "are but vapors drawn from the sea by the heat of the sun. These clouds are composed of fresh water, and so the steam we are now raising from salt water will be fresh. We can't make whiskey or brew beer, lads, but thank heaven we can brew water, and it is worth all other liquors 10 times told." A wild hurrah greeted these words. But every novel experiment seems doomed to fail or meet with some disaster. The water in the bottle had been reduced too low by vaporism, and the bottle burst suddenly with a loud report. That report was followed by a piteous wail. Hazel turned pale at this fatal blow. But recovering himself, he said, "That is unfortunate. But it was a good servant while it lasted. Give me the bailer. And, Miss Rolleston, can you lend me a thimble?" The tube of the life-preserver was held over the bailer, and out trickled a small quantity of pure water, 2 thimblefuls apiece. Even that, as it passed over their swelling tongues and parched swallows, was a heavenly relief. But alas, the supply was then exhausted. Next day hunger seemed uppermost, and the men gnawed and chewed their tobacco pouches, and 2 caps that had been dressed with the hair on were divided for food. None was given to Mr. Hazel or Miss Rolleston, and this, to do the poor creatures justice, was the first instance of injustice or partiality the sailors had shown. The lady, though tormented with hunger, was more magnanimous. She offered to divide the contents of her little medicine chest, and the globules were all devoured in a moment. And now their tortures were aggravated by the sight of abundance. They drifted over coral rocks at a considerable depth, but the water was so exquisitely clear that they saw 5 fathoms down. They discerned small fish drifting over the bottom. They looked like a driving cloud, so vast was their number, and every now and then there was a scurry among them, and porpoises and dogfish broke in and feasted on them. All this they saw, yet could not catch one of those billions for their lives. Thus they were tantalized as well as starved. The next day was like the last, with this difference, that the sufferers could no longer endure their torments in silence. The lady moaned constantly. The sailors groaned, lamented, and cursed. The sun baked and blistered, and the water glared. The sails being useless, the sailors rigged them as an awning, and salt water was constantly thrown over them. Mr. Hazel took a bailer and drenched his own clothes and Miss Rolleston's upon their bodies. This relieved the hell of thirst in some degree, but the sailors could not be persuaded to practice it. In the afternoon Hazel took Miss Rolleston's Bible from her wasted hands and read aloud the 42nd Psalm. When he had done, one of the sailors asked him to pass the Bible forward. He did so, and in half an hour the leaves were returned him. The vellum binding had been cut off, divided, and eaten. He looked piteously at the leaves, and after a while fell upon his knees and prayed silently. He rose, and with Miss Rolleston's consent, offered the men the leaves as well. "It is the bread of life for men's souls, not their bodies," said he. "But God is merciful. I think he will forgive you, for your need is bitter." Cooper replied that the binding was man's, but the pages were God's, and either for this or another more obvious reason the leaves were declined for food. All that afternoon Hazel was making a sort of rough spoon out of a fragment of wood. The night that followed was darker than usual, and about midnight a hand was laid on Helen Rolleston's shoulder, and a voice whispered, "Hush! Say nothing. I have got something for you." At the same time something sweet and deliciously fragrant was put to her lips. She opened her mouth and received a spoonful of marmalade. Never did marmalade taste like that before. It dissolved itself like ambrosia over her palate, and even relieved her parched throat in some slight degree by the saliva it excited. Nature could not be resisted. Her body took whatever he gave. But her high mind rebelled. "Oh, how base I am!" said she, and wept. "Why, it is your own," said he soothingly. "I took it out of your cabin expressly for you." "At least oblige me by eating some yourself, sir," said Helen. "Or," with a sudden burst, "I will die ere I touch another morsel." "I feel the threat, Miss Rolleston, but I do not need it, for I am very, very hungry. But no, if I take any, I must divide it all with them. But if you will help me unrip the jacket, I will suck the inside. After you." Helen gazed at him, and wondered at the man and at the strange love which had so bitterly offended her when she was surrounded by comforts, but now it extorted her respect. They unripped the jacket and found some moisture left. They sucked it, and it was a wonderful and incredible relief to their parched gullets. The next day was a fearful one. Not a cloud in the sky to give hope of rain, the air so light it only just moved them along, and the sea glared, and the sun beat on the poor wretches, now tortured into madness with hunger and thirst. The body of man in this dire extremity can suffer internal agony as acute as any that can be inflicted on its surface by the knife, And the cries, the screams, the groans, the prayers, the curses intermingled that issued from the boat, were not to be distinguished from the cries of men horribly wounded in battle, or writhing under some terrible operation in hospitals. Oh, it was terrible and piteous to see and hear the boat-load of ghastly victims, with hollow cheeks and wild beast eyes, go groaning, cursing, and shrieking aloud upon that fair glassy sea, below that purple vault and glorious sun. Toward afternoon the sailors got together forward, and left Hazel and Miss Rolleston alone in the stern. This gave him an opportunity of speaking to her confidentially. He took advantage of it, and said, "Miss Rolleston, I wish to consult you. Am I justified in secreting the marmalade any longer? There is nearly a spoonful apiece." "No," said Helen. "Divide it among them all. Oh, if I had only a woman beside me, to pray with, and cry with, and die with. For die we must."
"I am not sure of that," said Hazel faintly, but with a cool fortitude all his own. "Experience proves that the human body can subsist a prodigious time on very little food. And saturating clothes with water is, I know, the best way to allay thirst. And women, thank heaven, last longer than men under privations."
"I shall not last long, sir," said Helen. "Look at their eyes."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean that those men there are going to kill me." End of chapter 16 through 19. Chapters 20 through 24 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 20. Hazel thought her reason was going, and instead of looking at the men's eyes, it was hers he examined. But no. The sweet cheek was white, the eyes had a fearful hollow all round them, but out of that cave the light hazel eye, preternaturally large, but calm as ever, looked out, full of fortitude, resignation, and reason. "Don't look at me," said she quietly, "but take an opportunity and look at them. They mean to kill me." Hazel looked furtively round, and being enlightened in part by the woman's intelligence, he observed that some of the men were actually glaring at himself and Helen Rolleston in a dreadful way. There was a remarkable change in their eyes since he looked last. The pupils seemed diminished, the whites enlarged; and in a word, the characteristics of humanity had somehow died out of those bloodshot orbs, and the animal alone shone in them now, the wild beast driven desperate by hunger. What he saw, coupled with Helen's positive interpretation of it, was truly sickening. These men were 6 and he but 1. They had all clasped knives, and he had only an old penknife that would be sure to double up or break off if a blow were dealt with it. He asked himself in utter terror what on earth he should do. The first thing seemed to be to join the men and learn their minds. It might also be as well to prevent this secret conference from going further. He went forward boldly, though sick at heart, and said, "Well, my lads, what is it?" The men were silent directly, and looked sullenly down, avoiding his eye, yet not ashamed. In a situation so terrible the senses are sharpened, and Hazel dissected in his mind this sinister look and saw that Morgan, Prince, and Mackintosh were hostile to him. But Welch and Cooper he hoped were still friendly. "Sir," said Fenner civilly but doggedly, "we are come to this now, that one must die for the others to live. And the greater part of us are for casting lots all round, and let every man, and every woman too, take their chance. That is fair, Sam, isn't it?" "It is fair," said Cooper with a terrible doggedness. "But it is hard," he added. "Harder that 7 should die for 1," said Mackintosh. "No, no, 1 must die for the 7. Hazel represented, with all the force language possesses, that what they meditated was a crime, the fatal result of which was known by experience. But they heard in ominous silence. Hazel went back to Helen Rolleston and sat down right before her. "Well," said she with supernatural calmness. "You were mistaken," said he. "Then why have you placed yourself between them and me? No, no. Their eyes have told me they have singled me out. But what does it matter? We poor creatures are all to die, and that one is the happiest that dies first, and dies unstained by such a crime. I heard every word you said, sir." Hazel cast a piteous look on her, and finding he could no longer deceive her as to their danger, and being weakened by famine, fell to trembling and crying. Helen Rolleston looked at him with calm and gentle pity. For a moment the patient fortitude of a woman made her a brave man's superior. Night came, and for the first time Hazel claimed 2 portions of the rum, one for himself and one for Miss Rolleston. He then returned aft and took the helm. He loosened it, so as to be ready to unship it in a moment and use it as a weapon. The men huddled together forward, and it was easy to see that the boat was now divided into 2 hostile camps. Hazel sat quaking with his hand on the helm, fearing an attack every moment. Both he and Helen listened acutely, and about 3 o'clock in the morning a new incident occurred, of a terrible nature. Mackintosh was heard to say, "Serve out the rum, no allowance," and the demand was instantly complied with by Morgan. Then Hazel touched Miss Rolleston on the shoulder, and insisted on her taking half what was left of the marmalade, and he took the other half. The time was gone for economy. What they wanted now was strength, in case the wild beasts, maddened by drink as well as hunger, should attack them. Already the liquor had begun to tell, and wild halloos and yells and even fragments of ghastly songs mingled with the groans of misery in the doomed boat. At sunrise there was a great swell upon the water, and sharp gusts at intervals, and on the horizon to windward might be observed a black spot in the sky no bigger than a fly. But none saw that. Hazel's eye never left the raving wretches in the forepart of the boat. Cooper and Welch sat in gloomy despair amidships, and the others were huddled together forward, encouraging each other to a desperate act. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning. Helen Rolleston awoke from a brief doze and said, "Mr. Hazel, I have had a strange dream. I dreamed there was food and plenty of it on the outside of this boat." While these strange words were yet in her mouth, 3 of the sailors suddenly rose up with their knives drawn and eyes full of murder, and staggered aft as fast as their enfeebled bodies could. Hazel uttered a loud cry, "Welch, Cooper, will you see us butchered?" and unshipping the helm rose to his feet. Cooper put up his arm to stop Mackintosh, but was too late. He did stop Morgan, however, and said, "Come, none of that. No foul play." Irritated by this unexpected resistance and maddened by drink, Morgan turned on Cooper and stabbed him. He sank down with a groan. On this Welch gave Morgan a fearful gash, dividing his jugular, and was stabbed in return by Prince, but not severely. These 2 grappled and rolled over one another, stabbing and cursing at the bottom of the boat. Meantime, Mackintosh was received by Hazel with a point-blank thrust in the face from the helm that staggered him, though a very powerful man, and drove him backward against the mast. But in delivering this thrust, Hazel's foot slipped, and he fell with great violence on his head and arm. Mackintosh recovered himself, and sprang upon the stern thwart with his knife up and gleaming over Helen Rolleston. Hazel writhed round where he lay, and struck him desperately on the knee with the helm. The poor woman knew only how to suffer. She cowered a little, and put up 2 feeble hands. The knife descended, but not upon that cowering figure. 21. A purple rippling line upon the water had for some time been coming down upon them with great rapidity, but bent on bloody work they had not observed it. The boat heeled over under the sudden gust, but the ruffian had already lost his footing under Hazel's blow, and the boom striking him almost at the same moment, he went clean over the gunwale into the sea. He struck it with his knife first. All their lives were now gone if Cooper, who had already recovered his feet, had not immediately cut the sheet with his knife. There was no time to slack it, and even as it was the lower part of the sail was drenched and the boat full of water. "Ship the helm!" he roared. The boat righted directly the sheet was cut, the wet sail flapped furiously, and the boat having way on her yielded to the helm and wriggled slowly away before the whistling wind. Mackintosh rose a few yards astern and swam after the boat with great glaring eyes. The loose sail was not drawing, but the wind moved the boat onward. However, Mackintosh gained slowly, and Hazel held up an oar like a spear, and shouted to him that he must promise solemnly to forego all violence, or he should never come on board alive. Mackintosh opened his mouth to reply, but at the same moment his eyes suddenly dilated in a fearful way, and he went under water with a gurgling cry. Yet not like one drowning, but with a jerk. The next moment there was a great bubbling of the water as if displaced by some large creatures struggling below, and then the surface was stained with blood. And lest there should be any doubt as to the wretched man's fate, the huge black fin of a monstrous shark came soon after, gliding round and round the rolling boat awaiting the next victim. Now, while the water was yet stained with his life-blood, who hurrying to kill had met with a violent death, the unwounded sailor, Fenner, excited by the fracas, broke forth into singing, and so completed the horror of a wild and awful scene. For still while he shouted, laughed, and sang, the shark swam calmly round and round, and the boat crept on, her white sail bespattered with blood, which was not so before, and in her bottom lay one man dead as a stone, and two poor wretches, Prince and Welch, their short-lived feud composed forever, sat openly sucking their bleeding wounds to quench for a moment their intolerable thirst. Oh, little do we, who never pass a single day without bite or sup, know the animal man in these dire extremities. 22. At last Cooper ordered Fenner to hold his jaw and come aft and help sail the boat. But the man, being now stark mad, took no notice of the order. His madness grew on him, and took a turn by no means uncommon in these cases. He saw before him sumptuous feasts, and streams of fresh water flowing. These he began to describe with great volubility and rapture, smacking his lips and exulting. Meantime, Cooper asked Mr. Hazel if he could sail the boat. "I can steer," said he, "but that is all. My right arm is benumbed." The silvery voice of Helen Rolleston then uttered brave and welcome words. "I will do whatever you tell me, Mr. Cooper." "Long life to you, miss," said the wounded seaman. He then directed her how to reef the sail, and splice the sheet which he had been obliged to cut, and in a word to sail the boat, which she did with some little assistance from Hazel. And so they all depended upon her whom some of them had been for killing, and the blood-stained boat glided before the wind. At 2 p.m. Fenner jumped suddenly up, and looking at the sea with rapture, cried out, "Aha, my boys! Here's a beautiful green meadow, and there's a sweet brook with bulrushes. Green, green, green! Let's have a roll among the daisies." And in a moment, ere any of his stiff and wounded shipmates could put out a hand, he threw himself on his back upon the water, and sunk forever, with an inexpressible rapture on his corpse-like face. A feeble groan was the only tribute those who remained behind could afford him. At 3 p.m. Mr. Hazel happened to look over the weather side of the boat, as she heeled leeward under a smart breeze, and he saw a shell or two fastened to her side, about 11 inches above the keel. He looked again, and gave a loud hurrah. "Barnacles! Barnacles!" he cried. "I see them sticking." He leaned over, and with some difficulty detached one and held it up. It was not a barnacle, but a curious oblong shellfish open at one end. At sight of this, the wounded forgot their wounds and leaned over the boat's side, detaching the shellfish with their knives. They broke them with the handles of their knives and devoured the fish. They were as thick as a man's finger and about an inch long, and as sweet as a nut. It seems that in the long calm these shellfish had fastened on the boat. More than 100 of them were taken off her weather side and evenly divided. Miss Rolleston, at Hazel's earnest request, ate only 6, and these very slowly, and laid the rest by. But the sailors could not restrain themselves, and Prince, in particular, gorged himself so fiercely that he turned purple in the face and began to breathe very hard. That black speck on the horizon had grown by noon to a beetle, and by 3 o'clock to something more like an elephant, and it now diffused itself into a huge black cloud that gradually overspread the heavens. And at last, about half an hour before sunset, came a peculiar chill, and then, in due course, a drop or two fell upon the parched wretches. They sat less like animals than like plants, all stretching toward their preserver. Their eyes were turned up to the clouds, so were their open mouths, and their arms and hands held up toward it. The drops increased in number, and praise went up to heaven in return. Patter, 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 down came a shower, a rain, a heavy, steady rain. With cries of joy they put out every vessel to catch it. They lowered the sail, and putting ballast in the center, bellied it into a great vessel to catch it. They used all their spare canvas to catch it. They filled the water cask with it. They filled the keg that had held the fatal spirit. And all the time they were sucking the wet canvas and their own clothes and their very hands and garments on which the life-giving drops kept falling. Then they set their little sail again, and prayed for land to Him who had sent the wind and rain. 23. The breeze declined at sunset, but it rained at intervals during the night, and by morning they were somewhat chilled. Death had visited them again during the night. Prince was discovered dead and cold. His wounds were mere scratches, and there seems to be no doubt that he died by gorging himself with more food than his enfeebled system could possibly digest. Thus dismally began a day of comparative bodily comfort, but mental distress, especially to Miss Rolleston and Mr. Hazel. Now that this lady and gentleman were no longer goaded to madness by physical suffering, their higher sensibilities resumed their natural force, and the miserable contents of the blood-stained boat shocked them terribly. 2 corpses and 2 wounded men. Mr. Hazel, however, soon came to one resolution, and that was to read the funeral service over the dead, and then commit them to the deep. He declared his intention, and Cooper, who, though wounded and apparently sinking, was still skipper of the boat, acquiesced readily. Mr. Hazel then took the dead men's knives and their money out of their pockets, and read the burial service over them. They were then committed to the deep. This sad ceremony performed, he addressed a few words to the survivors. "My friends and brothers in affliction, we ought not to hope too much from divine mercy for ourselves, or we should soon come to forget divine justice. But we are not forbidden to hope for others. Those who are now gone were guilty of a terrible crime, but then they were tempted more than their flesh could bear, and they received their punishment here on earth. We may therefore hope they will escape punishment hereafter. And it is for us to profit by their fate and bow to heaven's will. Even when they drew their knives, food in plenty was within their reach, and the signs of wind were on the sea and of rain in the sky. Let us be more patient than they were, and place our trust. What is that upon the water to leeward? A piece of wood floating?" Welch stood up and looked. "Can't make it out. Steer alongside it, miss, if you please." And he crept forward. Presently he became excited, and directed those in the stern how to steer the boat close to the object without going over it. He begged them all to be silent. He leaned over the boat side as they neared it. He clutched it suddenly with both hands and flung it into the boat with a shout of triumph, but sank exhausted by the effort. It was a young turtle, and being asleep on the water or inexperienced, had allowed them to capture it. This was indeed a godsend, 12 pounds of succulent meat. It was instantly divided, and Mr. Hazel contrived with some difficulty to boil a portion of it. He enjoyed it greatly, but Miss Rolleston showed a curious and violent antipathy to it, scarcely credible under the circumstances. Not so the sailors. They devoured it raw, what they could get at all. Cooper could only get down a mouthful or 2. He had received his death wound, and was manifestly sinking. He revived, however, from time to time, and spoke cheerfully, whenever he spoke at all. Welch informed him of every incident that took place, however minute. Then he would nod or utter a syllable or 2. On being told that they were passing through seaweed, he expressed a wish to see some of it, and when he examined it he said to Hazel, "Keep up your heart, sir. You are not 100 miles from land," he added gently after a pause. "But I am bound for another port." About 5 in the afternoon Welch came aft with the tears in his eyes to say that Sam was just going to slip his cable, and had something to say to them. They went to him directly, and Hazel took his hand and exhorted him to forgive all his enemies. "Hain't got none," was the reply. Hazel then, after a few words of religious exhortation and comfort, asked him if he could do anything for him. "Aye," said Cooper solemnly. "Got pen and ink aboard, any of ye?" "I have a pencil," said Helen earnestly, then tearfully. "Oh, dear, it is to make his will." She opened her prayer book, which had 2 blank leaves under each cover. The dying man saw them, and rose into that remarkable energy which sometimes precedes the departure of the soul. "Right," said he in his deep, full tones. "I, Samuel Cooper, able seaman, am going to slip my cable, and sail into the presence of my Maker." He waited till this was written. "And so I speak the truth. The ship Proserpine was destroyed wilful. The men had more allowance than they signed for. The mate was always plying the captain with liquor. 2 days before ever the ship leaked, the mate got the long boat ready. When the Proserpine sank, we was on her port quarter, aboard the cutter, was me and my messmate Tom Welch. We saw 2 auger holes in her stern about 2 inches diameter. Them 2 holes was made from within, for the splinters showed outside. She was a good ship, and met with no stress of weather to speak of on that voyage. Joe Wiley scuttled her and destroyed her people. Damn his eyes." Mr. Hazel was shocked at this finale. But he knew what sailors are, and how little meaning there is in their set phrases. However, as a clergyman, he could not allow these to be Cooper's last words, so he said earnestly, "Yes, but, my poor fellow, you said you forgave all your enemies. We all need forgiveness, you know." "That is true, sir." "And you forgive this Wiley, do you not?" "Oh, Lord, yes," said Cooper faintly. "I forgive the lubber. Damn him." Having said these words with some difficulty, he became lethargic, and so remained for 2 hours. Indeed, he spoke but once more, and that was to Welch, though they were all about him then. "Messmate," said he in a voice that was now faint and broken, "you and I must sail together on this new voyage. I'm going out of port first. But," in a whisper of inconceivable tenderness and simple cunning, "I'll lie to outside the harbor till you come out, my boy." Then he paused a moment, then he added softly, "For I love you, Tom." These sweet words were the last of that rugged, silent sailor who never threw a word away, and whose rough breast enclosed a friendship as of the ancient world, tender, true, and everlasting, that sweetened his life and ennobled his death. As he deserved mourners, so he had true ones. His last words went home to the afflicted hearts that heard them, and the lady and gentleman, whose lives he had saved at a cost of his own, wept aloud over their departed friend. But his messmate's eye was dry. When all was over, he just turned to the mourners and said gravely, "Thank you, sir. Thank you kindly, ma'am." And then he covered the body decently with the spare canvas, and lay quietly down with his own head pillowed upon those loved remains. Toward afternoon seals were observed sporting on the waters, but no attempt was made to capture them. Indeed, Miss Rolleston had quite enough to do to sail the boat with Mr. Hazel's assistance. The night passed, and the morning brought nothing new, except that they fell in with seaweed in such quantities the boat could hardly get through it. Mr. Hazel examined this seaweed carefully and brought several kinds upon deck. Among the varieties one was like thin green strips of spinach, very tender and succulent. His botanical researches included seaweed, and he recognized this as one of the edible rockweeds. There was very little of it comparatively, but he took great pains, and in 2 hours' time had gathered as much as might fill a good-sized slop basin. He washed it in fresh water, and then asked Miss Rolleston for a pocket-handkerchief. This he tied so as to make a bag, and contrived to boil it with the few chips of fuel that remained on board. After he had boiled it 10 minutes there was no more fuel, except a bowl or two, and the boat-hook, 1 pair of oars, and the midship and stern thwarts. He tasted it, and found it glutinous and delicious. He gave Miss Rolleston some, and then fed Welch with the rest. He, poor fellow, enjoyed this spinach greatly. He could no longer swallow meat. While Hazel was feeding him, a flight of ducks passed over their heads, high in the air. Welch pointed up at them. "Ah," said Helen, "if we had but their wings." Presently a bird was seen coming in the same direction, but flying very low. It wobbled along toward them very slowly, and at last, to their great surprise, came flapping and tried to settle on the gunwale of the boat. Welch, with that instinct of slaughter which belongs to men, struck the boat-hook into the bird's back, and it was soon dispatched. It proved to be one of that very flock of ducks that had passed over their heads, and a crab was found fastened to its leg. It is supposed that the bird, to break its long flight, had rested on some reef, and perhaps been too busy fishing, and caught this Tartar. Hazel pounced upon it. "Heaven has sent this for you, because you cannot eat turtle." But the next moment he blushed and recovered his reason. "See," said he, referring to her own words, "this poor bird had wings, yet death overtook her." He sacrificed a bowl for fuel, and boiled the duck and the crab in one pot, and Miss Rolleston ate demurely but plentifully of both. Of the crab's shell he made a little drinking vessel for Miss Rolleston. Cooper remained without funeral rites all this time. The reason was that Welch lay with his head pillowed upon his dead friend, and Hazel had not the heart to disturb him. But it was the survivor's duty to commit him to the deep, and so Hazel sat down by Welch, and asked him kindly whether he would not wish the services of the church to be read over his departed friend. "In course, sir," said Welch. But the next moment he took Hazel's meaning, and said hurriedly, "No, no. I can't let Sam be buried in the sea. You see, sir, Sam and I, we are used to one another, and I can't abide to part with him, alive or dead." "Ah," said Hazel, "the best friends must part when death takes one." "Ay, when t'other lives. But Lord bless you, sir, I shan't be long astarn of my messmate here. Can't you see that?" "Heaven forbid!" said Hazel, surprised and alarmed. "Why, you are not wounded mortally, as Cooper was. Have a good heart, man, and we 3 will all see old England yet." "Well, sir," said Welch coolly, "I'll tell ye. Me and my shipmate Prince was a-cutting at one another with our knives a smart time, and I do properly wonder when I think of that day's work, for I liked the man well enough, but rum atop of starvation plays hell with seafaring men. Well, sir, as I was a-sayin', he let more blood out of me than I could afford to lose under the circumstances. And you see I can't make fresh blood, because my throat is so swelled by the draught I can't swallow much meat, so I'm safe to lose the number of my mess. And another thing, my heart isn't altogether set toward living. Sam here, he give me an order." "What, didn't you hear him?" "I'll lie to outside the bar," says he, "till you come out." He expects me to come out in his wake. Don't you, Sam, that was?" And he laid his hand gently on the remains. "Now, sir, I shall ax the lady and you a favor. I want to lie alongside Sam. But if you bury him in the sea, and me ashore, why, damn my eyes if I shan't be 1,000 years or so before I can find my own messmate. Eternity is a nation big place, I'm told, 100 times as big as both oceans. No, sir, you'll make land, by Sam's reckoning, tomorrow or next day, wind and tide permitting. I'll take care of Sam's hull till then, and we'll lie together till the angel blows that there trumpet, and then we'll go aloft together,
and as soon as ever we have made our scrape to our betters, we'll both speak a good word for you and the lady, a very pretty lady she is, and a good-hearted, and the best plucked one I ever did see in any distressed craft. Now don't you cry, miss, don't you cry, your trouble is pretty near over. He said you was not 100 miles from land. I don't know how he knew that. He was always a better seaman than I be. But say it he did, and that is enough, for he was a man as never told a lie, nor wasted a word." Welch could utter no more just then, for the glands of his throat were swollen and he spoke with considerable difficulty. What could Hazel reply? The judgment is sometimes ashamed to contradict the heart with cold reasons. He only said with a sigh that he saw no signs of land, and believed they had gone on a wrong course, and were in the heart of the Pacific. Welch made no answer but a look of good-natured contempt. The idea of this parson contradicting Sam Cooper! The sun broke, and revealed the illimitable ocean, themselves a tiny speck on it. Mr. Hazel whispered Miss Rolleston that Cooper must be buried today. At 10 p.m. they passed through more seaweed, but this time they had to eat the spinach raw, and there was very little of it. At noon the sea was green in places. Welch told them this was a sign they were nearing land. At 4 p.m. a bird about the size and color of a woodpecker settled on the boat's mast. Their glittering eyes fastened on it, and Welch said, "Come, there's a supper for you, as you can eat it." "No, poor thing," said Helen Rolleston. "You are right," said Hazel, with a certain effort of self-restraint. "Let our sufferings make us gentle, not savage. That poor bird is lost like us upon this ocean. It is a land bird." "How do you know?" "Water birds have webbed feet to swim with." The bird, having rested, flew to the northwest. Helen, by one of those inspired impulses her sex have, altered the boat's course directly and followed the bird. Half an hour before sunset, Helen Rolleston, whose vision was very keen, said she saw something at the verge of the horizon, like a hare standing upright. Hazel looked, but could not see anything. In 10 minutes more Helen Rolleston pointed it out again, and then Hazel did see a vertical line, more like a ship's mast than anything else one could expect to see there. Their eyes were now strained to make it out, and as the boat advanced it became more and more palpable, though it was hard to say exactly what it was. 5 minutes before the sun set, the air being clearer than ever, it stood out clean against the sky. A tree, a lofty solitary tree, with a tall stem like a column and branches only at the top. A palm tree in the middle of the Pacific. 24. And but for the land bird which rested on their mast, and for their own mercy in sparing it, they would have passed to the eastward and never seen that giant palm tree in mid-ocean. "Oh, let us put out all our sails and fly to it," cried Helen. Welch smiled and said, "No, miss, you mustn't. Lord love ye, what, run on to a land ye don't know, happy-go-lucky, in the dark, like that? Lay her head for the tree, and welcome, but you must lower the mainsail and treble reef the foresail, and so creep on a couple of knots an hour, and by daybreak you'll find the island close under your lee. Then you can look out for a safe landing place." "The island, Mr. Welch," said Helen. "There is no island, or I should have seen it." "Oh, the island was hull down." "Why, you don't think as palm trees grow in the water? You do as I say, or you'll get wrecked on some thundering reef or other." Upon this Mr. Hazel and Miss Rolleston set to work, and with considerable difficulty lowered the mainsail, and treble reefed the foresail. "That is right," said Welch. "Tomorrow you'll land in safety, and bury my messmate and me." "Oh, no," cried Helen Rolleston. "We must bury him, but we mean to cure you." They obeyed Welch's instructions, and so crept on all night, and so well had this able seaman calculated distance and rate of sailing that, when the sun rose, sure enough there was an island under their lee, distant about a league, though it looked much less. But the palm tree was more than twice that distance. Owing to wind and current, they had made leeway all night,
and the tree stood on the most westerly point of the island. Hazel and Miss Rolleston stood up and hurrahed for joy, then fell on their knees in silent gratitude. Welch only smiled. The breeze had freshened, and though there were no great waves at sea, yet breakers, formidable to such a craft as theirs, were seen foaming over long disjointed reefs ahead, that grinned black and dangerous here and there. They then consulted Welch, and he told them they must tack directly, and make a circuit of the island. He had to show them how to tack, and the sea rising they got thoroughly wetted, and Miss Rolleston rather frightened. For here was a peril they had wonderfully escaped hitherto. However, before 11 o'clock they had stood out to sea, and coasted the whole south side of the island. They then put the boat before the wind, and soon ran past the east coast, which was very narrow, in fact a sort of bluff head, and got on the north side of the island. Here the water was comparatively smooth, and the air warm and balmy. They ranged along the coast at about a mile's distance, looking out for a good landing. Here was no longer an unbroken line of cliffs, but an undulating shore, with bulging rocks and lines of reef. After a mile or two of that, the coast ran out seaward, and they passed close to a most extraordinary phenomenon of vegetation. Great tangled woods crowned the shore, and the landward slopes and their grand foliage seemed to flow over into the sea. For here was a broad rocky flat intersected with 1,000 little channels of the sea, and the 1,000 little islets so formed were crowded, covered, and hidden with luxuriant vegetation. Huge succulent leaves of the richest hue hung over the water, and some of the most adventurous of them showed, by the crystals that sparkled on their green surface, that the waves had actually been kissing them at high tide. This ceased, and they passed right under a cliff, wooded nearly to the point. This cliff was broad and irregular, and in one of its cavities a cascade of pure fresh water came sparkling, leaping, and tumbling down to the foot of the rock. There it had formed a great basin of water, cool, deep, transparent, which trickled over on to a tongue of pink sand, and went into 2 crystal gutters to the sea. Great and keen was the rapture this sight caused our poor parched voyagers, and eager their desire to land at once if possible, and plunge their burning lips and swelling throats and fevered hands into that heavenly liquid. But the next moment they were diverted from that purpose by the scene that burst on them. This wooded cliff, with its wonderful cascade, was the very gate of paradise. They passed it, and in one moment were in a bay, a sudden bay, wonderfully deep for its extent, and sheltered on 3 sides. Broad sands, with rainbow tints, all sparkling, and dotted with birds, some white as snow, some gorgeous. A peaceful sea of exquisite blue, kissing these lovely sands with myriad dimples. And from the land side, soft emerald slopes, embroidered with silver threads of water, came to the very edge of the sands. So that from all these glorious hues that flecked the prismatic and sparkling sands, the eye of the voyagers passed at once to the vivid yet sweet and soothing green of nature. And over this paradise the breeze they could no longer feel wafted spicy but delicate odors from unseen trees. Even Welch raised himself in the boat, and sniffed the heavenly air, and smiled at the heavenly spot. "Here is a blessed haven," said he. "Down sail, and row her ashore." End of chapters 20 through 24. Chapter 25 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 25. They rowed more than a mile, so deep was the glorious bay, and then their oars struck the ground. But Hazel with the boat-hook propelled the boat gently over the pellucid water, that now seemed too shallow to float a canoe, and at last looked like the mere varnish of that picture, the prismatic sands below. Yet still the little craft glided over it, till it gently grazed the soft sand and was stationary. So placidly ended that terrible voyage. Mr. Hazel and Miss Rolleston were on the shore in a moment, and it was all they could do not to fall upon the land and kiss it. Never had the sea disgorged upon that fairy isle such ghastly spectres. They looked, not like people about to die, but that had died, and been buried, and just come out of their graves to land on that blissful shore. We should have started back with horror. But the birds of that virgin isle merely stepped out of their way, and did not fly. They had landed in paradise. Even Welch yielded to that universal longing men have to embrace the land after perils at sea, and was putting his legs slowly over the gunwale, when Hazel came back to his assistance. He got ashore, but was contented to sit down with his eyes on the dimpled sea and the boat, waiting quietly till the tide should float his friend to his feet again. The sea-birds walked quietly about him and minded him not. Miss Rolleston ascended a green slope very slowly, for her limbs were cramped, and was lost to view. Hazel now went up to the beach and took a more minute survey of the neighborhood. The west side of the bay was varied. Half of it presented the soft character that marked the bay in general, but a portion of it was rocky, though streaked with vegetation, and this part was intersected by narrow clefts into which, in some rare tempests and high tides combined, tongues of the sea had entered, licking the sides of the gullies smooth; and these occasional visits were marked by the sand and broken shells and other debris the tempestuous and encroaching sea had left behind. The true high water mark was several feet lower than these debris, and was clearly marked. On the land above the cliffs he found a tangled jungle of tropical shrubs, into which he did not penetrate, but skirted it, and, walking eastward, came out upon a delicious down or grassy slope that faced the center of the bay. It was a gentleman's lawn of 1,000 acres, with an extremely gentle slope from the center of the island down to the sea. A river flowing from some distant source ran eastward through this down, but at its verge, and almost encircled it. Hazel traversed the lawn until this river, taking a sudden turn toward the sea, intercepted him at a spot which he immediately fixed on as Helen Rolleston's future residence. 4 short, thick, umbrageous trees stood close to the stream on this side, and on the eastern side was a grove of gigantic palm trees, at whose very ankles the river ran. Indeed, it had undermined one of these palm trees, and that giant at this moment lay all across the stream, leaving a gap through which Hazel's eye could pierce to a great depth among those grand columns, for they stood wide apart, and there was not a vestige of brushwood, jungle, or even grass below their enormous crowns. He christened the place St. Helen's, on the spot. He now dipped his bailer into the stream and found it pure and tolerably cool. He followed the bend of the stream. It evaded the slope and took him by its own milder descent to the sands. Over these it flowed smooth as glass into the sea. Hazel ran to Welch to tell him all he had discovered and give him his first water from the island. He found a roan-colored pigeon with a purplish neck perched on the sick man's foot. The bird shone like a rainbow and cocked a saucy eye at Hazel, and flew up into the air a few yards, but it soon appeared that fear had little to do with this movement, for after an airy circle or two he fanned Hazel's cheek with his fast flapping wings, and lighted on the very edge of the bailer, and was for sipping. "Oh, look here, Welch!" cried Hazel, an ecstasy of delight. "Aye, sir," said he. "Poor things, they hain't found us out yet." The talking puzzled the bird if it did not alarm him, and he flew up to the nearest tree, and perching there, inspected these new and noisy bipeds at his leisure. Hazel now laid his hand on Welch's shoulder, and reminded him gently they had a sad duty to perform, which could not be postponed. "Right you are, sir," said Welch, "and very kind of you to let me have my way with him. Poor Sam." "I have found a place," said Hazel in a low voice. "We can take the boat close to it. But where is Miss Rolleston?" "Oh, she is not far off. She was here just now, and brought me this here little cocoanut and patted me on the back, she did, then off again on a cruise. Bless her little heart." Hazel and Welch then got into the boat and pushed off without much difficulty, and punted across the bay to one of those clefts we have indicated. It was now nearly high water, and they moored the boat close under the cleft Hazel had selected. Then they both got out and went to the extremity of the cleft, and there, with the axe and with pieces of wood, they scraped out a resting place for Cooper. This was light work, for it was all stones, shells, fragments of coral, and dried seaweed lying loosely together. But now came a hard task in which Welch could not assist. Hazel unshipped a thwart and laid the body on it. Then by a great effort staggered with the burden up to the grave and deposited it. He was exhausted by the exertion and had to sit down panting for some time. As soon as he was recovered, he told Welch to stand at the head of the grave, and he stood at the foot, bareheaded, and then, from memory, he repeated the service of our church, hardly missing or displacing a word. This was no tame recital. The scene, the circumstances, the very absence of the book made it tender and solemn. And then Welch repeated those beautiful words after Hazel, and Hazel let him. And how did he repeat them? In such a hearty, loving tone as became one who was about to follow, and all this but a short leave-taking. So uttered, for the living as well as the dead, those immortal words had a strange significance and beauty. And presently a tender silvery voice came down to mingle with the deep and solemn tones of the male mourners. It was Helen Rolleston. She had watched most of their movements unseen herself, and now, standing at the edge of the ravine, and looking down on them, uttered a soft but thrilling amen to every prayer. When it was over, and the men prepared to fill in the grave, she spoke to Welch in an undertone, and begged leave to pay her tribute first. And with this, she detached her apron and held it out to them. Hazel easily climbed up to her, and found her apron was full of sweet-smelling bark and aromatic leaves, whose fragrance filled the air. "I want you to strew these over his poor remains," she said. "Oh, not common earth. He saved our lives, and his last words were, 'I love you, Tom.' Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear." And with that she gave him the apron and turned her head away to hide her tears. Hazel blessed her for the thought, which indeed none but a lady would have had, and Welch and he, with the tears in their eyes, strewed the spicy leaves first. And soon a ridge of shingle neatly bound with seaweed marked the sailor's grave. Hazel's next care, and that a pressing one, was to provide shelter for the delicate girl and the sick man, whom circumstances had placed under his care. He told Miss Rolleston Welch and he were going to cross the bay again, and would she be good enough to meet them at the bend of the river where she would find 4 trees? She nodded her head and took that road accordingly. Hazel rowed eastward across the bay, and it being now high water, he got the boat into the river itself near the edge of the shore, and as this river had worn a channel, he contrived with the boat-hook to propel the boat up the stream to an angle in the bank within 40 yards of the 4 trees. He could get no farther, the stream being now not only shallow, but blocked here and there with great and rough fragments of stone. Hazel pushed the boat into the angle out of the current and moored her fast. He and Welch then got ashore, and Miss Rolleston was standing at the 4 trees. He went to her and said enthusiastically, "This is to be your house. Is it not a beautiful sight?" "Yes, it is a beautiful sight, but, forgive me, I really don't see the house," was her reply. "But you see the framework." Helen looked all about, and then said ruefully, "I suppose I am blind, sir, or else you are dreaming, for I see nothing at all." "Why, here's a roof, ready-made, and the frame of a wall. We have only to wattle a screen between these 4 uprights." "Only to wattle a screen? But I don't know what wattling a screen is. Who does?" "Why, you get some of the canes that grow a little farther up the river, and a certain long wiry grass I have marked down, and then you fix and weave till you make a screen from tree to tree. This could be patched with wet clay. I know where there is plenty of that. Meantime, see what is done to our hands. The crown of this great palm tree lies at the southern aperture of your house and blocks it entirely up. That will keep off the only cold wind, the south wind, from you tonight. Then look at these long spiky leaves interlaced over your head. These trees are screw pines. There is a roof ready made. You must have another roof underneath that, but it will do for a day or 2. "But you will wattle the screen directly," said Helen. "Begin at once, please. I am anxious to see a screen wattled." "Well,"
said Welch, who had joined them. "Landsmen are queer folk, the best of 'em. Why, miss, it would take him a week to screen you with rushes and reeds and them sort of weeds, and I'd do it in half an hour, if I was the Tom Welch I used to be. Why, there's spare canvas enough in the boat to go between these 4 trees breast high, and then there's the foresail besides. The mainsail is all you and me shall want, sir."
"Oh, excuse me," said Miss Rolleston. "I will not be sheltered at the expense of my friends."
"Welch, you are a trump," said Hazel, and ran off for the spare canvas. He brought it and the carpenter's basket of tools. They went to work, and Miss Rolleston insisted on taking part in it. Finding her so disposed, Hazel said that they had better divide their labors, since the time was short. Accordingly, he took the axe and chopped off a great many scales of the palm tree, and lighted a great fire between the trees, while the other 2 worked on the canvas. "This is to dry the soil as well as cook our provisions," said he. "And now I must go and find food. Is there anything you fancy?" He turned his head from the fire he was lighting, and addressed this question both to Welch and Miss Rolleston. Miss Rolleston stared at this question, then smiled, and in the true spirit of a lady said, "I think I should like a good large cocoanut, if you can find one." She felt sure there was no other eatable thing in the whole island. "I wants a cabbage," said Welch in a loud voice.
"Oh, Mr. Welch, we are not at home,"
said Miss Rolleston, blushing at the preposterous demand.
"No, miss, in Capricorn."
"Whereby we shan't have to pay nothing for this here cabbage. I'll tell you, miss, when a sailor comes ashore he always goes in for green vegetables, for why, he has eaten so much junk and biscuit nature sings out for greens. Me and my shipmates were paid off at Portsmouth last year, and 6 of us agreed to dine together and each order his dish. Blessed if 6 boiled legs of mutton did not come up smoking hot. 3 was with cabbage, and 3 with turmots. Mine was with turmots. But then I don't ask, so neither line. Don't you go to think, because I'm sick, and the lady and you is so kind to me, and to him that is a-waiting outside them there shoals for me, as I'm unreasonable. Turmots I wish you both, and plenty of 'em, when some whaler gets driven out of her course and picks you up and carries you into northern latitudes where turmots grow. But cabbage is my right. Cabbage is my due, being paid off in a manner, for the ship is foundered and I'm ashore. Cabbage I ask for, as a seaman that has done his duty, and a man that won't live to eat many more of 'em. And," losing his temper, "if you are the man I take you for, you'll run and fetch me a cabbage fresh from the tree," recovering his temper. "I know I didn't ought to ask a parson to shin up a tree for me. But, Lord bless you, there ain't no saucy little boys a-looking on, and here's a poor fellow mostly dying for it." Miss Rolleston looked at Mr. Hazel with alarm in every feature, and whispered, "Cabbage from the tree? Is he wandering?" Hazel smiled. "No," said he. "He has picked up a fable of these seas, that there is a tree which grows cabbages." Welch heard him, and said with due warmth, "Of course there is a tree on these islands that grows cabbages. That was known 100 years before you was born, and shipmates of mine have eaten them." "Excuse me, what those old admirals and buccaneers that set the legend afloat were so absurd as to call a cabbage, and your shipmates may have eaten for one, is nothing on earth but the last year's growth of the palm tree." "Palm tree be," said Welch, and thereupon ensued a hot argument, which Helen's good sense cut short.
"Mr. Hazel," said she, "can you by any possibility get our poor friend the thing he wants?"
"Oh, that is quite within the bounds of possibility," said Hazel dryly.
"Well, then suppose you begin by getting him the thing. Then I will boil the thing, and he will eat the thing, and after all that it will be time to argue about the name we shall give to the thing."
The good sense of this struck Mr. Hazel forcibly. He started off at once, armed with the axe and a net bag Welch had made since he became unfit for heavy labor. He called back to them as he went, to put the pots on. Welch and Miss Rolleston complied. And then the sailor showed the lady how to sew sailor, wise driving the large needle with the palm of the hand, guarded by a piece of leather.
They had nailed 2 breadths of canvas to the trees on the north and west sides and run the breadths rapidly together, and the water was boiling and bubbling in the bailers when Miss Rolleston uttered a scream, for Hazel came running over the prostrate palm tree as if it was a proper bridge, and lighted in the midst of them. "Lot 1," said he cheerfully, and produced from his net some limes, 2 coconuts, and a land turtle. From this last esculent Miss Rolleston withdrew with undisguised horror, and it was in vain he assured her it was a great delicacy. "No matter, it is a reptile. Oh, please send it away." "The Queen of the Island reprieves you," said he, and put down the terrapin, which went off very leisurely for a reprieved reptile. Then Hazel produced a fine bream which he had found struggling in a rock pool, the tide having turned, and 3 sea crayfish, bigger than any lobster. He chopped their heads off outside, and threw their tails into the pots. He stuck a piece of pointed wood through the bream and gave it to Welch to toast, but Welch waved it aside. "I see no cabbage," said he grimly. "Oh, I forgot. But that is soon found," said Hazel. "Here, give me the fish, and you take the saw, and examine the head of the palm tree, which lies at Miss Rolleston's door. Saw away the succulent part of last year's growth, and bring it here." Welch got up slowly. "I'll go with you, Mr. Welch," said Miss Rolleston. "She will not be alone with me for a moment if she can help it," thought Hazel, and sat moody by the fire. But he shook off his sadness and forced on a cheerful look the moment they came back. They brought with them a vegetable very like the heart of a cabbage, only longer and whiter. "There," said Welch, "what do you call that?" "The last year's growth of the palm," said Hazel calmly. This vegetable was cut in 2 and put into the pots. "There, take the toasting fork again," said Hazel to Welch, and drew out from his net 3 huge scallop shells. "Soup plates," said he, and washed them in the running stream, then put them before the fire to dry. While the fish and vegetable were cooking, he went and cut off some of the leafy pinuated branches of the palm tree, and fastened them horizontally above the strips of canvas. Each palm branch traversed a whole side of the bower. This closed the northern and western sides. On the southern side, the prostrate palm tree, on striking the ground, had so crushed its boughs and leaves together as to make a thick wall of foliage. Then he took to making forks, and primitive ones they were. He selected a bough the size of a thick walking stick, sawed it off the tree, sawed a piece 6 inches long off it, peeled that, split it in 4, and with his knife gave each piece 3 points, by merely tapering off and serrating one end. And so he made a fork a minute. Then he brought all the rugs and things from the boat, and the ground being now thoroughly dried by the fire, placed them for seats, gave each person a large leaf for a plate, besides a scallop shell, and served out supper. It was eaten with rare appetite. The palm tree vegetable in particular was delicious, tasting between a cabbage and a cocoanut. When they had supped, Hazel removed the plates and went to the boat. He returned dragging the foremast and foresail, which were small, and called Welch out. They agreed to rig the mainsail tarpaulin-wise and sleep in the boat. Accordingly they made themselves very busy screening the east side of Miss Rolleston's new abode with the foresail, and fastened a loop and drove a nail into the tree, and looped the sail to it, then suddenly bade her good night in cheerful tones, and were gone in a moment, leaving her to her repose, as they imagined. Hazel, in particular, having used all his ingenuity to secure her personal comfort, was now too bent on showing her the most delicate respect and forbearance to think of anything else. But justly counting on the delicacy, he had forgotten the timidity of her sex, and her first night in the island was a terribly trying one. Thrice she opened her mouth to call Welch and Hazel back, but could not. Yet when their footsteps were out of hearing, she would have given the world to have them between her and the perils with which she felt herself surrounded. Tigers, snakes, scorpions, savages, what would become of her during the long night? She sat and cowered before the hot embers. She listened to what seemed the angry roar of the sea. What with the stillness of the night and her sharpened senses, she heard it all round the island. She seemed environed with peril, and yet surrounded by desolation. No one at hand to save her in time from a wild beast. No one anywhere near except a sick sailor, and one she would almost rather die than call singly to her aid, for he had once told her he loved her. "Oh, papa! Oh, Arthur!" she cried. "Are you praying for your poor Helen?" Then she wept and prayed, and half nerved herself to bear the worst. Finally her vague fears completely overmastered her. Then she had recourse to a stratagem that belongs to her sex. She hid herself from the danger, and the danger from her. She covered her face and all, and so lay trembling and longing for the day. At the first streak of dawn she fled from her place of torture, and after plunging her face and hands in the river, which did her a world of good, she went off and entered the jungle and searched it closely, so far as she could penetrate it. Soon she heard, "Miss Rolleston," called in anxious tones. But she tossed her little head and revenged herself for her night of agony by not replying. However, nature took her in hand. Imperious hunger drew her back to her late place of torture, and there she found a fire and Hazel cooking crayfish. She ate the crayfish heartily, and drank cocoanut milk out of half a cocoanut, which the ingenious Hazel had already sawn, polished, and mounted for her. After that, Hazel's whole day was occupied in stripping a tree that stood on the high western promontory of the bay, and building up the materials of a bonfire a few yards from it, that if any whaler should stray that way, they might not be at a loss for means to attract her attention. Welch was very ill all day, and Miss Rolleston nursed him. He got about toward evening, and Miss Rolleston asked him rather timidly if he could put her up a bell rope. "Why, yes, miss," said Welch. "That is easy enough. But I don't see no bell." Oh, she did not want a bell. She only wanted a bell rope. Hazel came up during this conversation, and she then gave her reason. "Because then, if Mr. Welch is ill in the night and wants me, I could come to him. Or—" Finding herself getting near the real reason, she stopped short. "Or what?" inquired Hazel eagerly. She replied to Welch, "When tigers and things come to me I can let you know, Mr. Welch, if you have any curiosity about the result of their visit." "Tigers?" said Hazel, in answer to this side slap. "There are no tigers here. No large animals of prey exist in the Pacific." "What makes you think that?" "It is notorious. Naturalists are agreed." "But I am not. I heard noises all night. And little I expected that anything of me would be left this morning, except perhaps my back hair. Mr. Welch, you are clever at rigging things. That is what you call it. And so please rig me a bell rope, then I shall not be eaten alive without creating some little disturbance." "I'll do it, miss," said Welch, "this very night." Hazel said nothing, but pondered. Accordingly that very evening a piece of stout twine with a stone at the end of it hung down from the roof of Helen's house, and this twine clove the air until it reached a ring upon the mainmast of the cutter. Thence it descended, and was to be made fast to something or somebody. The young lady inquired no further. The very sight of this bell rope was a great comfort to her. It reunited her to civilized life. That night she lay down and quaked considerably less. Yet she woke several times, and an hour before daylight she heard distinctly a noise that made her flesh creep. It was like the snoring of some great animals. This horrible sound was faint and distant, but she heard it between the roll of the waves, and that showed it was not the sea roaring. She hid herself in her rugs and cowered till daybreak. A score of times she was minded to pull her bell rope, but always a womanly feeling, strong as her love of life, withheld her. "Time to pull that bell rope, when the danger was present or imminent," she thought to herself. "The thing will come smelling about before it attacks me, and then I will pull the bell." And so she passed an hour of agony. Next morning at daybreak Hazel met her just issuing from her hut, and pointing to his net, told her he was going to forage, and would she be good enough to make the fire and have boiling water ready. He was sorry to trouble her, but poor Welch was worse this morning. Miss Rolleston cut short his excuses. "Pray do not take me for a child. Of course I will light the fire and boil the water. Only I have no lucifer matches." "Here are two,"
said he. "I carry the box wrapped in oilskin. For if anything happened to them, heaven help us." He crossed the prostrate palm tree and dived into the wood. It was a large, beautiful wood, and except at the western edge, the trees were all of the palm tree genus, but contained several species, including the cocoanut tree. The turf ran under these trees for about 40 yards and then died gradually away under the same thick shade which destroyed all other vegetation in this wood and made it so easy to see and travel. He gathered a few cocoanuts that had burst out of their ripe pods and fallen to the ground, and ran on till he reached a belt of trees and shrubs that bounded the palm forest. Here his progress was no longer easy. But he found trees covered with a small fruit resembling quinces in every particular of look, taste, and smell, and that made him persevere, since it was most important to learn the useful products of the island. Presently he burst through some brushwood into a swampy bottom surrounded by low trees, and instantly a dozen large birds of the osprey kind rose flapping into the air like windmills rising. He was quite startled by the whirring and flapping, and not a little amazed at the appearance of the place. Here was a very charnel house, so thick lay the shells, skeletons, and loose bones of fish. Here, too, he found 3 terrapin killed but not eaten, and also some fish more or less pecked. "Aha! My worthy executioners, much obliged," said he. "You saved me that job." And into the bag went the terrapin and 2 plump fish, but slightly mutilated. Before he had gone many yards, back came the sailing wings, and the birds settled again before his eyes. The rest of the low wood was but thin, and he soon emerged upon the open country, but it was most unpromising, and fitter for geese than men. A vast sedgy swamp with water in the middle, thin fringes of great fern trees, and here and there a disconsolate tree like a weeping willow, and at the end of this lake and swamp, which altogether formed a triangle, was a barren hill without a blade of vegetation on it, and a sort of jagged summit Hazel did not at all like the look of. Volcanic. Somewhat dismayed at finding so large a slice of the island worthless, he returned through the wood, guiding himself due west by his pocket compass, and so got down to the shore, where he found scallops and crayfish in incredible abundance. Literally, he had only to go into the water and gather them. But enough is as good as a feast. He ran to the pots with his miscellaneous bag, and was not received according to his deserts. Miss Rolleston told him, a little severely, the water had been boiling a long time. Then he produced his provender by way of excuse. "Tortoises again," said she, and shuddered visibly. But the quinces and cocoanuts were graciously received. Welch, however, cried out for cabbage. "What am I to do?" said Hazel. "For every such cabbage a king must die." "Goodness me!" "A monarch of the grove." "Oh, a king log? Why, then, down with them all, of course, sooner than dear Mr. Welch shall go without his cabbage." He cast a look of admiration on her, which she avoided, and very soon his axe was heard ringing in the wood hard by. Then came a loud crash. Then another. Hazel came running with the cabbage and a cocoa pod. "There," said he, "and there are 100 more about. While you cook that for Welch, I will store them." Accordingly, he returned to the wood with his net, and soon came back with 5 pods in it, each as big as a large pumpkin. He chucked these one at a time across the river, and then went for more. It took him all the afternoon to get all the pods across the river. He was obliged to sit down and rest. But a suggestion of Helen's soon set him to work again. "You were kind enough to say you would store these for me. Could you not store them so as to wall out those terrible beasts with them?" "What terrible beasts?" "That roar so all night, and don't eat us, only because they have not found out where we are yet. But they will." "I deny their existence," said Hazel. "But I'll wall them out all the same," said he. "Pray do," said Helen. "Wall them out first, and disprove them afterward. I shall be better able to believe they don't exist when they are well walled out. Much."
Hazel went to work, and with her assistants laid cocoa pods 2 wide and 3 deep outside the northern and western sides of her leafy bower, and he promised to complete the walls by the same means in 2 days more. They all then supped together, and to oblige him she ate a little of the terrapin, and when they parted for the night she thanked him and said with a deep blush, "You have been a good friend to me, of late." He colored high, and his eyes sparkled with delight, and she noticed and almost wished she had kept her gratitude to herself. That night, what with her bell rope and her little bit of a wall, she was somewhat less timorous, and went to sleep early. But even in sleep she was watchful, and she was awakened by a slight sound in the neighborhood of the boat. She lay watching, but did not stir. Presently she heard a footstep. With a stifled cry she bounded up, and her first impulse was to rush out of the tent. But she conquered this, and, gliding to the south side of her bower, she peered through the palm leaves, and the first thing she saw was the figure of a man standing between her and the boat. She drew her breath hard. The outline of the man was somewhat indistinct, but it was not a savage. The man was clothed, and his stature betrayed him. He stood still for some time. "He is listening to see if I am awake," said Helen to herself. The figure moved toward her bower. Then all in a moment she became another woman. She did not rely on her bell rope. She felt it was fast to nothing that could help her. She looked round for no weapon. She trusted to herself. She drew herself hastily up, and folded her arms. Her bosom panted, but her cheek never paled. Her modesty was alarmed, her blood was up, and life or death were nothing to her. The footsteps came nearer. They stopped at her door, they went north, then they came back south. They kept her in this high-wrought attitude for half an hour. Then they retired softly, and when they were gone she gave way and fell on her knees and began to cry hysterically. Then she got calmer, and then she wondered and puzzled herself. But she slept no more that night. In the morning she found that the fire was lighted on a sort of shelf close to the boat. Mr. Hazel had cut the shelf and lighted the fire there for Welch's sake, who had complained of cold in the night. While Hazel was gone for the crayfish, Welch asked Helen to go for her prayer book. She brought it directly, and turned the leaves to find the prayers for the sick. But she was soon undeceived as to his intention. Sam had wrote it down how the Proserpine was foundered, and I should like to lie alongside my messmate on that there paper, as well as in t'other place, meaning the grave. Begin as Sam did, that this is my last word. Oh, I hope not. Oh, Mr. Welch, pray do not leave me. Well, well, then, never mind that, but just put down as I heard Sam, and his dying words, that the parson took down were the truth. I have written that. And that the 2 holes was on her port side, and 7 foot from her stern post, and I say them very augurs that it is our cutter made them holes. Set down that. It is down. Then I'll put my mark under it, and you are my witness. Helen, anxious to please him in everything, showed him where to put his mark. He did so, and she signed her name as his witness. "And now, Mr. Welch," said she, "do not you fret about the loss of the ship. You should rather think how good Providence has been to us in saving us 3 out of so many that sailed in that poor ship. That Wiley was a wicked man, but he is drowned, or starved, no doubt, and there is an end of him. You are alive, and we all are 3 to see old England again. But to live you must eat, and so now do make a good breakfast to-day. Tell me what you can fancy. A cabbage?" "What, you own it is a cabbage?" "Of course I do," said Helen, coaxing. "You must excuse Mr. Hazel. These learned men are so crotchety in some things, and go by books. But you and I go by our senses, and to us a cabbage is a cabbage, grow where it will. Will you have one?" "No, miss, not this morning. What I wants this morning, very bad indeed, it is. I wants a drink made of the sweet-smelling leaves, like as you strewed over my messmate. The Lord in heaven bless you for it." "Oh, Mr. Welch, that is a curious fancy. But you shall not ask me twice for anything. The jungle is full of them, and I'll fetch you some in 5 minutes. So you must boil the water." She scudded away to the jungle, and soon returned with some aromatic leaves. While they were infusing, Hazel came up, and on being informed of Welch's fancy made no opposition, but on the contrary, said that such men had sometimes very happy inspirations. He tasted it, however, and said the smell was the best part of it, in his opinion. He then put it aside to cool for the sick man's use. They ate their usual breakfast, and then Welch sipped his spiced tea, as he called it. Morning and afternoon he drank copious draughts of it, and seemed to get suddenly better, and told them not to hang about him any longer, but to go to their work, he was all right now. To humor him they went off in different directions, Hazel with his axe to level cocoanut trees, and Helen to search for fruits in the jungle. She came back in about an hour, very proud of some pods she had found with nutmegs inside them. She ran to Welch. He was not in the boat. She saw his waistcoat, however, folded and lying on the thwart. So she knew he could not be far off, and concluded he was in her bower. But he was not there, and she called to Mr. Hazel. He came to the side of the river laden with cocoanuts. "Is he with you?" said Helen. "Who? Welch? No." "Well, then, he is not here. Oh, dear, something is the matter." Hazel came across directly, and they both began to run anxiously to every part whence they could command a view to any distance. They could not see him anywhere, and met with blank faces at the bower. Then Helen made a discovery. This very day, while hanging about the place, Hazel had torn up from the edge of the river an old trunk whose roots had been loosened by the water washing away the earth that held them, and this stump he had set up in her bower for a table, after sawing the roots down into legs. Well, on the smooth part of this table lay a little pile of money, a ring with a large pearl in it, and 2 gold earrings Helen had often noticed in Welch's ears. She pointed at these and turned pale. Then, suddenly waving her hand to Hazel to follow her, she darted out of the bower, and in a moment she was at the boat. There she found, beside his waistcoat, his knife, and a little pile of money, placed carefully on the thwart, and underneath it his jacket rolled up, and his shoes and sailor's cap, all put neatly and in order. Hazel found her looking at them. He began to have vague misgivings. "What does this mean?" he said faintly. "What does it mean?" cried Helen in agony. "Don't you see? A legacy. The poor thing has divided his little all. Oh, my heart! What has become of him?" Then, with one of those inspirations her sex have, she cried, "Ah, Cooper's grave!" Hazel, though not so quick as she was, caught her meaning at a word, and flew down the slope to the seashore. The tide was out. A long, irregular track of footsteps indented the sand. He stopped a moment and looked at them. They pointed toward that cleft where the grave was. He followed them all across the sand. They entered the cleft and did not return. Full of heavy foreboding, he rushed into the cleft. Yes, his arms hanging on each side of the grave, and his cheek laid gently on it, there lay Tom Welch, with a loving smile on his dead face. Only a man, yet faithful as a dog. Hazel went back slowly and crying. Of all men living he could best appreciate fidelity and mourn its fate. But as he drew near Helen he dried his eyes, for it was his duty to comfort her. She had at first endeavored to follow him, but after a few steps her knees smote together, and she was fain to sit down on the grassy slope that overlooked the sea. The sun was setting huge and red over that vast and peaceful sea. She put her hands to her head, and, sick at heart, looked heavily at that glorious and peaceful sight. Hazel came up to her. She looked at his face, and that look was enough for her. She rocked herself gently to and fro. "Yes," said he in a broken voice. "He was there, quite dead." He sat gently down by her side, and looked at that setting sun and illimitable ocean, and his heart felt deadly sad. "He is gone, and we are alone on this island." The man said this in one sense only, but the woman heard it in more than one. "Alone!" She glanced timidly round at him, and without rising, edged a little away from him, and wept in silence. Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. 26. After a long silence, Hazel asked her in a low voice if she could be there in half an hour. She said yes in the same tone, but without turning her head. On reaching the graves she found that Hazel had spared her a sad sight. Nothing remained but to perform the service. When it was over she went slowly away in deep distress on more accounts than one. In due course Hazel came to her bower, but she was not there. Then he lighted the fire, and prepared everything for supper, and he was so busy and her foot so light he did not hear her come. But by and by, lifting his head, he saw her looking wistfully at him, as if she would read his soul in his minutest actions. He started and brightened all over with pleasure at the sudden sight of her, and said eagerly, "Your supper is quite ready." "Thank you, sir," she said sadly and coldly. She had noted that expression of joy. "I have no appetite. Do not wait for me." And soon after she strolled away again. Hazel was dumbfounded. There was no mistaking her manner. It was chilly and reserved all of a sudden. It wounded him. But he behaved like a man. "What, I keep her out of her own house, do I?" said he to himself. He started up, took a fish out of the pot, wrapped it in a leaf, and stalked off to his boat. Then he ate a little of the fish, threw the rest away, and went down upon the sands and paced them in a sad and bitter mood. But the night calmed him, and some hours of tranquil thought brought him fortitude, patience, and a clear understanding. He went to his boat, elevated by generous and delicate resolutions. Now worthy resolves are tranquilizing, and he slept profoundly. Not so she, whose sudden but very natural change of demeanor had hurt him. When she returned and found he was gone for the night she began to be alarmed at having offended him. For this and other reasons she passed the night in sore perplexity, and did not sleep till morning, and so she overslept her usual time. However, when she was up, she determined to find her own breakfast. She felt it would not do to be too dependent, and on a person of uncertain humor. Such, for the moment, she chose to pretend to herself was Hazel. Accordingly she went down to the sea to look for crayfish. She found abundance. There they lay in the water, you had but to stoop and pick them up. But alas, they were black, lively, viperish. She went with no great relish for the task to take one up. It wriggled maliciously. She dropped it, and at the very moment, by a curious coincidence, remembered she was sick and tired of crayfish. She would breakfast on fruits. She crossed the sand, took off her shoes, and paddled through the river, and having put on her shoes again, was about to walk up through some rank grass to the big wood, when she heard a voice behind her, and it was Mr. Hazel. She bit her lip. It was broad daylight now, and prepared quietly to discourage this excessive assiduity. He came up to her panting a little, and taking off his hat, said with marked respect, "I beg your pardon, Miss Rolleston, but I know you hate reptiles. Now there are a few snakes in that long grass, not poisonous ones." "Snakes!" cried Helen. "Let me get home. There, I'll go without my breakfast." "Oh, I hope not," said Hazel ruefully. "Why, I have been rather fortunate this morning, and it is all ready." "That is a different thing," said Helen graciously. "You must not have your trouble for nothing, I suppose." Directly after breakfast, Hazel took his axe and some rope from the boat, and went off in a great hurry to the jungle. In half an hour or so he returned, dragging a large conical shrub, armed with spikes for leaves, incredibly dense and prickly. "There," said he, "there's a vegetable porcupine for you. This is your best defense against that roaring bugbear." "That little tree," said Helen. "The tiger would soon jump over that." Aye, but not over this and 60 more. A wall of stilettos. Don't touch it, please." He worked very hard all day, and brought 12 of these prickly trees to the bower by sunset. He was very dissatisfied with his day's work; seemed quite mortified. "This comes of beginning at the wrong end," he said. "I went to work like a fool. I should have begun by making a cart." "But you can't do that," said Helen soothingly. "No gentleman can make a cart." "Oh, surely anybody can make a cart by a little thinking," said he. "I wish," said Helen listlessly, "you would think of something for me to do. I begin to be ashamed of not helping." You can plait?" "Yes, as far as 7 strands." "Then you need never be unemployed. We want ropes, and shall want large mats for the rainy weather." He went to the place where he had warned her of the snakes, and cut a great bundle of long silky grass, surprisingly tough, yet neither harsh nor juicy. He brought it her, and said he should be very glad of 100 yards of light cord, 3-ply and 5-ply. She was charmed with the grass, and the very next morning she came to breakfast with it nicely prepared, and a good deal of cord made and hanging round her neck. She found some preparations for carpenter's work lying about. "Is that great log for the cart?" said she. "Yes, it is a section of a sago tree." "What? Our sago?" "The basis. See, in the center it is all soft pith." He got from the boat one of the augers that had scuttled the Proserpine, and soon turned the pith out. "They pound that pith in water and run it through linen, then set the water in the sun to evaporate. The sediment is the sago of commerce, and sad insipid stuff it is." "Oh, please don't call anything names one has eaten in England," said Helen sorrowfully. After a hasty meal she and Mr. Hazel worked for a wager. Her taper fingers went like the wind, and though she watched him, and asked questions, she never stopped plaiting. Mr. Hazel was no carpenter, he was merely brains spurred by necessity. He went to work and sawed off 4 short discs of the sago log. "Now what are those, pray?" asked Helen. "The wheels, primeval wheels, and here are the linchpins, made of hard wood. I wattled them at odd times." He then produced 2 young lime trees he had rooted up that morning and sawed them into poles in a minute. Then he bored 2 holes in each pole, about 4 inches from either extremity, and fitted his linchpins. Then he drew out his linchpins, passed each pole first through one disc and then through another, and fastened his linchpins. Then he ran to the boat, and came back with the stern and midship thwarts. He drilled with his center bit 3 rows of holes in these, 2 inches from the edge. And now Helen's work came in. Her grass rope bound the thwarts tight to the horizontal poles, leaving the discs room to play easily between the thwarts and the linchpins. But there was an open space 13 inches broad between the thwarts. This space Hazel herring-boned over with some of Helen's rope drawn as tight as possible. The cart was now made. Time occupied in its production 3 hours and 40 minutes. The coachmaker was very hot, and Helen asked him timidly whether he had not better rest and eat. "No time for that," said he. "The day is not half long enough for what I have to do." He drank copiously from the stream, put the carpenter's basket into the cart, got the tow rope from the boat, and fastened it to the cart in this shape: A, putting himself in the center. So now the coachmaker was the horse, and off they went, rattling and creaking, to the jungle. Helen turned her stool and watched this pageant enter the jungle. She plaited on, but not so merrily. Hazel's companionship and bustling way somehow kept her spirits up. But whenever she was left alone, she gazed on the blank ocean, and her heart died within her. At last she strolled pensively toward the jungle, plaiting busily as she went, and hanging the rope round her neck as fast as she made it. At the edge of the jungle she found Hazel in a difficulty. He had cut down a wagon load of prickly trees, and wanted to get all this mass of noli me tangere onto that little wretched cart, but had not rope enough to keep it together. She gave him plenty of new line, and partly by fastening a small rope to the big rope, and so making the big rope a receptacle, partly by artful tying, they dragged home an incredible load. To be sure, some of it draggled half along the ground, and came after like a peacock's tail. He made 6 trips, and then the sun was low, so he began to build. He raised a rampart of these prickly trees, a rampart 3 feet wide and 8 feet high, but it only went round 2 sides and a half of the bower. So then he said he had failed again, and lay down worn out by fatigue. Helen Rolleston, though dejected herself, could not help pitying him for his exhaustion in her service, and for his bleeding hands. She undertook the cooking, and urged him kindly to eat every dish, and when he rose to go she thanked him with as much feeling as modesty for the great pains he had taken to lessen those fears of hers, which she saw he did not share. These kind words more than repaid him. He went to his little den in a glow of spirits, and the next morning went off in a violent hurry, and for once seemed glad to get away from her. "Poor Mr. Hazel," said she softly, and watched him out of sight. Then she got her plate, and went to the high point where he had barked a tree, and looked far and wide for a sail. The air was wonderfully clear, the whole ocean seemed in sight, but all was blank. A great awe fell upon her, and sickness of heart. And then first she began to fear she was out of the known world, and might die on that island, or never to be found by the present generation. And this sickening fear lurked in her from that hour, and led to consequences that will be related shortly. She did not return for a long while, and when she did, she found Hazel had completed her fortifications. He invited her to explore the western part of the island, but she declined. "Thank you," said she. "Not to-day. There is something to be done at home. I have been comparing my abode with yours, and the contrast makes me uncomfortable, if it doesn't you. Oblige me by building yourself a house." "What, in an afternoon?" "Why not? You made a cart in a forenoon. How can I tell your limits? You are quite out of my poor little depth." "Well, at all events you must roof the boat, or something. Come, be good for once, and think a little of yourself. There, I'll sit by, and what shall I do while you are working to oblige me?" "Make a fishing net of cocoanut fibre 4 feet deep. Here's plenty of material all prepared." "Why, Mr. Hazel, you must work in your sleep." "No, but of course I am not idle when I am alone. And luckily I have made a spade out of hard wood at odd hours, or all the afternoon would go in making that." "A spade? You are going to dig a hole in the ground and call it a house? That will not do for me." "You will see," said Hazel. The boat lay in a little triangular creek. The surrounding earth was alluvial clay, a sort of black, cheesy mold, stiff, but kindly to work with the spade. Hazel cut and chiseled it out at a grand rate, and throwing it to the sides, raised by degrees 2 mud banks, one on each side of the boat. And at last he dug so deep that he was enabled to draw the boat another yard inland. As Helen sat by, netting and forcing a smile now and then, though sad at heart, he was on his mettle, and the mud walls he raised in 4 hours were really wonderful. He squared their inner sides with the spade. When he had done, the boat lay in a hollow, the walls of which, half natural, half artificial, were 5 feet above her gunwale, and of course 8 feet above her bottom, in which Hazel used to lie at night. He then made another little wall at the boat's stern, and laid palm branches over all, and a few huge banana leaves from the jungle, got a dozen large stones out of the river, tied 4 yards lengths of Helen's grass rope from stone to stone, and so, passing the ropes over the roof, confined it, otherwise a sudden gust of wind might lift it. "There," said he, "am I not as well off as you?" "I? A great tough man. Abominable waste of time, I call it." "Humph," said Helen doubtfully. "All this is very clever, but I doubt whether it will keep out much rain." "More than yours will," said Hazel, "and that is a very serious thing. I am afraid you little know how serious. But tomorrow, if you please, I will examine our resources, and lay our whole situation before you, and ask your advice. As to your bugbear, let him roar his heart out, his reign is over. Will you not come and see your wooden walls?" He then took Helen and showed her the tremendous nature of her fortification, and assured her that no beast of prey could face it nor even smell it with impunity. and as to the door, here the defence was double and treble, but attached to 4 grass cords. 2 passed into the abode round each of the screw pine trees at the east side, and were kept in their places by pegs driven into the trees. "When you are up," said Hazel, "you pull these 4 cords steadily, and your 4 guards will draw back right and left with all their bayonets, and you can come out." Helen was very much pleased with this arrangement, and did not disguise her gratitude. She slept in peace and comfort that night. Hazel, too, profited by the mud walls and leafy roof she had compelled him to rear; for this night was colder, as it happened, than any preceding night since they came ashore. In the morning Hazel saw a green turtle on the shore, which was unusual at that time of year. He ran and turned her with some difficulty, then brought down his cart, cut off her head with a blow, and in due course dragged her up the slope. She weighed 200 pounds. He showed Miss Rolleston the enormous shell, gave her a lecture on turtles, and especially on the 4 species known to South Sea navigators: the trunk turtle, the loggerhead, the green turtle, and the hawksbill, from which last, and not from any tortoise, he assured her came the tortoise shell of commerce. "And now," said he, "will you not give up or suspend your reptile theory, and eat a little green turtle, the king of them all?" "I think I must, after all that," said she, and rather relished it. That morning he kept his word, and laid their case before her. He said, "We are here on an island that has probably been seen and disregarded by a few whalers, but is not known to navigators nor down on any chart. There is a wide range of vegetation, proving a delightful climate on the whole, and one particularly suited to you whose lungs are delicate. But then, comparing the beds of the rivers with the banks, a tremendous fall of rain is indicated. The rainy months, in these latitudes, are at hand, and if these rains catch us in our present condition, it will be a calamity. You have walls, but no roof to keep it out. I tremble when I think of it. This is my main anxiety. My next is about our sustenance during the rains. We have no stores under cover, no fuel, no provisions but a few cocoanuts. We use 2 lucifer matches a day, and what is to become of us at that rate? In theory fire can be got by rubbing 2 pieces of wood together. Selkirk is said to have so obtained it from pimento wood on Juan Fernandez. But in fact I believe the art is confined to savages. I never met a civilized man who could do it, and I have questioned scores of voyagers. As for my weapons, they consist of a boat-hook and an axe. No gun, no harpoon, no bow, no lance. My tools are a blunt saw, a blunter axe, a wooden spade, 2 great augers that I believe had a hand in bringing us here, but have not been any use to us since, a centre bit, 2 planes, a hammer, a pair of pincers, 2 bradawls, 3 gimlets, 2 scrapers, a plumb lead and line, a large pair of scissors, and you have a small pair, 2 gauges, a screwdriver, 5 clasped knives, a few screws and nails of various sizes, 2 small barrels, 2 bags, 2 tin bowls, 2 wooden bowls, and the shell of this turtle, and that is a very good soup tureen, only we have no meat to make soup with." "Well, sir," said Miss Rolleston resignedly, "we can but kneel down and die." "That would be cutting the Gordian knot, indeed," said Hazel. "What, die to shirk a few difficulties? No. I propose an amendment to that. After the words 'kneel down,' insert the words, 'and get up again, trusting in that merciful Providence which has saved us so far, but expects us to exert ourselves too.'" "It is good and pious advice," said Helen, "and let us follow it this moment." "Now," said Hazel, "I have 3 propositions to lay before you. First, that I hereby give up walking and take to running. Time is so precious. Second, that we both work by night as well as day. Third, that we each tell the other our principal wants, so that there may be 4 eyes on the lookout as we go instead of 2. "I consent," said Helen. "Pray, what are your wants?" "Iron, oil, salt, tar, a bellows, a pickaxe, planks, thread, nets, light matting for roofs, bricks, chimney pots, jars, glass, animal food, some variety of vegetable food, and so on. I'll write down the entire list for you." "You will be puzzled to do that without ink or paper." "Not in the least. I shall engrave it in alto rilievo, make the words with pebbles on the turf just above high water mark. Now tell me your wants." "Well, I want impossibilities." "Enumerate them." "What is the use?" "It is the method we have agreed upon." "Oh, very well, then. I want a sponge." "Good. What next?" "I have broken my comb." "Good." "I'm glad you think so. I want oh, Mr. Hazel, what is the use?" "Well, I should like a mattress to lie on." "Hair or wool?" "I don't care which, and it is a shame to ask you for either." "Go on." "I want a looking glass." "Great heaven, what for?" "Oh, never mind. I want one. And some more towels, and some soap, and a few hairpins, and some elastic bands, and some pen, ink, and paper, to write my feelings down in this island for nobody ever to see." When she began, Hazel looked bright, but the list was like a wasp, its sting lay in its tail. However, he put a good face on it. "I'll try and get you all those things, only give me time. Do you know I am writing a dictionary on a novel method?" "That means on the sand." "No, the work is suspended for the present. But two of the definitions in it are difficulties, things to be subdued; impossibilities, things to be trampled on." "Well, subdue mine. Trample on a sponge for me." "That is just what I was going to do," said he, opened a clasped knife, and jumped coolly into the river. Helen screamed faintly, but after all the water was only up to his knees. He soon cut a large sponge off a piece of slimy rock and held it up to her. "There," said he. "Why, there are a score of them at your very door, and you never saw them." "Oh, excuse me. I did see them, and shuddered. I thought they were reptiles, dormant and biding their time." When he was out of the river again she thought a little, and asked him whether old iron would be of any use to him. "Oh, certainly," said he. "What, do you know of any?" "I think I saw some one day. I'll go and look for it." She took the way of the shore, and he got his cart and spade and went post haste to his clay pit. He made a quantity of bricks and brought them home and put them to dry in the sun. He also cut great pieces of the turtle, and wrapped them in fresh banana leaves and enclosed them in clay. He then tried to make a large narrow-necked vessel, and failed utterly, so he made the clay into a great rude platter like a shallow milk-pan. Then he peeled the sago log off which he had cut his wheels, and rubbed it with turtle fat, and using it as a form, produced 2 clay cylinders. These he set in the sun, with bricks round them to keep them from falling. Leaving all these to dry and set before he baked them, he went off to the marsh for fern leaves. The soil being so damp, the trees were covered with a brownish-red substance scarce distinguishable from wool. This he had counted on. But he also found in the same neighborhood a long cypress-haired moss that seemed to him very promising. He made several trips and raised quite a stack of fern leaves. By this time the sun had operated on his thinner pottery, so he laid down 6 of his large thick tiles, and lighted a fire on them with dry banana leaves and cocoanut, etc., and such light combustibles, until he had heated and hardened the clay. Then he put the ashes on one side and swept the clay clean. Then he put the fire on again, and made it hotter and hotter till the clay began to redden. While he was thus occupied, Miss Rolleston came from the jungle radiant, carrying vegetable treasures in her apron. First she produced some golden apples with reddish leaves. "There," said she, "and they smell delicious." Hazel eyed them keenly. "You have not eaten any of them?" "What, by myself?" said Helen. "Thank heaven!" said Hazel, turning pale. "These are the manchanilla, the poison apple of the Pacific." "Poison?" said Helen, alarmed in her turn. "Well, I don't know that they are poison, but travelers give them a very bad name. The birds never peck them, and I have read that even the leaves, falling into still water, have killed the fish."
"You will not eat anything here till you have shown it me, will you?" said he imploringly. "No, no," said Helen, and sat down with her hand to her heart a minute. "And I was so pleased when I found them," she said. "They reminded me of home. I wonder whether these are poison too," and she opened her apron wide and showed him some long yellow pods with red specks, something like a very large banana. "Ah, that is a very different affair," said Hazel, delighted. "These are plantains, and the greatest find we have made yet. The fruit is meat, the wood is thread, and the leaf is shelter and clothes. The fruit is good raw, and better baked, as you shall see, and I believe this is the first time the dinner and the dish were both baked together." He cleared the now heated hearth, put the meat and fruit on it, then placed his great platter over it, and heaped fire round the platter and light combustibles over it. While this was going on, Helen took him to her bower, and showed him 3 rusty iron hoops, and a piece of rotten wood with a rusty nail, and the marks where others had been. "There," said she, "that is all I could find." "Why, it is a treasure!" cried he. "You will see. I have found something, too." He then showed her the vegetable wool and vegetable hair he had collected, and told her where they grew. She owned they were wonderful imitations, and would do as well as the real things. And ere they had done comparing notes, the platter and the dinner under it were both baked. Hazel removed the platter or milk pan and served the dinner in it. If Hazel was inventive, Helen was skillful and quick at any kind of woman's work, and the following is the result of the 3 weeks' work under his direction. She had made as follows: 1. Thick mattress stuffed with the vegetable hair and wool described above. The mattress was only 2 feet 6 inches wide, for Helen found that she never turned in bed now. She slept as she had never slept before. This mattress was made with plantain leaves sewed together with the thread furnished by the tree itself, and doubled at the edges. 2. A long shallow net 4 feet deep, cocoa fibre. 3. A great quantity of stout grass rope, and light but close matting for the roof, and some cocoanut matting for the ground and to go under the mattress. But Hazel, instructed by her, had learned to plait, rather clumsily, and he had a hand in the matting. Hazel in the meantime heightened his own mud banks in the center, and set up brick fireplaces with hearth and chimney, 1 on each side, and now did all the cooking, for he found the smoke from wood made Miss Rolleston cough. He also made a number of pigeon-holes in his mud walls and lined them with clay. 1 of these he dried with fire, and made a pottery door to it, and there kept the lucifer box. He made a vast number of bricks, but did nothing with them. After several failures he made 2 large pots and 2 great pans that would all 4 bear fire under them, and in the pans he boiled sea-water till it all evaporated and left him with a sediment of salt. This was a great addition to their food, and he managed also to put by a little. But it was a slow process. He made a huge pair of bellows with a little assistance from Miss Rolleston. The spout was a sago stick with the pith driven out, and the substitute for leather was the skin of a huge eel he found stranded at the east point. Having got his bellows and fixed them to a post he drove into the ground, he took for his anvil a huge flint stone, and a smaller one for hammer, heated his old iron to a white heat, and hammered it with a world of trouble into straight lengths, and at last with a portion of it produced a long saw without teeth, but one side sharper than the other. This, by repeated experiments of heating and immersing in water, he at last annealed. And when he wanted to saw, he blew his embers to a white heat, he kept the fire alive now night and day, heated his original saw red hot, and soon sawed through the oleaginous woods of that island. If he wanted to cut down a tree in the jungle, he put the bellows and a pot of embers on his cart with other fuel, and came and lighted the fire under the tree and soon had it down. He made his pickaxe in half an hour, but with his eyes rather than his hands. He found a young tree growing on the rock, or at least on soil so shallow that the root was half above ground, and at right angles to the stem. He got this tree up, shortened the stem, shaped the root, shod the point with some of his late old iron, and with this primitive tool and a thick stake baked at the point,
He opened the ground to receive 12 stout uprights, and he drove them with a tremendous mallet made upon what might be called the compendious or Hazelian method. It was a section of a hard tree with a thick shoot growing out of it, which shoot, being shortened, served for the handle. By these arts he at last saw a goal to his labors. Animal food, oil, pitch, ink, paper were still wanting, but fish were abundant, and plantains and cocoanuts stored. Above all, Helen's hut was now watertight. Stout horizontal bars were let into the trees, and being bound to the uprights, they mutually supported each other. Smaller horizontal bars at intervals kept the prickly ramparts from being driven in by a sudden gust. The canvas walls were removed and the nails stored in a pigeonhole, and a stout network substituted, to which huge plantain leaves were cunningly fastened with plantain thread. The roof was double. First, that extraordinary mass of spiked leaves which the 4 trees threw out, then several feet under that the huge piece of matting the pair had made. This was strengthened by double strips of canvas at the edges and in the center, and by single strips in other parts. A great many cords and strings made of that wonderful grass were sewn to the canvas-strengthened edges, and so it was fastened to the trees and fastened to the horizontal bars. When this work drew close to its completion, Hazel could not disguise his satisfaction. But he very soon had the mortification of seeing that she for whom it was all done did not share his complacency. A change took place in her. She often let her work fall, and brooded. She spoke sometimes sharply to Mr. Hazel, and sometimes with strained civility. She wandered away from him and from his labors for her comfort, and passed hours at Telegraph Point, eyeing the illimitable ocean. She was a riddle. All sweetness at times, but at others irritable, moody, and scarce mistress of herself. Hazel was sorry and perplexed, and often expressed a fear she was ill. The answer was always in the negative. He did not press her, but worked on for her, hoping the mood would pass. And so it would, no doubt, if the cause had not remained. Matters were still in this uncomfortable and mysterious state when Hazel put his finishing stroke to her abode. He was in high spirits that evening, for he had made a discovery. He had at last found time for a walk and followed the river to its source, a very remarkable lake in a hilly basin. Near this was a pond, the water of which he had tasted and found it highly bituminous. And, making further researches, he had found at the bottom of a rocky ravine a very wonderful thing, a dark resinous fluid bubbling up in quite a fountain, which, however, fell down again as it rose and hardly any overflowed. It was like thin pitch. Of course, in another hour he was back there with a great pot and half filled it. It was not like water. It did not bubble so high when some had been taken. So he just took what he could get. Pursuing his researches a little further, he found a range of rocks with snowy summits apparently, but the snow was the guano of centuries. He got to the western extremity of the island, saw another deep bay or rather branch of the sea, and on the other side of it a tongue of high land running out to sea. On that promontory stood a gigantic palm tree. He recognized that with a certain thrill, but was in a great hurry to get home with his pot of pitch, for it was in truth a very remarkable discovery, though not without a parallel. He could not wait till morning, so with embers and cocoanut he made a fire in the bower, and melted his pitch, which had become nearly solid, and proceeded to smear the inside of the matting in places to make it thoroughly watertight. Helen treated the discovery at first with mortifying indifference. But he hoped she would appreciate nature's bounty more when she saw the practical use of this extraordinary production. He endeavored to lead her to that view. She shook her head sorrowfully. He persisted. She met him with silence. He thought this peevish and ungrateful to heaven. We have all different measures of the wonderful, and to him a fountain of pitch was a thing to admire greatly and thank God for. He said as much. To Helen it was nasty stuff, and who cares where it came from? She conveyed as much by a shrug of the shoulders, and then gave a sigh that told her mind was far away. He was a little mortified, and showed it. One word led to another, and at last what had been long fermenting came out. "Mr. Hazel," said she, "you and I are at cross purposes. You mean to live here. I do not." Hazel left off working and looked greatly perplexed. The attack was so sudden in its form, though it had been a long time threatening. He found nothing to say, and she was impatient now to speak her mind, so she replied to his look. "You are making yourself at home here. You are contented. Contented? You are happy in this horrible prison." "And why not?" said Hazel, but he looked rather guilty. "Here are no traitors, no murderers. The animals are my friends, and the one human being I see makes me better to look at her." "Mr. Hazel, I am in a state of mind that romantic nonsense jars on me. Be honest with me, and talk to me like a man. I say that you beam all over with happiness and content, and that you— Now answer me one question. Why have you never lighted the bonfire on Telegraph Point?" "Indeed, I don't know," said he submissively. "I have been so occupied." "You have? And how? Not in trying to deliver us both from this dreadful situation, but to reconcile me to it." "Yes, sir, under pretence—that is a harsh word, but I can't help it—of keeping out the rain. Your rain is a bugbear. It never rains, it never will rain. You are killing yourself almost to make me comfortable in this place." "Comfortable?" She began to tremble all over with excitement long restrained. "And do you really suppose you can make me live on like this, by building me a nice hut? Do you think I am all body and no soul? That shelter and warmth and enough to eat can keep my heart from breaking, and my cheeks from blushing night and day? When I wake in the morning, I find myself blushing to my fingers' ends." Then she walked away from him. Then she walked back. "Oh, my dear father, why did I ever leave you? Keep me here? Make me live months and years on this island? Have you sisters? Have you a mother? Ask yourself, is it likely? No. If you will not help me, and they don't love me enough to come and find me and take me home, I'll go to another home, without your help or any man's." Then she suddenly rose to her feet. "I'll tie my clothes tight round me, and fling myself down from that point on the sharp rocks below. I'll find a way from this place to heaven, if there's no way from it to those I love on earth." Then she sank down and rocked herself and sobbed hard. The strong passion of this hitherto gentle creature quite frightened her unhappy friend, who knew more of books than women. He longed to soothe her and comfort her. But what could he say? He cried out in despair, "My God, can I do nothing for her?" She turned on him like lightning. "You can do anything, everything. You can restore us both to our friends. You can save my life, my reason. For that will go first, I think. What had I done, what had I ever done since I was born, to be so brought down? Was ever an English lady? And then I have such an irritation on my skin all over me. I sometimes wish the tiger would come and tear me all to pieces. Yes, all to pieces." And with that her white teeth clicked together convulsively. "Do," said she, darting back to the point as swiftly as she had rushed away from it. "Why, put down that nasty stuff, and leave off inventing 50 little trumpery things for me, and do one great thing instead. Oh, do not fritter that great mind of yours away in painting and patching my prison, but bring it all to bear on getting me out of my prison. Call sea and land to our rescue. Let them know a poor girl is here in unheard of, unfathomable misery, here in the middle of this awful ocean." Hazel sighed deeply. "No ship seemed to pass within sight of us," he muttered. "What does that matter to you? You are not a common man. You are an inventor. Rouse all the powers of your mind. There must be some way. Think for me. Think, think, or my blood will be on your head." Hazel turned pale and put his head in his hands and tried to think. She leaned toward him with great flashing eyes of purest hazel. The problem dropped from his lips a syllable at a time. "To diffuse? Intelligence?
100 leagues from a fixed point. An island." She leaned toward him with flashing, expectant eyes. But he groaned and said, "That seems impossible." "Then trample on it," said she, bringing his own words against him, for she used to remember all he said to her in the day, and ponder it at night. "Trample on it, subdue it, or never speak to me again." "Ah, I am an ungrateful wretch to speak so harshly to you. It is my misery, not me. Good, kind Mr. Hazel, oh, pray, pray, pray bring all the powers of that great mind to bear on this one thing, and save a poor girl to whom you have been so kind, so considerate, so noble, so delicate, so forbearing. Now save me from despair." Hysterical sobs cut her short here, and Hazel, whose loving heart she had almost torn out of his body, could only falter out in a broken voice that he would obey her. "I'll work no more for you at present," said he, "sweet as it has been. I will think instead. I will go this moment beneath the stars and think all night." The young woman was now leaning her head languidly back against one of the trees, weak as water after her passion. He cast a look of ineffable love and pity on her, and withdrew slowly to think beneath the tranquil stars. Love has set men hard tasks in his time. Whether this was a light one, our reader shall decide. To diffuse intelligence from a fixed island over 100 leagues of ocean. End of chapter 26. Chapters 27 through 29 of Foul Play by Charles Reade and Dion Boucicault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 27. The perplexity into which Hazel was thrown by the outburst of his companion rendered him unable to reduce her demand at once to an intelligible form. For some moments he seriously employed his mind on the problem until it assumed this shape. "Firstly, I do not know where the island is, having no means of ascertaining either its latitude or longitude. Secondly, if I had such a description of its locality, how might the news be conveyed beyond the limits of the place?" As the wildness of Helen's demand broke upon his mind he smiled sadly and sat down upon the bank of the little river near his boat-house and buried his head in his hands. A deep groan burst from him, and the tears at last came through his fingers, as in despair he thought how vain must be any effort to content or to conciliate her. Impatient with his own weakness, he started to his feet, when a hand was laid gently upon his arm. She stood beside him. "Mr. Hazel," she said hurriedly. Her voice was husky. "Do not mind what I have said. I am unreasonable, and I am sure I ought to feel obliged to you for all the—" Hazel turned his face toward her, and the moon glistened on the tears that still flowed down his cheeks. He tried to check the utterance of her apology, but ere he could master his voice the girl's cold and constrained features seemed to melt. She turned away, wrung her hands, and with a sharp, quivering cry she broke forth. "Oh, sir, oh, Mr. Hazel, do forgive me. I am not ungrateful, indeed, indeed I am not, but I am mad with despair. Judge me with compassion. At this moment those who are very dear to me are awaiting my arrival in London. And, when they learn the loss of the Proserpine, how great will be their misery! Well, that misery is added to mine. Then my poor papa. He will never know how much he loved me until this news reaches him. And to think that I am dead to them, yet living here helplessly. Dear, dear Arthur, how you will suffer for my sake. Oh, papa, papa, shall I never see you again?" And she wept bitterly. "I am helpless to aid or to console you, Miss Rolleston. By the act of a divine providence you were cast upon this desolate shore, and by the same will I was appointed to serve and to provide for your welfare. I pray God that He will give me the health and strength to assist you. Good night." She looked timidly at him for a moment, then slowly regained her hut. He had spoken coldly and with dignity,
She felt humbled, the more so that he had only bowed his acknowledgment to her apology. For more than an hour she watched him, as he paced up and down between the boat-house and the shore. Then he advanced a little toward her shelter, and she shrank into her bed, after gently closing the door. In a few moments she crept again to peep forth, and to see if he was still there, but he had disappeared. The following morning Helen was surprised to see the boat riding at anchor in the surf, and Hazel busily engaged on her trim. He was soon on shore, and by her side. "I am afraid I must leave you for a day, Miss Rolleston," he said. "I wish to make a circuit of the island. Indeed, I ought to have done so many days ago." "Is such an expedition necessary? Surely you have had enough of the sea." "It is very necessary. You have urged me to undertake this enterprise. You see, it is the first step toward announcing to all passing vessels our presence in this place. I have commenced operations already. See, on yonder bluff, which I have called Telegraph Point, I have mounted the boat's ensign, and now it floats from the top of the tree beside the bonfire. I carried it there at sunrise. Do you see that pole I have shipped on board the boat? That is intended as a signal, which shall be exhibited on your great palm tree. The flag will then stand for a signal on the northern coast, and the palm tree thus accoutred will serve for a similar purpose on the western extremity of the island. As I pass along the southern and eastern shores, I propose to select spots where some mark can be erected, such as may be visible to ships at sea." "But will they remark such signals?" "Be assured they will, if they come within sight of the place." Hazel knew that there was little chance of such an event, but it was something not to be neglected. He also explained that it was necessary he should arrive at a knowledge of the island, the character of its shores, and from the sea he could rapidly obtain a plan of the place, ascertain what small rivers there might be, and indeed see much of its interior, for he judged it to not be more than 10 miles in length and scarce 3 in width. Helen felt rather disappointed that no trace of the emotion he displayed on the previous night remained in his manner or in the expression of his face. She bowed her permission to him rather haughtily, and sat down to breakfast on some baked yams and some rough oysters which he had raked up from the bay while bathing that morning. The young man had regained an elasticity of hearing, an independence of tone, to which she was not at all accustomed. His manners were always soft and deferential, but his expression was more firm, and she felt that the reins had been gently removed from her possession, and there was a will to guide her which she was bound to acknowledge and obey. She did not argue in this wise, for it is not human to reason and to feel at the same moment. She felt then instinctively that the man was quietly asserting his superiority, and the child pouted. Hazel went about his work briskly. The boat was soon laden with every requisite. Helen watched these preparations askance, vexed with the expedition which she had urged him to make. Then she fell to reflecting on the change that seemed to have taken place in her character. She who was once so womanly, so firm, so reasonable, why had she become so petulant, childish, and capricious? The sail was set, and all ready to run the cutter into the surf of the rising tide, when, taking a sudden resolution as it were, Helen came rapidly down and said, "I will go with you, if you please," half in command and half in doubt. Hazel looked a little surprised, but very pleased, and then she added, "I hope I shall not be in your way." He assured her, on the contrary, that she might be of great assistance to him, and now, with double alacrity, he ran out the little vessel and leaped into the prow as she danced over the waves. He taught her how to bring the boat's head round with the help of an oar, and when all was snug, left her at the helm. On reaching the mouth of the bay, if it could be so called, he made her remark that it was closed by reefs except to the north and to the west. The wind being southerly, he had decided to pass to the west, and so they opened the sea about half a mile from the shore. For about 3 miles they perceived it consisted of a line of bluffs, cleft at intervals by small narrow bays, the precipitous sides of which were lined with dense foliage. Into these fissures the sea entered with a mournful sound that died away as it crept up the yellow sands with which these nooks were carpeted. An exclamation from Helen attracted his attention to the horizon on the northwest, where a long line of breakers glittered in the sun. A reef, or low sandy bay, appeared to exist in that direction, about 15 miles away, and something more than a mile in length. As they proceeded, he marked roughly on the side of his tin bailer, with the point of a pin borrowed from Helen, the form of the coastline. An hour and a half brought them to the northwestern extremity of the island. As they cleared the shelter of the land, the southerly breeze coming with some force across the open sea caught the cutter, and she lay over in a way to inspire Helen with alarm. She was about to let go the tiller, when Hazel seized it, accidentally enclosing her hand under the grasp of his own, as he pressed the tiller hard to port. "Steady, please, don't relinquish your hold. It is all right, no fear," he cried, as he kept his eye on their sail. He held this course for a mile or more, and then, judging with a long tack he could weather the southerly side of the island, he put the boat about. He took occasion to explain to Helen how this operation was necessary, and she learned the alphabet of navigation. The western end of their little land now lay before them. It was about 3 miles in breadth. For 2 miles the bluff coastline continued unbroken. Then a deep bay, a mile in width and 2 miles in depth, was made by a long tongue of sand projecting westerly. On its extremity grew the gigantic palm, well recognized as Helen's landmark. Hazel stood up in the boat to reconnoiter the coast. He perceived the sandy shore was dotted with multitudes of dark objects. Ere long these objects were seen to be in motion, and pointing them out to Helen with a smile, he said, "Beware, Miss Rolleston. Yonder are your bugbears, and in some force, too. Those dark masses, moving upon the hillocks of sand, or rolling on the surf, are sea lions, the Phoca leonina, or lion seal." Helen strained her eyes to distinguish the forms, but only descried the dingy objects. While thus engaged, she allowed the cutter to fall off a little, and ere Hazel had resumed his hold upon the tiller, they were fairly in the bay, the great palm tree on their starboard bow. "You seem determined to make the acquaintance of your nightmares," he remarked. "You perceive that we are embayed." Her consternation amused him. She saw that, if they held their present course, the cutter would take the beach about a mile ahead, where these animals were densely crowded. At this moment, something dark bulged up close beside her in the sea, and the rounded back of a monster rolled over and disappeared. Hazel let drop the sail, for they were now fairly in the smooth water of the bay, and close to the sandy pit. The gigantic stem of the palm tree was on their quarter about a half-mile off. He took the oars and rowed slowly toward the shore. A small seal rose behind the boat and followed them, playing with the blade, its gambols resembling that of a kitten. He pointed out to Helen the mild expression of the creature's face, and assured her that all this tribe were harmless animals, and susceptible of domestication. The cub swam up to the boat quite fearlessly, and he touched its head gently. He encouraged her to do the like, but she shrank from its contact. They were now close ashore, and Hazel, throwing out his anchor in 2 feet of water, prepared to land the beam of wood he had brought to decorate the palm tree as a signal. The huge stick was soon heaved overboard, and he leapt after it. He towed it to the nearest landing to the tree, and dragged it high up on the shore. Scarcely had he disposed it conveniently, intending to return in a day or 2 with the means of affixing it in a prominent and remarkable manner, in the form of a spar across the trunk of the palm, when a cry from Helen recalled him. A large number of the sea lions were coasting quietly down the surf toward the boat. Indeed, a dozen of them had made their appearance around it. Hazel shouted to her not to fear, and desiring that her alarm should not spread to the swarm, he passed back quietly but rapidly. When he reached the water, 3 or 4 of the animals were already floundering between him and the boat. He waded slowly toward one of them, and stood beside it. The man and the creature looked quietly at each other, and then the seal rolled over with a snuffling, self-satisfied air, winking its soft eyes with immense complacency. Helen, in her alarm, could not resist a smile at this conclusion of so terrible a demonstration, for, with all their gentle expression, the tusks of the brute looked formidable. But when she saw Hazel pushing them aside and patting a very small cub on the back, she recovered her courage completely. Then he took his oars again, and, aided by the tide, which was now on the ebb, he rowed round the southwestern extremity of the island. He found the water here, as he anticipated, very shallow. It was midday when they were fairly on the southern coast, and now, sailing with the wind aft, the cutter ran through the water at racing speed. Fearing that some reefs or rocky formations might exist in their course, he reduced sail, and kept away from the shore about a mile. At this distance he was better able to see inland, and mark down the accident of its formation. The southern coast was uniform, and Helen said it resembled the cliffs of the Kentish or Sussex coast of England, only the English white was here replaced by the pale volcanic grey. By 1 o'clock they came abreast the very spot where they had first made land, and, as they judged, due south of their residence. Had they landed here, a walk of 3 miles across the centre of the island would have brought them home. For about a similar distance the coast exhibited monotonous cliffs unbroken even by a rill. It was plain that the watershed of the island was all northward. They now approached the eastern end, where rose the circular mountain of which mention has been already made. This eminence had evidently at one time been detached from the rest of the land, to which it was now joined by a neck of swamp about 1.5 miles in breadth and 2 miles in length. Hazel proposed to reconnoitre this part of the shore nearly, and ran the boat close in to land. The reeds or canes with which this bog was densely clothed grew in a dark spongy soil. Here and there this waste was dotted with ragged trees which he recognized as the cypress. From its gaunt branches hung a black funeral kind of weeper, a kind of moss resembling iron-grey horsehair both in texture and uses, though not so long in the staple. This parasite, Hazel explained to Helen, was very common in such marshy ground, and was the death flag hung out by nature to warn man that malaria and fever were the invisible and inalienable inhabitants of that fatal neighborhood. Looking narrowly along the low shore for some good landing, where under shelter of a tree they might repose for an hour and spread their midday repast, they discovered an opening in the reeds, a kind of lagoon or bayou, extending into the morass between the highlands of the island and the circular mountain, but close under the base of the latter. This inlet he proposed to explore, and accordingly the sail was taken down, and the cutter was poled into the narrow creek. The water here was so shallow that the keel slid over the quicksand into which the oars sank freely. The creek soon became narrow, the water deeper, and of a blacker color, and the banks more densely covered with canes. These grew to the height of 10 and 12 feet, and as close as wheat in the thick crop. The air felt dank and heavy, and hummed with myriads of insects. The black water became so deep and the bottom so sticky that Hazel took to the oars again. The creek narrowed as they proceeded, until it proved scarcely wide enough to admit of his working the boat. The height of the reeds hindered the view on either side. Suddenly, however, and after proceeding very slowly through the bends of the canal, they decreased in height and density, and they emerged into an open space of about 5 acres in extent, a kind of oasis in this reedy desert, created by a mossy mound which arose amid the morass, and afforded firm footing, of which a grove of trees and innumerable shrubs availed themselves. Helen uttered an exclamation of delight as this island of foliage in a sea of reeds met her eyes that had been famished with the arid monotony of the break. They soon landed. Helen insisted on the preparations for their meal being left to her, and having selected a sheltered spot she was soon busy with their frugal food. Hazel surveyed the spot, and selecting a red cedar, was soon seated 40 feet above her head, making a topographical survey of the neighborhood. He found that the bayou by which they had entered continued its course to the northern shore, thus cutting off the mountain or easterly end, and forming of it a separate island. He saw that 1/4 of a mile farther on the bayou or canal parted, forming 2 streams, of which that to the left seemed the main channel. This he determined to follow. Turning to the west, that is, toward their home, he saw at a distance of 2 miles a crest of hills broken into cliffs, which defined the limit of the mainland. The sea had at one time occupied the site where the morass now stood. These cliffs formed a range extending from north to south. Their precipitous sides, clothed here and there with trees, marked where the descent was broken by platforms. Between him and this range the morass extended. Hazel took note of 3 places where the descent from these hills into the marsh could, he believed, most readily be made. On the eastern side, and close above him, arose the peculiar mountain. Its form was that of a truncated cone, and its sides densely covered with trees of some size. The voice of Helen called him from his perch, and he descended quickly, leaping into a mass of brushwood growing at the foot of his tree. Helen stood a few yards from him in admiration before a large shrub. "Look, Mr. Hazel, what a singular production!" said the girl, as she stooped to examine the plant. It bore a number of red flowers, each growing out of a fruit like a prickly pear. These flowers were in various stages. Some were just opening like tulips, others, more advanced, had expanded like umbrellas, and quite overlapped the fruit, keeping it from sun and dew. Others had served their turn in that way and been withered by the sun's rays. But wherever this was the case, the fruit had also burst open and displayed or discharged its contents, and those contents looked like seeds, but on narrower inspection proved to be little insects with pink transparent wings, and bodies of incredibly vivid crimson. Hazel examined the fruit and flowers very carefully, and stood rapt, transfixed. "It must be, and it is," said he at last. "Well, I'm glad I've not died without seeing it." "What is it?" said she. "One of the most valuable productions of the earth. It is cochineal. This is the tunal tree." "Oh, indeed," said Helen indifferently. "Cochineal is used for a dye. But as it is not probable we shall require to dye anything, the discovery seems to be more curious than useful." "You wanted some ink. This pigment, mixed with lime juice, will form a beautiful red ink." "Will you lend me your handkerchief, and permit me to try if I have forgotten the method by which these little insects are obtained?" He asked her to hold her handkerchief under a bough of the tunal tree, where the fruit was ripe. He then shook the bough. Some insects fell at once into the cloth. A great number rose and buzzed a little in the sun not a yard from where they were born, but the sun dried their blood so promptly that they soon fell dead in the handkerchief. Those that the sun so killed went through 3 phases of color before their eyes. They fell down black, or nearly. They whitened on the cloth, and after that came gradually to their final color, a flaming crimson. The insect thus treated appeared the most vivid of all. They soon secured about half a teacupful. They were rolled up and put away, then they sat down and made a very hearty meal, for it was now past 2 o'clock. They re-entered the boat, and passing once more into the morass, they found the channel of the bayou as it approached the northern shore less difficult of navigation. The bottom became sandy and hard, and the presence of trees in the swamp proved that spots of terra firma were more frequent. But the water shallowed, and as they opened the shore, he saw with great vexation that the tide in receding had left the bar at the mouth of the canal visible in some parts. He pushed on, however, until the boat grounded. This was a sad affair. There lay the sea not 50 yards ahead. Hazel leaped out and examined and forded the channel, which at this place was about 200 feet wide. He found a narrow passage near the eastern side, and to this he towed the boat. Then he begged Miss Rolleston to land, and relieved the boat of the mast, sail, and oars. Thus lightened, he dragged her into the passage. But the time occupied in these preparations had been also occupied by nature. The tide had receded, and the cutter stuck immovably in the waterway about 6 fathoms short of deeper water. "What is to be done now?" inquired Helen, when Hazel returned to her side, panting but cheerful. "We must await the rising of the tide. I fear we are imprisoned here for 3 hours at least." There was no help for it. Helen made light of the misfortune. The spot where they had landed was enclosed between the 2 issues of the lagoon. They walked along the shore to the more easterly and the narrower canal, and on arriving, Hazel found, to his great annoyance, that there was ample water to have floated the cutter had he selected that, the least promising road. He suggested a return by the road they came, and passing into the other canal by that to reach the sea. They hurried back, but found by this time the tide had left the cutter high and dry on the sand. So they had no choice but to wait. Having 3 hours to spare, Hazel asked Miss Rolleston's permission to ascend the mountain. She assented to remain near the boat while he was engaged in this expedition. The ascent was too rugged and steep for her powers, and the seashore and adjacent groves would find her ample amusement during his absence. She accompanied him to the bank of the smaller lagoon, which he forded, and waving an adieu to her, he plunged into the dense wood with which the sides of the mountain were clothed. She waited some time, and then she heard his voice shouting to her from the heights above. The mountain top was about 3/4 of a mile from where she stood, but seemed much nearer. She turned back toward the boat, walking slowly, but paused as a faint and distant cry again reached her ear. It was not repeated, and then she entered the grove. The ground beneath her feet was soft with velvety moss, and the dark foliage of the trees rendered the air cool and deliciously fragrant. After wandering for some time, she regained the edge of the grove near the boat, and selecting a spot at the foot of an aged cypress, she sat down with her back against its trunk. Then she took out Arthur's letter and began to read those impassioned sentences. As she read she sighed deeply, as earnestly she found herself pitying Arthur's condition more than she regretted her own. She fell into reverie, and from reverie into a drowsy languor. How long she remained in this state she could not remember, but a slight rustle overhead recalled her senses. Believing it to be a bird moving in the branches, she was resigning herself again to rest, when she became sensible of a strange emotion, a conviction that something was watching her with a fixed gaze. She cast her eyes around, but saw nothing. She looked upward. From the tree immediately above her lap depended a snake, its tail coiled around a dead branch. The reptile hung straight, its eyes fixed like two rubies upon Helen's, as very slowly it let itself down by its uncoiling tail. Now its head was on a level with hers. In another moment it must drop into her lap. She was paralyzed. 28. After toiling up a rugged and steep ascent, encumbered with blocks of grey stone, of which the island seemed to be formed, forcing his way over fallen trees and through the tangled undergrowth of a species of wild vine which abounded on the mountainside, Hazel stopped to breathe and peer around as well as the dense foliage permitted. He was up to his waist in scrub, and the stiff leaves of the bayonet plant rendered caution necessary in walking. At moments through the dense foliage he caught a glisten of the sea. The sun was in the north behind him, and by this alone he guided his road due southerly and upward. Once only he found a small cleared space about an acre in extent, and here it was he uttered the cry Helen heard. He waited a few moments in the hope to hear her voice in reply, but it did not reach him. Again he plunged upward, and now the ascent became at times so arduous that more than once he almost resolved to relinquish or at least to defer his task. But a moment's rest recalled him to himself, and he was not one easily baffled by difficulty or labor, so he toiled on until he judged the summit ought to have been reached. After pausing to take breath and counsel, he fancied that he had borne too much to the left. The ground to his right appeared to rise more than the path that he was pursuing, which had become level, and he concluded that, instead of ascending, he was circling the mountain top. He turned aside, therefore, and after 10 minutes' hard climbing he was pushing through a thick and high scrub, when the earth seemed to give way beneath him and he fell into an abyss. He was engulfed. He fell from bush to bush, down, down, scratch, rip, plump, until he lodged in a prickly bush more winded than hurt. Out of this he crawled, only to discover himself thus landed in a great and perfectly circular plain of about 30 acres in extent, or about 350 yards in diameter. In the center was a lake, also circular. The broad belt of shore around this lake was covered with rich grass, level as a bowling green, and all this again was surrounded by a nearly perpendicular cliff, down which indeed he had fallen. This cliff was thickly clothed with shrubs and trees. Hazel recognized the crater of an extinct volcano. On examining the lake he found the waters impregnated with volcanic products. Its bottom was formed of asphaltum. Having made a circuit of the shores he perceived on the westerly side, that next the island, a break in the cliff, and on a narrow examination he discovered an outlet. It appeared to him that the lake at one time had emptied its waters through this ancient watercourse. The descent here was not only gradual, but the old river bed was tolerably free from obstructions, especially of the vegetable kind. He made his way rapidly downward, and in half an hour reached marshy ground. The cane brake now lay before him. On his left he saw the sea on the south, about a third of a mile. He knew that to the right must be the sea on the north, about half a mile or so. He bent his way thither. The edge of the swamp was very clear, and though somewhat spongy, afforded good walking unimpeded. As he approached the spot where he judged the boat to be, the underwood thickened, the trees again interlaced their arms, and he had to struggle through the foliage. At length he struck the smaller lagoon, and as he was not certain whether it was fordable, he followed its course to the shore where he had previously crossed. In a few moments he reached the boat, and was pleased to find her afloat. The rising tide had even moved her a few feet back into the canal. Hazel shouted to apprise Miss Rolleston of his return, and then proceeded to restore the mast to its place and replace the rigging and the oars. This occupied some little time. He felt surprised that she had not appeared. He shouted again. No reply. 29. Hazel advanced hurriedly into the grove, which he hunted thoroughly, but without effect. He satisfied himself that she could not have quitted the spot, since the marsh enclosed it on one side, the canals on the second and third, the sea on the fourth. He returned to the boat more surprised than anxious. He waited a while, and again shouted her name, stopped, listened. No answer. Yet surely Helen could not have been more than 100 yards from where he stood. His heart beat with a strange sense of apprehension. He heard nothing but the rustling of the foliage and the sop of the waves on the shore as the tide crept up the shingle. As his eyes roved in every direction he caught sight of something white near the foot of a withered cypress tree, not 50 yards from where he stood. He approached the bushes in which the tree was partially concealed on that side, and quickly recognized a portion of Helen's dress. He ran toward her, burst through the underwood, and gained the enclosure. She was sitting there, asleep as he conjectured, her back leaning against the trunk. He contemplated her thus for one moment, and then he advanced about to awaken her, but was struck speechless. Her face was ashy pale, her eyes open and widely distended. Her bosom heaved slowly. Hazel approached rapidly and called to her. Her eyes never moved, not a limb stirred. She sat glaring forward. On her lap was coiled a snake, gray, mottled with muddy green. Hazel looked round and selected a branch of the dead tree about 3 feet in length. Armed with this he advanced slowly to the reptile. It was very quiet, thanks to the warmth of her lap. He pointed the stick at it. The vermin lifted its head, and its tail began to quiver. Then it darted at the stick, throwing itself its entire length. Hazel retreated. The snake coiled again, and again darted. By repeating this process 4 or 5 times, he enticed the creature away, and then, availing himself of a moment before it could recoil, he struck it a smart blow on the neck. When Hazel returned to Miss Rolleston, he found her still fixed in the attitude into which terror had transfixed her. The poor girl had remained motionless for an hour, under the terrible fascination of the reptile comatized. He spoke to her, but a quick spasmodic action of her throat, and a quivering of her hands alone responded. The sight of her suffering agonized him beyond expression, but he took her hands, he pressed them, for they were icy cold, he called piteously on her name. But she seemed incapable of effort. Then, stooping, he raised her tenderly in his arms and carried her to the boat, where he laid her still unresisting and incapable. With trembling limbs and weak hands he launched the cutter, and they were once more afloat and bound homeward. He dipped the bailer into the fresh water he had brought with him for their daily supply, and dashed it on her forehead. This he repeated until he perceived her breathing became less painful and more rapid. Then he raised her a little, and her head rested upon his arm. When they reached the entrance of the bay he was obliged to pass it, for the wind being still southerly, he could not enter by the north gate, but came round and ran in by the western passage, the same by which they had left the same morning. Hazel bent over Helen, and whispered tenderly that they were at home. She answered by a sob. In half an hour the keel grated on the sand near the boat-house. Then he asked her if she were strong enough to reach her hut. She raised her head, but she felt dizzy. He helped her to land. All power had forsaken her limbs. Her head sank on his shoulder, and his arm, wound round her lithe figure, alone prevented her falling helplessly at his feet. Again he raised her in his arms and bore her to the hut. Here he laid her down on her bed, and stood for a moment beside her, unable to restrain his tears. End of chapters 27 through 29.